Chapter 1, Accompanying Peter to the Spider Exhibition, Queens, New York. Do you believe the man in the red Iron Man suit who went viral online last night is Tony Stark? I think it is, after all, which other company possesses the capability to create such advanced weaponry. Last night, a battle reminiscent of a high-tech blockbuster erupted near Stark Industries, featuring a man clad in a red Iron Man suit and another in a massive gray suit, clashing from the skies to the ground while intermittently exchanging fire with high-tech weaponry. Bystanders captured the unfolding drama on their devices, while some audacious onlookers ventured close to the battlefield, filming the intense confrontation in high definition. Explosions, armored suits, street battles, Tony Stark launching mini-missile any single element could dominate the headlines, let alone the amalgamation of such extraordinary occurrences. Consequently, the videos uploaded online rapidly became the focal point of discussion across the nation. Everyone speculated that the figure in the red suit was indeed Tony Stark. A group of high school students, excitedly heading towards the Spider exhibition, animatedly discussed the event. "Peter, do you prefer the red Iron Man suit or the gray one featured in the videos?" Harry Osborn inquired, glancing at his companion, Peter Parker. Contemplating the two distinctive armored suits, Peter blinked his hazel eyes and, after a moment of reflection, replied, "I undoubtedly favor the red suit. After all, the smaller the suit, the more intricate the manufacturing process. Yet, what astonishes me most is that such an Iron Man suit has truly been created. It is nothing short of a revolutionary invention. The challenges of flight propulsion, weaponry, artificial intelligence, and interactive systems, it can hardly fathom them being surmounted. The creator must be a genius." Harry Osborn, whose family specializes in weaponry, was acutely aware of the technical challenges involved in producing an Iron Man suit and nodded in agreement. The two were engrossed in their conversation, but soon felt a sense of something amiss. They turned their curious gazes towards their friend, Grell. "Grell, why have you been so quiet today?" The boy known as Grell, with his light golden hair and smooth facial features, donned a slightly oversized light gray jacket and denim trousers, accentuating his slender end. Elongated from a quintessential image of a radiant youth in a Western school. Upon hearing his friends, Grell finally lifted his head, forcing a smile onto his face. "I was contemplating the upcoming Spider exhibition." In truth, his thoughts extended beyond merely the exhibition. Grell, whose full name was Grell Maximoff, was a traveler from another realm. After his arrival in this world, his burgeoning chaotic magical abilities, coupled with the existence of the Captain America Memorial in New York, led him to suspect that he had indeed crossed into the Marvel Cinematic Universe he had known in his previous life. However, it is currently April 2008, and according to the Marvel timeline, Peter Parker should still be in elementary or middle school. Yet, what is the situation with Peter Parker, who has been his high school classmate for 4 years? Moreover, if Gel's memory serves him correctly, today Tony will announce his identity as Iron Man. Coincidentally, today is also the day when Gel's entire class has been organized to visit the Spider exhibition. The Spider exhibition is the very place that transformed a generation's Peter Parker into Spider-Man overnight. By deducing from this timeline, it seems that this world is not entirely aligned with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Upon reflecting on this, Gel slightly shook his head regardless of which Marvel universe this is. Enhancing one's abilities is always prudent. Although he possesses the same chaos magic as Wanda, from the moment he brought Wanda and Pietro out of Sokovia to America, his fate of enhancing his powers through the Mind Stone with Hydra had been irrevocably altered. Thus, the powers of the trio are not particularly formidable at present. As a friend, he cannot usurp Peter's opportunity, but the Spider, he can certainly recycle. If he were to acquire Spider-Man's powers, combined with the rudimentary chaos magic he currently wields, he could undoubtedly carve out a place for himself in the early Marvel world, ensuring the safety of the three of them. If all goes as anticipated, Peter's fateful encounter with the Spider will occur at today's exhibition. Fortunately, the gathering of people at the Spider exhibition indicates that this is the first-generation Spider. We're at the second-generation Spider, which necessitates a blood relation to Peter's father to bestow superpowers. Gel would unequivocally refrain from attempting to be bitten. However, Gel is unaware of the intricate comic book lore regarding the rules of gaining superpowers from spiders. Had he known, he might have hesitated to proceed. "You really are something else. It's just a Spider exhibition, there's no academic credit involved. Yet you care so much," Harry remarked, somewhat exasperated by Gel's enthusiasm. Among the top 3 students in their school, his 2 close friends occupied 2 of the spots, leaving him feeling rather inadequate. Perhaps Harry's voice was a tad too loud, as Gwen Stacy, walking ahead of the trio, turned her head, and glanced back at them with a smile. Even while conversing, Peter had been discreetly observing Gwen's silhouette. When their eyes met as she turned, Peter, feeling caught in a moment of vulnerability, awkwardly nodded at Gwen, offering a silent greeting. Uncertain whether she found Peter's demeanor endearing or for some other reason, Gwen chuckled softly before turning back to continue her conversation with her friend. Harry, observing Gwen ahead, nudged Peter with his elbow and whispered, "So, how far have things progressed with Gwen? I heard that after she helped you out the other day, you two have been exchanging glances." Thankfully, Jell and I weren't there at the time, otherwise, you might not have had the chance to connect with the goddess. Perhaps, as Jell often says, you've turned a misfortune into a blessing. A few days ago, when Thompson enacted a classic scene of American bullying, Peter, passing by, could no longer stand idly by and intervened, only to be subsequently dealt with by Thompson. However, he was rescued by his longtime crush, Gwen, and thus their paths intertwined. Upon hearing Harry's words, Peter's face turned crimson, even reaching his neck. "What do you mean by exchanging glances? She merely asked for my name. Come on, my friend. It is evident that she has an interest in you." Just now, while we were conversing, she turned back several times. Gale teased Peter softly as he observed Gwen glance back once more. Though Gale was perplexed as to why Peter's idol was not MJ, but rather Gwen, he could only hope for a less chaotic unfolding of events in this world. After all, the more familiar he was with the narrative, the better he could seize opportunities. Despite being teased by his friends, Peter too noticed that Gwen had indeed looked back several times, causing his heart to swell with joy. Unbeknownst to them, the group had wandered to the bustling trade center in the heart of the city. The exterior of the prime real estate trade center was adorned with vibrant advertisements, while a colossal screen prominently displayed a large advertisement. At that moment, the screen showcased a live interview. "Everyone, we have just received the official report regarding last night's Stark Industries incident. Now, Mr. Stark has prepared a statement." As Colonel Rhodes concluded his remarks, the impeccably dressed Tony Stark appeared on the screen. "Look, it's Tony. He's about to give a speech," someone shouted, and instantly, all passersby halted, gazing up at the screen above them all. What has been the most significant news this year? Without a doubt, it was the clash of two iron armors last night. The Iron Suit, a groundbreaking invention. Who wouldn't be curious about its proprietor? Do you genuinely expect us to believe that a bodyguard clad in armor just happened to appear? A female reporter on site challenged Tony, her tone dripping with disdain for the so-called official statement. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted from the crowd gathered in front of them all. They were not inclined to believe such transparent fabrications on screen. The exchange between the reporter and Tony continued, but soon the audience felt they were unlikely to uncover the truth and began to disperse. "Wait a moment, it seems Tony can no longer restrain himself regarding this official narrative." Gale held back Harry and Peter, who were also inclined to leave, gesturing toward the screen. On the screen, Tony fell silent for a moment, allowing the mocking gazes of the reporters below to wash over him. But soon he set aside the press release, seemingly both unconsciously and resolutely. He hurled a bombshell at everyone. "The truth is, I am Iron Man." The reporters on site went into a frenzy, surging toward Tony, who, now enveloped in a flurry of flashing lights, appeared to have finally regained his composure as he smiled at the oncoming throng of journalists. The viewers of the live broadcast were instantly filled with excitement, erupting in a chorus of gasps and exclamations. "Wow, cool. He truly is." That as a first-hand witness to this historic moment, Jell felt his heart racing. To be candid, although not a Marvel aficionado in his previous life, Jell had watched numerous Marvel films, particularly enamored with the charismatic character of Iron Man. The Marvel Universe could arguably be said to have commenced with the iconic declaration, "I am Iron Man." Time seemed to slip away, and gradually the bustling crowd began to disperse. Jell's classmates, under the guidance of their teacher, excitedly debated the recent events as they made their way to the Spider Exhibition Hall. Yet, amidst the excitement, Jell's mood turned somewhat somber. From this day forth, an array of superpowered individuals would emerge, heralding an influx of dangers as well. There are over 32,000 species of spiders in the world, which can be categorized into three major groups. Soon, the group arrived at the Spider Exhibition Center, where the teacher commenced the day's narration. Some students wandered aimlessly, others followed the teacher closely, attentively listening, while a few continued to discuss Iron Man and the Iron Battle from the previous night. Peter Parker, equipped with a camera, diligently captured photographs of the spiders he encountered. "That spider over there is a mutated specimen created using gene synthesis technology." The teacher guided the group toward the mutated spiders. Jell exchanged a knowing glance with Harry, who mischievously nodded and patted Gwen Stacy on the shoulder, saying, Peter is looking for you." With that, Jell and Harry ignored the suddenly dumbfounded Peter and proceeded toward the teacher. Gwen fiddled with her hair, subconsciously adjusting her clothing, and then approached Peter shyly, asking, "Peter, is there something you need?" Peter hurriedly composed himself, though he remained awkwardly flustered. However, emboldened by the courage of infatuation, he quickly concocted an excuse. I'd like to take a photo for the school newspaper featuring a student. Could you help me?" "Of course," Gwen replied cheerfully, positioning herself in front of the spider enclosure for Peter to photograph her. After several poses, Gwen felt her cheeks flush. "Is it done? Please don't make me look unflattering." Peter nodded eagerly, all set. "You look great." As Gwen strolled toward the teacher, she turned her head slightly to speak to Peter. "Make sure to show me the photos next time." Peter nodded, and once Gwen had walked away, he lowered his gaze to examine the recently captured images on his camera, entirely oblivious to the vividly colored spider slowly approaching him from above, using synthesized ribonucleic acid to produce these 15 mutated spiders. The teacher continued his explanation in front of the mutated specimens. Upon arriving, Gwen fully demonstrated her meticulousness and thirst for knowledge as a top student. "There are 14. Teacher, there are only 14 here." Just as the teacher approached to verify, Peter let out a soft, pained exclamation. He hastily set down his camera and glanced at the area where the pain emanated from, intending to attend to it, when he heard Jer's voice beside him. "Don't move, just yet allow me to assist you." Gorr cautiously grasped the spider, inadvertently receiving a bite, and then, in a moment of discomfort, tossed the spider onto the ground. Peter observed the matching bite marks on both of their fingers, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Gorr, I've caused you to be bitten as well." Gorr waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "It's nothing, just a little bite, it doesn't hurt much." As he spoke, Gorr approached a nearby table, employing chaotic magic to capture the mutated spider that had crawled beneath it, placing it into his pocket while controlling it with his magic to prevent it from escaping. The spider exhibition was relatively small, and they completed their tour in less than an afternoon. After summarizing the lesson, the teacher announced the group's dismissal. Feeling fatigued, Harry observed Peter, who was drenched in sweat, with confusion. "Peter, are you feeling that hot?" "You're sweating profusely." Peter felt uncomfortably warm and his stomach growled, as if it could consume an entire cow. Clutching his camera, he replied, "I'm fine, just a bit tired from walking. They'll head home now, see you tomorrow." Peter sensed that something was amiss, yet he could not place it. Turning his gaze to Gorr, he noticed that he too appeared somewhat unwell. "Gorr, your face seems a bit flushed." Since the spider had bitten him, Gorr had been undergoing a mysterious transformation within his body, which he had been forcefully suppressing with magic. Initially, when he was bitten, he worried that he lacked the protagonist's halo and might not withstand the spider's venom. Fortunately, he later sensed through his chaotic magic that his body was progressing favorably, which eased his concerns. "I'm all right, just feeling a bit warm. Are you heading home now?" Gorr endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor as he spoke to Harry. Upon recalling his journey home, Harry's expression soured. "Yes, the driver just called me. He's waiting outside the exhibition. Should I have him take you home first?" Gorr shook his head. "No need, I can take the subway home, it's quite convenient." After bidding farewell to Harry, Gorr boarded the subway home. Throughout the journey, he felt an increasing warmth enveloping him, accompanied by a growing sense of hunger. Upon arriving home, he immediately dashed to the refrigerator, retrieving the snacks and meals he had previously stocked up, and began to devour them ravenously. Fortunately, Wanda and Pietro were away with their teacher on a study trip otherwise. Witnessing their usually composed brother consume with such abandon would surely leave them astounded. After finishing his meal, Gorr felt utterly exhausted, his eyelids heavy. He managed to toss the spider into a prepared box before collapsing in a bed, succumbing to slumber. Chapter 2. A minor upgrade in chaotic magic. Dingling. As the morning alarm rang punctually, Gorr awakened instantly, his eyes fluttering open. In that fleeting moment, he perceived the world with an unprecedented clarity. The intricate patterns of the ceiling, the design of the light fixtures, and the dust particles dancing in the air appeared magnified, vividly and luminously presented before his gaze. The distant murmur of passers-by, the sounds of breakfast being prepared next door, and the chirping of birds by the roadside resonated in his ears, amplified yet pleasantly. Harmonious. Crack. As Gorr rose from his bed, he heard the floorboards splinter beneath him. Looking down, he noticed that the wooden planks had sunk a full 5 centimeters where he stood. "My strength has truly surged, it's nearly unmanageable." Fortunately, I possess chaos magic, which allows me to restore the floor, that I wonder how Peter is faring. Gorr thought as he channeled his magical energy, enveloping the damaged floorboards, which instantly returned to their original state. He speculated that Peter's home might face considerable damage from a sudden surge in strength. Concerned about further damaging his home, Gorr decided to utilize his chaos magic to fly down to the basement, where he could practice controlling his newfound power. Thud! Gorr struck a specially designed punching bag with a fifth of his strength, and moments later, the display revealed a figure. 1,000 kg. The increase in strength is not as substantial as I anticipated. Could it be that my abilities have transitioned to chaos magic? Gorr pondered, taking a deep breath. He waved his hands, releasing tendrils of chaos magic from his palms, enveloping the scattered weights nearby. Under Jer's command, the weights levitated off the ground, soaring skyward. Minutes later, feeling a blend of exhilaration and confusion, Gorr abandoned his tests and exited the basement. His abilities had indeed augmented, yet not to the extent he had envisioned. Must I endure more bites from the mutated spider? Gorr mused, approaching the small box where he had kept the spider the previous night, hoping for another bite to enhance his powers. However, as he neared the box, he discovered the mutated spider lying still within. Using his magic to sense its condition, he realized the spider had perished. Seriously? Gorr thought, certain he had diligently protected the spider with chaos magic. The only explanation for its demise was that it had bitten both him and Peter, exhausting its venom before succumbing. Gorr, Gorr! Just as Gorr wallowed in disappointment, Peter's anxious voice called from outside. Gorr swiftly disposed of the spider using chaos magic and opened the door. As he swung the door open, Peter rushed in, a mix of excitement and urgency on his face. Though Gorr had a fair inkling of the situation, he feigned ignorance and inquired, "What's the matter, Peter? Did you notice anything amiss when you awoke this morning?" Peter inquired earnestly, gazing at Jer's face. Upon rising, Peter had inadvertently wreaked havoc on various household items, such as faucets and door locks, due to his newfound strength, and had also discovered strands of spider silk on his wrist. After a careful examination, he surmised that it was likely a consequence of being bitten by a spider the previous day, prompting him to seek out Gorr, who had suffered a similar fate. Gorr feigned enthusiasm and nodded. "I noticed that my strength has increased. In truth, Gorr had aspired to exhibit greater excitement, but he soon realized his lack of acting talent and resigned himself to a more subdued demeanor. Fortunately, Peter was sufficiently exhilarated to overlook any discrepancies. "I now feel an overwhelming surge of strength on my way here. I effortlessly moved a car parked by the roadside with barely any effort." Gorr finally grasped the crux of the matter. Casting a puzzled glance at Peter, "You mean to say you can easily pull the car outside?" Peter nodded vigorously. Gorr, seeking confirmation, extended his hand. "Let's test our strength by pulling against each other." Peter believed that Jer's strength was comparable to his own, yet out of caution, he exerted only a fraction of his power to pull Gorr slightly. Gorr, being cautious, initially exerted all his strength, but soon his expression changed to the moment Peter applied force. Gorr felt an overwhelming surge, and his body was uncontrollably propelled away from the ground, hurtling towards the distant wall. "Ah!" Peter exclaimed in shock as he witnessed Gorr hurtling toward the wall. Gorr, seeing the wall approach with alarming speed, felt a surge of panic and instinctively tapped into his magical energy to regain control over his body. In that instant, to Peter's astonishment, a grayish mist enveloped Gorr, causing him to abruptly halt midair before gently descending to the ground moments later. Peter rubbed his eyes and circled around Gorr, discovering that he bore no apparatus that could facilitate flight. He then gazed skyward, questioning whether he was indeed dreaming. An increase in strength he could comprehend, but the sudden appearance of the gray mist that halted Jer's momentum and allowed him to hover in midair defied any scientific explanation he had ever known. That it resembled something out of film magic, perhaps? Surely this cannot be a dream, Peter mused, as the surreal happenings of the day challenged his long-held worldview. Unable to resist, he pinched himself, the sharp pain in his arm confirming that this was indeed reality. Gorr had not intended to reveal his magical abilities so soon, but with his powers now exposed, he decided to embrace the revelation. With a flourish of his hand, he summoned chaotic energy that enveloped the barbell beneath Peter's feet, causing it to arc gracefully through the air before landing in Jer's grasp. "I understand now," exclaimed Peter, his excitement manifesting in a burst of creativity. "You haven't gained immense strength, but rather acquired a magical ability that I lack." Gale swallowed the explanation he had prepared and simply nodded in affirmation. My God, this is incredible. Peter mused, recalling how objects had effortlessly soared into the air at Gale's mere gesture. Suddenly, he felt his own enhanced strength paled in comparison. Why am I limited to just increased strength? This is hardly as impressive as magic. Only increased strength? Gale distinctly remembered that Spider-Man possessed a plethora of derived abilities, including spider sense, wall crawling, and most famously, web slinging. It seemed Peter, in his morning excitement, had yet to fully explore his capabilities. Glancing at the time, knowing they had ample opportunity before school, Gale proposed, "Shall we find a location to engage in combat and test our abilities?" Peter pondered for a moment, then flashed a mysterious smile at Gale. "I know of an abandoned factory. Follow me." Navigating through bustling streets and winding alleys, they traversed a desolate expanse before finally arriving at the decrepit factory. Gale meticulously surveyed the surroundings. There were no obstructions nearby, nor other factories in sight, and the interior lacked surveillance, ensuring that they could unleash their powers without fear of detection. "How did you discover this abandoned factory?" Gale inquired, gazing up at the spacious interior. Peter raised an eyebrow, his pride evident. "You know I enjoy skateboarding, but I also prefer to avoid crowds. One day, while searching for practice spot, I stumbled upon this place." Gale chuckled, choosing not to dismantle Peter's claim of disinterest in crowds, and continued to scrutinize the expansive factory. Towering at approximately 5 meters and stretching several hundred meters in length, the interior was cluttered with various debris, yet pathways had been cleared clearly. Remnants of Peter's previous skateboarding practices. "How shall we begin?" Peter was already brimming with eagerness. Gale stood firm, gesturing towards Peter. A multitude of wooden planks whirled through the air, hurtling towards him with a whoosh. "Naturally, we shall engage freely." Crack, crack. Peter swung his fists, shattering the incoming planks with ease, then burst through the encirclement, charging toward Gale. "A surprise attack. Enemies won't grant you preparation time," Gale replied with a smile. Observing how Peter remained unscathed amidst the barrage, as he directed metal shards toward Peter, he inquired, "How do you feel in real-time combat?" Peter struck at the metal shards, producing a series of resounding clangs, and reflected, "It feels as though I exerted no effort at all to dismantle the wooden and metal projectiles, and my hands are uninjured." With that, Peter accelerated, leaping into the air, employing both hands and feet to deftly kick away the incoming metal shards, racing toward Gale with fervor. With a swift gesture, Gear sent a colossal, rusted machine, towering over 2 meters, hurtling towards Peter with a deafening rush of wind. "Pay attention," he warned. "My God, Gear, are you attempting murder?" Peter exclaimed, his body bristling with fear as he watched the massive contraption soar in his direction. In a split second, he leaped onto the machine, and before he could utter another word, another enormous device came crashing towards him. With a swift kick, he sent the machine flying away. Feeling the exertion of his newfound strength, Peter's eyes gleamed with excitement. "I don't even feel strained." "But Gear, your magic seems rather mediocre." "Yes, that's so," Gear replied with a smile as Peter stood atop the machine, gradually approaching him. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. Peter drew ever closer, his expression growing increasingly triumphant. "Gear, are you about to concede?" "Don't worry, I won't make you cry for your mother." Gear simply smiled in response, then abruptly waved his hands downward. In an astonishing display, his body soared towards the ceiling as if liberated from the pull of gravity, halting smoothly upon reaching the overhead beams. Peter gaped in astonishment at the surreal sight unfolding before him. "My God, this is incredible." Gear beckoned him closer. "You can join me, try out your own method." Recalling the spider silk he had observed on his wrist that morning, Peter felt a spark of inspiration. He raised his wrist towards the ceiling and, with a swift motion, shot out a strand of silk. Though his first attempt failed, Peter recognized the potential of his idea. After several trials, he finally succeeded on his 5th attempt, with the tip of the silk adhering to the beam while the other end remained attached to his wrist. With a forceful pull, he propelled himself gracefully towards the ceiling, though instead of landing on the beam, he continued to shoot out strands of silk, practicing within the abandoned factory. "Keep going." Peter shot a strand of silk towards Gear, intending to swing over and launch an attack. However, Gear merely waved his hand, causing the silk to plummet uselessly to the ground without sticking to the wall beside him. Refusing to relent, Peter repeatedly fired strands of silk, striving to stabilize himself. Yet Gear intercepted each one, rendering them ineffective. With a gentle crouch, Peter landed on the ground and, undeterred, called out to Gear again. Chapter 3. Trouble for 3. Peter, something seems off with you today. Has something happened? Gwen turned her head, her bright eyes filled with concern for Peter. Throughout the morning's lessons, Peter had been restless, oblivious to Gwen's repeated glances his way, as if burdened by some unseen matter. This behavior was strikingly unusual, starkly contrasting with the typically studious and blush-prone Peter. Peter found it difficult to articulate his newfound superpower, so after exchanging a glance with Gwen, he could only helplessly lower his head and utter, "It's nothing." Reluctant to probe further, Gwen shrugged her shoulders in resignation and turned her head away. The bright sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the side of her body nearest to it. From Peter's perspective, Gwen's platinum blonde hair shimmered in distinct strands, each radiating a dazzling glow. Just her silhouette was so beautiful that Peter felt a twinge of hesitation to continue gazing at her. Though Peter longed to confide in Gwen, he hesitated several times, ultimately deciding against it. As he wrestled with his thoughts, a cacophony erupted from the back of the classroom. "Just a bit faster, and you'll have it." Thompson's boisterous laughter resonated from behind. Peter sighed softly, rubbing his forehead even without looking. He knew that Thompson was once again tormenting someone. Resigned, he turned to glance back and, as expected, saw Thompson and his band of miscreants tossing Gordon's books in the air like a basketball, while Gordon struggled to catch them. The surrounding classmates were thoroughly entertained, shouting, "Hurry up, you're so close." How pathetic! Gale, noticing the scene, was at a loss for words at this classic display of American high school bullying. Just as he contemplated using magic to discreetly teach Thompson a lesson, Peter's voice rang out. "Thompson, must you be so childish? Return Gordon's books." Thompson paused momentarily, his expression stiffening, but then resumed tossing the book, bellowing at Peter, "Peter, where's your camera? Hurry, get it out and capture this hilarious moment." The classmates erupted into more cheers. "Quick, take the picture, Peter." "Wow, this is truly memorable." Gordon moved faster. With a resigned shrug, Peter walked to the back of the classroom. In a single motion, he snatched all the books midair and handed them to Gordon. "You should head to class now." Gordon nodded gratefully and hurriedly exited the classroom. "Peter, you've provoked me once more." Thompson glared at the onlooking students, then turned back to Peter, seething with anger. He swiftly swung his fist toward Peter's chest. To the onlookers, Thompson's punch appeared rapid, but to Peter, it seemed to unfold in slow motion. Even the sound of the wind from the punch became drawn out in his ears. Drawing from his earlier experience battling Gale that morning, Peter realized that his reaction speed had significantly increased, resulting in this peculiar visual effect. It was time to teach Thompson a lesson. Determined as he observed Thompson's menacing expression, Peter sidestepped and quickly turned, delivering a punch straight to Thompson. In the shocked gaze of the crowd, Thompson soared backward, crashing against the classroom door with a resounding thud. Crack! Clang! The classroom door was completely shattered by Thompson, and the glass from the windows was also violently dislodged, cascading down upon the groaning Thompson, who lay on the ground. Seated at his desk, Gorr could only shake his head in resignation. Fortunately, he had recently bestowed a modicum of protection upon Thompson otherwise. Given Peter's current strength, Thompson would likely have suffered broken ribs and met a swift demise on the spot. Next time, Gorr would need to teach Peter how to control his strength. If this persisted, Peter would soon find himself incarcerated. That afternoon, Uncle Ben was summoned to the principal's office, with Gorr also being invited, of course. Jer's presence in the principal's office had nothing to do with Peter, rather, it was because Wanda and Pietro had returned from their study abroad trip. During their time away, they had repeatedly disregarded their teachers' admonitions to refrain from venturing out for leisure activities, and due to a clash of egos, they had left. Several classmates battered and bruised that it a matter of compensating for the classroom door, and after concluding discussions with the principal and exiting the office, Peter cautiously inquired of Uncle Ben. Before he could finish, Uncle Ben interjected, "I'm entirely unconcerned about that." As he spoke, he noticed Gorr bringing Wanda and Pietro over, and his expression grew even more serious. Upon seeing Uncle Ben, Wanda and Pietro lowered their heads. Given that Gorr and Peter were good friends, they had often dined at Uncle Ben's home over the years, and in their hearts, Uncle Ben held a paternal significance. "I recognize that I am not your father, nor do I possess the right to reprimand you. However, as someone older, I feel compelled to impart some wisdom," Uncle Ben stated with a grave tone. Instinctively, Peter wished to justify himself. "I was standing up for those being bullied." Wanda echoed, "My brother and I were the one who was beaten fully deserved it. But the other party was severely injured, while you emerged unscathed, did you not? Were you truly acting out of a sense of justice, or merely gratifying your own vanity? I believe you understand this better than I do. I am aware that your fighting skills have fed your vanity, and even as you listen to my words, you may feel a sense of pride. Yet, remember, just because you could defeat them does not grant you the right to harm them." Uncle Ben added, "With great power comes great responsibility. Your abilities should be wielded judiciously and directed towards noble ends, such as aiding others, rather than serving as an excuse to inflict harm. Do you understand?" Peter, Pietro, and Wanda, being young and headstrong, felt a twinge of defiance, but nodded in agreement nonetheless. Gorr, in truth, did not mind Peter teaching Thompson a lesson, as he believed Thompson had indeed overstepped. However, he resonated with Uncle Ben's discourse on the matter of fighting today as for the notion that with great power comes great responsibility. Gorr held reservations, considering the complex interplay of rights, responsibilities, and legal implications involved. Among all the individuals known to Gorr, Uncle Ben stands out as the most benevolent and principled person. Although Gorr may not possess the capacity to exhibit such kindness due to his own perspectives, he would never deny or belittle such goodness. It is precisely this kindness that warms the world, reminiscent of the portrayal of Spider-Man in films as your friendly neighborhood hero. For Gorr himself, he does not mind extending a helping hand when he is able. However, he refuses to unconditionally bear numerous responsibilities or allow himself to be morally coerced by others. After all, societal stability relies not on the efforts of superheroes, but rather on an increasingly robust social system. There are some words of counsel that should be shared with Peter and the others afterward. Once the lesson concluded, Uncle Ben turned to Peter and said, "Due to you, I've had to adjust my schedule, so this evening, I will need you to pick up Aunt May. Do you remember? Can you manage that?" Peter nodded. I remembered tea that moment. In a nearby classroom, Gwen emerged clutching her books. Uncle Ben glanced at Gwen and quickly recalled where he'd seen her, smiling at her as she looked his way. "He has your picture as his desktop background. I am his parole officer," he remarked. Upon finishing his playful comment, Uncle Ben walked away, seemingly pleased with his jest. Wanda, unexpectedly amused by the scenario, cheerfully waved at Gwen. "Sister, my name is Wanda. Please cherish Brother Peter. He is truly a wonderful person." With a playful wink, Wanda took hold of Pietro and Gorr, leading them away from the romantic setting of the young couple. As they moved further away, Pietro exchanged a knowing glance with Wanda, who subtly nodded in agreement. She then turned to Gorr, wrapping her arms around his, and playfully asked, "Brother, what would you like to eat tonight? I will prepare something for you after school." Gorr responded with a smile. "Sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried chicken, and oil-splashed cabbage. Let's prepare several dishes." Before the two could revel in their excitement, Gorr added, "Training in the basement continues tonight. Given how daring you both have become, I trust you have made progress. I will thoroughly assess your training advancement." With that, Gorr returned to his lesson, leaving Pietro and Wanda lamenting behind him. Regardless of their reluctance, evening arrived as anticipated. In the basement of Jer's home, he stood against the eastern wall, while Pietro and Wanda positioned themselves against the western wall. Pietro and Wanda encouraged one another, nodding in affirmation. "We are ready." And no sooner had the words left their lips than Wanda conjured a magical protective barrier around Pietro, who then activated his super speed, swiftly approaching Gorr. Simultaneously, a series of weights began to levitate, scattering from around Gorr and crashing down. "Begin!" As Wanda unleashed her full magical prowess, her light golden hair danced in the air, and her eyes took on a hint of crimson. Under her command, the dumbbells that had been hurled aside parted, creating a passage. Pietro swiftly maneuvered through this opening, intent on reaching Grell. However, as he approached, Wanda was suddenly sent flying backwards, crashing against the wall, while the previously separated dumbbells rejoined with a forceful thud upon Pietro. With a cry of anguish, Pietro collapsed to the ground. Grell observed their lackluster performance with a sense of exasperation. "Enough with the charade. You two have been slacking. A month has passed, and you've shown no improvement." The augmentation of chaos magic naturally correlated with an enhancement of physical capabilities. As for Pietro, his power of super speed required him to endure immense pressure at high velocities, resulting in his physical prowess exceeding that of both Grell and Wanda combined. Upon hearing this, Wanda ceased her pretense, sticking out her tongue before rising to her feet. Meanwhile, Pietro rubbed his injured arm, somewhat bewildered. "Bro, have you become significantly stronger?" Wanda's expression mirrored astonishment. Brother, you used to struggle to break through my defenses. Previously, their combined efforts could at least prolong the encounter, yet this time, they were dispatched in a single blow. Reflecting on the situation, Grell recounted the tale of how he and Peter were bitten by the spider. Just a spider bite, and you gained superpowers? The spider is dead? If we had known, we could have joined you, sparing us countless training sessions. After exchanging glances, both lowered their heads, clearly disheartened. Grell, with a determined expression, declared, I know other ways to enhance your abilities, just wait. Hey, this. Pietro and Wanda perked up, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they simultaneously inquired. Really? Grell nodded affirmatively. Indeed. When have I ever deceived you? The Mind Stone would not be accessible until the time of the Avengers, as it was acquired by Loki on Earth and subsequently fell into Hydra's hands. Now, with their paths diverging from Hydra, the route of enhancing their powers with the Mind Stone was no longer viable. Moreover, with various antagonists on the horizon, he could not afford to wait for the Mind Stone to appear years later. However, Grell surmised that the other Infinity Stones could also amplify the trio's abilities, and presently, the only ones he might access were the Time Stone and the Space Stone. The Time Stone resided with the Ancient One at Kamar-Taj. Although he had previously visited Kamar-Taj, he had not encountered the Ancient One and would need to make another attempt. The Space Stone was likely in the possession of S.H.I.E.L.D., utilized by director Nick Fury for clandestine research into advanced weaponry. If he could devise a way to join S.H.I.E.L.D., the possibility of encountering the Space Stone would significantly increase. Perhaps it was time to reveal a bit of his own capabilities. Chapter 4. Saving Uncle Ben. Brother Peter possesses immense strength, and you wield magic. Between the two of you, who is more formidable? Wanda inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Peter, standing nearby, leaned in to listen. After a moment of contemplation, Gorr remarked with a smile, in terms of sheer strength and reaction speed, I cannot possibly compare to him. However, my abilities are multifaceted. During battle, it is quite challenging for him to approach me or inflict harm. Yet, should I wish to cause him harm, I could certainly manage that. Peter's strength had reached an extraordinary level earlier that morning. Gorr had attempted to use magic to control Peter, but it had proven ineffective. Nevertheless, Gorr did not need to match Peter's strength directly, for his chaos magic offered a plethora of alternative functions to employ in combat. Overall, he still retained a slight edge over Peter. However, observing Wanda's expression, Gorr discerned her intentions. You must exercise caution. Even with my current abilities, controlling Peter is quite a feat, let alone the two of you together. Furthermore, you should be mindful in Uncle Ben's presence and avoid revealing anything to as he spoke. Jer's demeanor suddenly shifted to seriousness. He abruptly stood up. Both Wanda and Pietro had never seen Gorr so grave, and a hint of fear crept into their hearts. Is it today? Gorr lifted his gaze to the ceiling, his mind racing that it dawned on him that Peter's transformation into Spider-Man and his realization of the adage with great power comes great responsibility came at the cost of Uncle Ben's life. Moreover, the critical moment could very well occur tonight. With a sudden flourish, Gorr waved his hands, causing the basement door and the main entrance to swing open with a thunderous bang. Before Pietro and Wanda could voice a question, Gorr directed his attention to Pietro, saying, Pietro, carry me to find Uncle Ben and move as swiftly as you can. I will employ magic to conceal our presence. Wanda, you will set off alone, focusing on the vicinity of Uncle Ben's home, that if you spot him, protect him and encourage him to return home. But be vigilant, there may be armed individuals tonight. So exercise utmost caution. Do you understand? Gorr fixed his gaze intently on Wanda until she nodded in affirmation, at which point he climbed onto Pietro's back. With a whoosh, Pietro unleashed his speed, racing toward Uncle Ben's residence, while Wanda took a deep breath and ventured forth on her own. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, within a small supermarket, Peter was embroiled in a heated dispute with the shopkeeper over 2 cents, having left home in anger after being reprimanded by Uncle Ben for forgetting to pick up Aunt May. The shopkeeper, with a sarcastic tone, retorted, If you have no money, then be off. Did your father not give you enough to buy milk? Peter glanced at the coins on the counter, exclaiming, It's just 2 cents, it's hardly worth the trouble. To this, the shopkeeper shot back, Get lost, kid. Peter, consumed by anger, swept his money off the table and strode towards the door. Just as he stepped outside, he caught a glimpse of a customer behind him, stealthily pocketing a stack of bills from the shopkeeper's counter, while the shopkeeper was bent over, retrieving something from the floor. Witnessing this scene, Peter inexplicably felt a sense of satisfaction and chuckled to himself as he confidently exited the store. Damn it! That thief, stop right there. The shopkeeper, having finished picking up his belongings, quickly realized his money was missing and shouted angrily, rushing after him. Seeing Peter still lingering at the entrance, the shopkeeper pleaded, "Could you help me catch that thief?" Peter found it rather ironic and shrugged, "That has nothing to do with me." With no other choice, the shopkeeper continued his pursuit, calling out, "Stop that guy! Thief, halt!" Concerned for Peter, Uncle Ben had stepped outside to search for him. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's cries, he came to a halt, while the panicked thief fled in his direction. Just 5 meters away from Uncle Ben, the thief collided with a passerby and fell to the ground, inadvertently dropping a gun in the process. Uncle Ben, upon spotting the weapon, froze in place, glancing between the fallen thief and the gun. He quickly approached, intent on seizing the firearm, but the thief had already regained his footing in a desperate race against time. Both men reached for the gun simultaneously, engaging in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, Gale, harnessing his magical abilities to their fullest, spotted Uncle Ben. Sensing the imminent danger, he realized the thief's finger had inadvertently squeezed the trigger. Gale's hair stood on end, yet he swiftly controlled his magic, redirecting the handgun's aim while conjuring a magical shield before Uncle Ben. Bang! The bullet, accompanied by a faint flash, erupted from the barrel, shattering the incomplete magical shield and piercing through Uncle Ben's chest, spilling a copious amount of blood. Could destiny truly be altered? I won't let anything happen. Gale gritted his teeth, wrestling with a torrent of negative emotions in his mind, striving to calm himself. In just a couple of seconds, Pietro arrived alongside Gale, reaching Uncle Ben's side. Gale quickly examined Uncle Ben's condition and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had redirected the gun's trajectory with magic, so the bullet had not struck Uncle Ben's heart but merely grazed his chest, a non-fatal wound. Pietro, call for an ambulance. Peter, drawn by the sound of gunfire, approached slowly. Under the glow of a nearby shop's lights, he saw Gale's bloodied hands. A wave of realization washed over him, and fear gripped him as he averted his gaze, only to discover that the one lying there was Uncle Ben. Tears streamed down Peter's face as he stumbled to Uncle Ben's side. Kneeling in desperation, he anxiously asked Gale, "How is Uncle Ben?" "He's going to be all right, isn't he?" Gale suddenly turned his head, glaring at Peter. "Be silent. I am currently saving Uncle Ben." Peter, observing Gel's demeanor, seemed to come to a realization. He dared not utter another word, merely crouching in a corner, tears streaming down his face. Gel closed his eyes, channeling magical energy to sense Uncle Ben's condition while simultaneously directing that energy to heal his wounds. Alas, mending is far more arduous than destruction. Given his current abilities, he could not achieve a swift recovery. He could only focus on controlling the magical energy to prevent blood loss while gradually healing the injuries. The ambulance arrived promptly, and Gel entrusted Uncle Ben to the medical personnel, continuing to use magic to safeguard his wounds during the ride. Fortunately, after emergency treatment, Uncle Ben was stabilized. As long as he could survive the next 2 critical days, he would emerge unscathed at Gel's home. A shaken Peter, his face streaked with tears, poured out his fears and worries to Gel. "That thief who harmed Uncle Ben, I saw him stealing money. Do you think if I had just stopped him, Uncle Ben wouldn't have been hurt? It's all my fault if only I had." Peter was oblivious to Pietro and Wanda witnessing his current state of distress. Even after several hours had passed, he trembled in fear, nearly losing the one who cared for him most. "Uncle Ben, that I understand your worries and fears, but Aunt May is still in the hospital. We need to get a good night's sleep to regain our strength before we could take over for her," Gel reassured him. Peter nodded, wiped his tears, and managed to stand up with effort. Gel sighed helplessly. "Let's sleep here for now. We will go to relieve Aunt May together later." With that, Gel utilized his mind magic, casting a spell on Peter. "Do not resist, it will help you fall asleep more easily." Peter nodded, and with Gel's assistance, he soon drifted off. The 3 of them understood the full extent of what had transpired, and each remained silent for a time. Eventually, Gel waved his hand towards the 2. "You should go to bed now, we have school tomorrow. As for Uncle Ben, Peter and I will manage." They each returned to their rooms, but took a long while for sleep to claim them. 2 weeks later, in the dead of night, in an obscure alley of Queens. "Hand over the car keys and all your money." Several masked robbers encircled a frail man in a suit, their voices booming with intimidation. The suited man, facing the imposing figures, realized he could not resist and, in despair, surrendered his car keys and briefcase. That was his newly purchased vehicle. The masked robbers, having obtained their prize, approached the man smugly, producing a rope to bind him. "I've given you what you wanted. What more do you wish to do?" The frightened man exclaimed, his face a mask of panic, unable to suppress his cries for help. "Help!" The robbers struck him with a punch, sending him crashing to the ground. "What are you shouting about? Wait until someone passes by tomorrow. They'll naturally come to your aid. Right now, we seek only money, not your life. But if you keep screaming, who knows what will happen?" Observing the dagger in the robber's hand, the suited man dared not shout any longer, helplessly watching as they bound his hands and feet. He realized that by the time he reported to the police tomorrow, his brand new car would have long been disposed of. Just as despair began to envelop him, a teasing voice echoed from above. "Hello there. Do you require assistance? This is your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man and white-robed wizard." Instinctively, the suited man looked up, his mouth agape in astonishment. A figure clad in a red and blue bodysuit lounged casually on the eaves, prominently displaying a large spider emblem on his chest. Beside him stood another man in a flowing white robe, secured at the waist with a blue sash, his face obscured by cloth, revealing only his eyes. His attire evoked the image of a mysterious Eastern hero, reminiscent of enigmatic sorcerers from Western cinema. Most astonishingly, this white-robed wizard was levitating in midair. The figures on the eaves, Spider-Man and the white-robed wizard, were none other than Peter and Grell. Days prior, after Uncle Ben had recovered and returned home, Peter had apprehended a thief and delivered him to the police. He resolved to truly embody the phrase, "With great power comes great responsibility," and enlisted Grell to design their own suits. Grell, favoring the color white, unhesitatingly chose it as the primary hue for their attire. Inspired by his own white robe and his sister's moniker, Scarlet Witch, Grell rejected Peter's mundane suggestions of Spider-Man 2 or Sky Hero, opting instead for the name White. Robed Wizard, Chapter 5, The White-Robed Wizard and Spider-Man. The four robbers gazed up at the sky in horror, initially convinced they were hallucinating. However, upon seeing the same expression mirrored on their companions' faces, they confirmed that indeed, someone was flying above them, prompting them to draw their firearms in. Fright. Grell waved at the four robbers, and immediately, chaotic energy enveloped them, rendering them immobile as they prepared to fire. They were horrified to discover that their fingers were utterly paralyzed, and when they attempted to speak, they found their mouths equally unresponsive. "Don't be naughty with those guns," Peter admonished, palm facing downwards as several strands of webbing latched onto the handguns. A gentle tug brought the weapons into his grasp. After squeezing them a few times, he reduced the guns to mere fragments, which tumbled to the ground. The suited man seated on the ground was left in disbelief. What had he just witnessed? Not only was someone flying, but how could they hold the robbers in stasis? Was that webbing emanating from the man's wrist? Good heavens! Was he dreaming? As the suited man grappled with his bewilderment, he watched as the white-robed wizard waved his hand, causing the ropes binding him to unravel and instead ensnare the robbers. Bang! Peter snapped his fingers, rousing the dazed man in the suit. Now is not the time to daydream. He retrieved the man's phone from his pocket and dialed the emergency services. "It seems they haven't had the chance to take this, so I've called for help. You should speak with the police yourself." As the suited man turned to look at Peter, he found the voice had shifted to his right. "I am over here." He was then handed a solid object, which turned out to be his own phone. After his playful antics, Peter raised his wrist and spun a large web of silk, ensnaring the robbers one by one. 1, 2, 3, for remember, when you get out, be a good person. Having finished, Peter shot a web towards the eaves and, with a strong pull, soared toward the rooftop, turning back to wave cheekily at the man in the suit. Left behind, the suited man stumbled in confusion as he responded to the police. "You were rescued. By whom?" "A Spider-Man who spins webs and a flying sorcerer in a white robe." Peter, having done a good deed, bounded joyfully from one rooftop to another, reveling in the thrill of heroism. "This is our first venture into heroics. I find myself enamored with this feeling." Gale floated leisurely beside him. Having previously refrained from displaying his magic out of fear of being targeted, today marked the first time since settling in America with Wanda and Pietro that he openly used his powers. Though Gale's intentions in assisting Peter were not entirely selfless, a profound sense of satisfaction filled him when he genuinely rescued an innocent from danger. "How fast can you fly with that magic?" Peter inquired. While he could swing through the city with his webs, nothing compared to the sheer freedom of soaring unaided through the skies. Gale chuckled helplessly. This hardly qualifies as flying. I can only float, and my speed is quite limited. With his current magical prowess, maintaining control while suspended in the air required a significant portion of his mental energy, making it impractical in confrontations with formidable foes. However, the small band of robbers hardly constituted a serious threat. As they conversed, seeking those in need of assistance, Peter suddenly halted. After a moment of careful observation, he pointed in a direction. It seems there is a fire over there. The closer they approached, the more they could hear the cacophony of cries, the wails of distress, the sirens of fire trucks, and the shouts of firefighters directing evacuations. Upon reaching the vicinity, Peter gazed at the towering residential building, easily several stories high, and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Oh, dear heavens! How am I to save so many, Mom? My mom is upstairs, Tom. Tom! Quick, save them! Downstairs, over 100 onlookers gazed anxiously at the escalating flames, unable to suppress their tears for their loved ones still trapped within the residential building. The inferno had originated on the 3rd floor, with the wind fanning the flames, swiftly engulfing several stories above and below, while the thick, billowing smoke emerged ominously from the structure, casting a terrifying sight in the night. The firefighters, relying on their experience, commenced their efforts to extinguish the fire. Yet deep down, they understood that the likelihood of rescuing many souls from within was exceedingly slim. What is that? Suddenly, a voice of inquiry pierced the air, drawing the attention of the crowd. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, they felt an immense force propelling them backward as a figure clad in a white robe descended from the heavens, landing on the freshly clear ground. Step back. Jer's commanding voice rang out, dismissing the firefighters who approached with questions. With a vigorous sweep of his hands, the windows of the 4th floor shattered simultaneously, and 2 terrified individuals were propelled from the openings. Oh my God! The crowd gasped in horror, fearing the worst for the fallen. Yet as the 2 plummeted closer to the ground, their descent abruptly slowed, and they landed gently beside the ambulance. With another wave of his hand, Gorr directed a jet of water from the fire truck to extinguish the flames engulfing the pair. The medical personnel in the ambulance were momentarily stunned, but their innate instinct to save lives kicked in, and they swiftly lifted the 2 individuals into the vehicle. Spider-Man, the room on the far right of the 5th floor. Gorr sensed that the 4th and 5th floors were the most urgent. Many of the rooms were intricately decorated, and the occupants were too far from the windows for him to employ his magic to extract them directly. Thus, the spectators beheld yet another sight. A figure clad in a red and blue suit, swinging gracefully on a web, descended from the sky and kicked open the window of the 5th floor's far-right room. Moments later, 3 nearly unconscious individuals were hurled out of the window by Peter, only to be caught by Jer's magic and laid gently beside the ambulance. In a room on the 4th floor, a little girl, hiding beneath a table with a damp cloth covering her mouth and nose, watched in terror as the flames crept closer, crying out in desperation, "Mommy, help me, please!" Suddenly, a burning cabinet collapsed with a crash, heading straight for the girl. Oh no! Gorr sensed the imminent danger, swiftly raising his hand to shield the cabinet and using his magical energy to pull the girl to safety. In the eyes of the crowd, amidst the raging flames and swirling black smoke, a miraculous opening appeared, and the little girl soared through the passageway. This scene was nothing short of miraculous. Those of faith began to pray fervently nearby. Left side of the 5th floor, center of the 6th floor, balcony on the other side of the 8th floor. As the crowd grew increasingly larger, Gel remained undistracted by those around him, continuously using magic to sense the positions of the people and relaying the information to Peter, while simultaneously employing his own magic to effect their rescue. One by one, individuals were extricated from danger, and the families who had escaped clung tightly to one another. A little girl, gazing at Gel from a distance, looked up to her mother and asked, "Mommy, is this someone sent by God to save us?" Her mother held her close, as if fearing she might vanish at any moment, and replied, "Yes, they must surely be sent by God." Minutes passed, and Gel could no longer perceive anyone inside the building. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. Peter then leapt down from above, landing softly beside him. The onlookers, witnessing this moment, realized that everyone had been saved, and they erupted into applause for Gel and Peter, exclaiming, "Thank you." Even the firefighters and police officers present could not resist joining in the ovation. Though their faces were obscured from the glint in the white-robed sorcerer's eyes, it was evident that he was smiling. Gel found it difficult to articulate whether he felt touched or joyful, yet he experienced a sense of fulfillment he had never known before. Nodding at the crowd, Gel waved his arms and soared into the air. Peter followed suit, laughing heartily as he declared, "Here are your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man and the white-robed sorcerer. Should you ever find yourselves in need, do not hesitate to seek our assistance." That evening, news of Spider-Man and the white-robed sorcerer spread like wildfire across various media outlets. Footage capturing Gel using magic to part the flames and Spider-Man rescuing individuals circulated online, resulting in an explosive surge in viewership. The following morning, newspapers featured high-resolution images of the white-robed sorcerer and Spider-Man. Adorned with captivating headlines, it became evident that any publication featuring news of the two was snatched up in an instant, reminiscent of the frenzy that followed Tony's revelation of his identity as Iron Man just 2 weeks prior. Is there truly a magician in this world? Did you see how he raised his hand and the fire split apart? That was incredible. Did you notice Spider-Man's landing? He jumped from such a height with such ease, it was magnificent. I feel Spider-Man possesses immense strength. He effortlessly kicked open windows and even pushed aside a collapsed wall, as reported by those he saved. I adore Spider-Man. I prefer the white-robed sorcerer. In an instant, discussions across various locales in America centered on Spider-Man and the white-robed sorcerer. Meanwhile, confidential documents found their way to the desks of relevant government officials. In the director's office of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury picked up the office phone and deftly dialed a series of numbers. This moment, Natasha, serving as Iron Man's personal secretary, glanced at the number on her phone, flashed a subtle smile at Tony, and then gestured towards a more secluded corner before pressing the answer button. "Natasha, there's a new mission I need to assign to you," came Nick Fury's voice through the phone. Natasha replied, her tone laced with reluctance. "Director, you know I am currently occupied as Tony's personal secretary, and it would be rather inconvenient for me to take on additional tasks." Fury twirled the pen in his hand. "I understand, Natasha. However, both Hill and Hawkeye are engaged with the Tesseract. You are our only option." "Have you seen the footage regarding Spider-Man and the white-robed sorcerer?" Detecting an unusual gravity in Fury's tone, Natasha ended the call. After searching for relevant keywords on her phone, she quickly gathered the gist of the situation surrounding Spider-Man and the white-robed sorcerer. She then returned a call to Fury. "Are you suggesting there's Subject 130? Subject 130 was a file long sealed within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s archives. 8 years ago, a boy named Gerald arrived in America from Sokovia with his younger siblings, coinciding with the mysterious death of a corrupt businessman under police investigation, whose estate was bequeathed to Gerald. The matter was jointly investigated and ultimately taken over by S.H.I.E.L.D., with Natasha as the primary investigator at the time. After observing the 3 siblings, she collaborated with Fury to suppress the incident and seal the file. According to the news she had just seen, it was highly plausible that the white-robed sorcerer was indeed Gerald. "Yes, I suspect that the white-robed sorcerer is the eldest among Subject 130. However, the abilities displayed by the other Spider-Man do not align with those of the siblings we have observed. Most importantly, if the white-robed sorcerer is indeed Subject 130, why have they suddenly decided to act?" "Natasha, I need you to investigate this." Fury's tone was grave. Natasha nodded. "I end their observations. Wanda and Pietro had frequently used their powers discreetly, yet Gerald had not exhibited his abilities since settling in Queens 8 years ago." "Understood, but Tony is currently troubled by palladium poisoning and is sensitive to everything around him. I cannot be away for too long, or it might raise suspicions." Fury placed his pen back on the table. "I have purchased a house adjacent to Subject 130's residence, and a junior agent will assist you in completing the mission. You only need to make initial contact with them. Your primary focus must remain on Tony." As he spoke, Fury rubbed his temples. With Tony's increasingly erratic behavior due to the palladium poisoning, he needed to manage this ticking time bomb carefully. There was also a matter Fury had not disclosed to Natasha. The long-dormant Avengers initiative was soon to be reignited. In the evening, Queens was alive with laughter and joy. However, the area surrounding the residential buildings appeared markedly quieter. Beside the home of the Gears, a charming young woman, bearing a platter of pizza, accompanied by a girl, traversed her quaint garden and arrived at the doorstep of the Gears, where she rang the doorbell. "Greetings, I am your new neighbor, Natasha Romanoff, and this is my sister, Sharon Romanoff. We recently moved in and wish to introduce ourselves," Natasha said, elegantly attired in a deep blue dress that struck a balance between casual and respectful. The door was opened by Gears, who, upon hearing Natasha's name, realized that S.H.I.E.L.D. had taken notice of him, that he marveled at their swiftness but maintained a composed demeanor. greeting Natasha with a smile as he introduced himself, Gears Maximoff. "I apologize for the intrusion at this hour," Natasha offered with a polite smile as she entered, guiding Sharon inside and placing the pizza upon the dining table. At that moment, Wanda approached and, upon seeing Natasha, exclaimed, "Sister, you are absolutely stunning." Natasha took Wanda's hand and genuinely complimented her. "Sister, you are truly beautiful as well." As an agent meticulously selected and trained by the Red Room, Natasha was acutely aware of her own allure. Today, she encountered Wanda, one of the few individuals whose beauty left her impressed, with her cascading golden waves elegantly styled behind her, and a figure that made even her unremoved school uniform appear remarkably sophisticated. In fact, Wanda's height surpassed Natasha's, adding to her striking presence. Since it was their first encounter, Natasha exchanged only a few pleasantries before departing with Sharon, extending an invitation for Gears and his companions to join them for a cozy gathering the following evening. Gears observed Pietro and Wanda, completely oblivious to any underlying tension, and found himself pondering whether to marvel at their naivety or to acknowledge that the Black Widow truly embodied the essence of a top-tier operative. However, he had no intention of revealing the truth to Pietro and Wanda, as he surmised that the Black Widow bore no ill intent. Chapter 6: The Emergence of the Lizard Man. On a long-distance bus traversing the Grand Bridge, a group of students animatedly exchanged thoughts. "This academic competition must demonstrate our prowess to those university contenders. With Greg and Peter on board, their capabilities would be indisputable." A question arose. What is the most extraordinary metal in the world? Meanwhile, Harry was assisting Peter with a final review in the adjacent seat. Greg merely gazed out at the scenery, admiring the river below, which sparkled with flecks of golden light. It had been 10 months since Peter transformed into Spider-Man. During this time, the trio had transitioned from 12th grade students to first-year students at the Imperial Public University. A decade ago, Greg had confided in Peter about everything, including the fact that his siblings also possessed extraordinary abilities. Under Greg's persuasion, Peter had likewise been forthright with Harry. Such truths would inevitably surface. It was better to clarify matters from the outset rather than allow Harry to discover them elsewhere, potentially jeopardizing their friendship. After all, in any relationship, friendship or otherwise, distrust is the gravest sin. Fortunately, while Harry felt envy, he congratulated his brothers for their extraordinary powers. Over the past 10 months, Peter, Wanda, and Pietro had often come together to hone their skills, each experiencing significant growth. As neighbors, Natasha and Sharon had forged a strong bond with Greg and the others. Though Natasha had yet to reveal her true identity to Greg, yet he sensed that revelation was imminent. Damn it, not another traffic jam. The driver slammed on the brakes, cursing at the long line of vehicles ahead. Initially, Greg paid little attention, but upon hearing distant, indistinct screams, he abruptly turned to Peter. At that moment, Peter also lifted his gaze toward him, having sensed something amiss. What was that? A classmate peering out the window suddenly screamed. The group collectively gasped. In the distance, a creature that appeared both reptilian and humanoid was violently attacking everything in its vicinity. The lizard-like monster stood at least 3 or 4 meters tall, its body a vivid green, with long, sharp claws capable of piercing the roof of a car with ease, shredding it apart. Increasingly, people abandoned their vehicles, navigating through the congested traffic, shrieking as they fled the bridge. Among the panicked crowd were several individuals carrying expensive television equipment. Good grief. After finally securing an interview with Justin Hammer, how could this monster thwart my chance? Oh dear, are we doomed to perish here? Flora, a low-profile host at a New York television station, had seized this rare opportunity through connections for an interview with the arms dealer. Who could have anticipated such a calamity? This monster could be my chance. I simply cannot afford to be dismissed. White-robed sorcerer, Spider-Man. A voice suddenly rang out, and Flora looked up to see the familiar figures of Spider-Man and the white-cloaked sorcerer approaching the monstrous creature, one swinging on webs, the other soaring through the skies. Overcome with excitement, Flora felt the thrill of the chase and quickly halted, grabbing her colleague beside her. Our opportunity has arrived. This news is bound to fetch a handsome price. It's the white-cloaked sorcerer and Spider-Man. Although they have gained fame over the past few months, their elusive nature has left them scarcely captured on camera. Her colleagues at the New York television station exchanged glances, deciding collectively to remain in place and set up their live broadcast equipment. Meanwhile, one individual requested exclusive live coverage from the station. Flora composed herself and addressed the camera. "Greetings, this is New York Television, and I am your host, Flora. As you can see, a lizard-like monster has emerged on this side of the river bridge. and our good neighbors, the white-cloaked sorcerer and Spider-Man, are closing in on it. The mutated lizard creature, having completely lost its sanity, was now driven solely by a frenzied urge to kill. Its sharp claws tore into a car, intent on dragging its occupants out. A metallic projectile, cutting through the air, hurtled toward its head. Sensing the imminent danger, the lizard creature let out a roar and seized a nearby vehicle to shield itself. The clash echoed as the creature staggered back, only to witness the occupants of the car being lifted into the air, gently landing on the distant bridge. The lizard creature, unwilling to let its prey escape, immediately gave chase. Hurry! Geralt suddenly descended from the air, landing in front of the lizard creature to block its path, shouting at the terrified driver. With hands clasped, Geralt conjured magic, attempting to restrain the lizard creature, but in an instant, it broke free and continued its pursuit of the fleeing driver. Retreat! Retreat! At that moment, Peter arrived, executing a swift maneuver and using his momentum to kick the lizard creature away. Sensing the threat, the lizard creature turned to flee. Think you can escape? Peter thought, quickly closing the distance. In midair, he executed a spinning kick that struck the lizard creature, forcing it back a few steps. However, enraged, the creature retaliated, charging forward and sending Peter flying while narrowly avoiding being severed by Geralt's enchanted metal. Look, the white-cloaked sorcerer and Spider-Man hold the upper hand. The lizard creature's arm is injured, exclaimed Flora as the viewership of the live broadcast surged. Yet, all those watching were soon stunned by a shocking spectacle. The lizard creature, with a single ferocious motion, tore off its severed arm, and astonishingly, the stump began to visibly regenerate, sprouting a new limb at an alarming rate. In a fit of rage, the reptilian creature seized vehicle after vehicle, hurling them towards the airborne gel. Peter, some of these vehicles are occupied, Gel exclaimed, magically marking those that contained people. Peter swiftly launched his webbing, pulling down the airborne vehicles and gently placing them on the bridge. Now, you shall not escape. Gel observed the irrational lizard man, reckless and indifferent to life, and felt a surge of anger. Standing over 20 meters away on the bridge, he waved his right hand, and the nearby vehicles were torn apart as if by an invisible force. With a sharp sound, a piece of metal was ripped free, spinning towards the lizard man. The creature raised a car as a shield, but it was swiftly cleaved in two, leaving it unable to evade. A large chunk of flesh was severed from its left leg, and an eerie green blood flowed onto the ground. Gel advanced a step, concentrating his mind, and the vehicles ahead dispersed to either side of the bridge, clearing a direct path. With another wave of his hand, two metal sheets were torn from the vehicles on the left and right, slicing towards the lizard man. Roar! The reptilian creature howled, wielding the nearby vehicle as a weapon, trying to close the distance to Gel, but was repelled by the tremendous force, sustaining 2 additional wounds. Gel moved forward, systematically dismantling the vehicles beside him. The metal fragments danced through the air like flying blades, relentlessly striking the lizard man. Each advance was met with a barrage, sending the creature back to its original position, its frustration mounting as pools of green blood accumulated on the ground. How exhilarating! Countless young girls watching from their televisions were starry-eyed. Flora, observing the jubilant reports from her colleagues, became increasingly animated. The instant ratings for New York television have reached an all-time high this year. It was evident to all that the white-robed wizard had the upper hand in the battle against the lizard man. The two were cooperating seamlessly. The wizard confronted the lizard man, while Spider-Man rescued those trapped inside vehicles, delivering them from the battlefield. Look, the lizard man's regeneration is noticeably slowing down. Trust me, the white-robed wizard will soon vanquish the wicked reptilian foe. Oh my god, the lizard man has escaped. Flora's voice suddenly turned filled with horror. That was my money. How dare you flee? As a monster, you deserve to perish at the hands of the white-robed wizard and Spider-Man. If you must escape, at least endure a few more blows to increase my profits. What a wretched villain. On the battlefield, Gel watched the lizard man leap off the bridge, blocking Spider-Man, who was eager to follow him into the river. We are not well versed in underwater combat. Do not pursue. Just follow from a distance. Moments ago, the lizard man had recklessly absorbed all the attacks before turning and leaping off the bridge to escape, and Gel could not thwart such a desperate act. Gear first rendered himself and Peter invisible, then employed magic to continuously track the lizardmen fleeing into the river. However, after a short while, they lost the lizardmen's trail due to the considerable distance, and Gear speculated that the lizardmen might have submerged deeply or entered another location via the sewer. The two paused to connect with their team leader via phone, preparing to rejoin the main group. Throughout the journey, Peter appeared lost in thought, gazing vacantly at the scenery outside. Meanwhile, Viewers who had watched the live broadcast on New York television rapidly began discussing the event across various websites and forums. This marked the first instance of a television broadcast showcasing the heroic deeds of the white-robed wizard and Spider-Man. Previously, there had only been a few short videos captured by passers-by on their mobile phones. Could magic be any cooler than tearing apart iron? I am merely one of the survivors saved by Spider-Man, and I must admit, at that moment, he felt like a divine savior. Am I the only one to notice how well the duo has begun to work together? Of course, there were a handful of detractors claiming the white-robed wizard and Spider-Man harbored ulterior motives, even suggesting that the creature was a fabrication of keyboard warriors. Yet, such voices were drowned out by a chorus of applause, and no one paid them any heed. After the duo's monster fighting video went viral online, in a massive villa perched on the seaside cliffs, Tony Stark manipulated machines while watching the projected news. Wow, these two kids have made quite the splash. Jarvis, have you still not found any information on these two? In recent months, the only ones competing for headlines with him were the white-robed wizard and Spider-Man. Jarvis replied in his mechanical tone, "No information has been found yet." Tony shook his head and continued crafting various types of Iron Man suits. Meanwhile, in the SHIELD office, Director Nick Fury examined the documents on his desk and dialed Black Widow's number. "Natasha, I've seen your evaluation of subject number 130. Where is he now?" Natasha promptly reported, "Director, he will return to New York in 3 days." After a brief silence, Nick Fury issued a directive. "Inform me when he returns. I wish to meet him." He extracted a file from the desk drawer, his expression tinged with nostalgia. The Avengers Initiative, long dormant for over a decade, is finally ready to be activated. Chapter 7. The first member of the Avengers. "Hello. May I sit here?" Gorr, seated in a CAF while observing the bustling pedestrians outside, was suddenly interrupted by a deep voice from above. He looked up to see a robust black man wearing an eye patch. Glancing to the side, Gorr realized that apart from the two of them, the CAF was entirely empty. Even the staff who should have been at the counter were absent. However, Gorr paid it no mind, simply placing his coffee cup down and smiling in response. Of course, Gorr Maximoff, born in 1989 in Sokovia, lost his parents to war and is currently studying mechanical engineering at Imperial Public University. Possessing a younger brother named Pietro and the youngest sister Wanda. Currently enrolled in the 12th grade at Burton's High School, on April 16, 2008, I first partnered with Peter Parker, assuming the roles of the White Wizard and Spider-Man to uphold justice. The man clearly recounted Gale's past before introducing himself. "Greetings, I am Nick Fury, the current director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, commonly known as SHIELD. We operate under the auspices of the International Security Council, specializing in the management of various extraordinary incidents." Listening to Director Fury articulate his information with such familiarity, Gale felt a fleeting impulse to reciprocate by unveiling Fury's secrets, yet he restrained himself, merely smiling at the director. At that moment, an individual pushed open the CAF door, approaching with documents in hand. "Wow, you've changed your style today, looking stunning." Gale turned to see the newcomer was, unsurprisingly, Natasha. Unlike her usual casual attire, today Natasha donned a fitted leather jumpsuit that accentuated her already striking figure, complemented by her effortlessly flowing burgundy curls, elevating her beauty to unprecedented heights. Natasha sat beside Director Fury, placing 2 files next to Gale. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Natasha Romanoff, affiliated with SHIELD. Gale nodded, his expression remaining unchanged as he picked up one of the documents to read. The title read The Avengers Initiative. After a while, he set the file down, feeling a twinge of nostalgia, akin to the films of his past life. The Avengers Initiative was designed to assemble a group of individuals with formidable abilities to combat various dark forces. Subsequently, Gale opened the other file, noting its sparse text. From the words, it was evident that it contained Natasha's evaluation of him. Character fundamentally stable, possesses universal altruistic ideals, holds strong family values, needs to manage emotional responses. Mature mindset akin to an elder, strike through, possesses a more developed perspective than peers. Comprehensive assessment, suitable for joining the Avengers. After reading the evaluation, Gale found himself amused. Natasha could have crafted a new one, yet she chose to present this rather playful version. Seeing Gale smile, Natasha felt a sense of relief. "How many members are currently in the Avengers?" Gale inquired, taking a sip of his coffee. Director Fury responded candidly, "You are the first member." Gale was genuinely astonished by this revelation. "I am the first member?" He glanced sideways at Natasha. Fury nodded, elaborating, Natasha is our agent, not yet part of the Avengers. As for Tony, he is currently grappling with palladium poisoning, and his unstable disposition places him in a probationary phase. With Fury's definitive answer, Gale felt a surge of emotion. He had never anticipated becoming the inaugural member of the Avengers. As an adult, there are certain matters that require clarification. What benefits may I derive from joining the Avengers? And what obligations would I be expected to fulfill? Director Nick Fury elucidated. The Avengers is a relatively loose organization, primarily addressing extraordinary events such as those involving lizard-like beings. Should other tasks be assigned to you, your decisions will be duly respected. Regarding benefits, you will gain a legitimate identity that allows you to act freely, ensuring that no individual or organization will challenge your standing. Additionally, if you require it, a substantial monthly salary will be provided, and any scientific equipment or other necessities you may need in the future can be requested from us. Gale nodded, refraining from probing further. For one must understand that any corresponding benefits necessitate equivalent sacrifices. I am aware that since I began practicing psychic magic and settled in the United States, I could not remain under your radar, and even the minor mishaps caused by Pietro and Wanda using magic over the years must have been resolved by you. Observing Nick Fury's acknowledgement, Gale continued, I am grateful that SHIELD has not intruded upon my life or that of my siblings, allowing us years of tranquility. Therefore, I agreed to join the Avengers. Neither Nick Fury nor Natasha anticipated such a smooth progression. Indeed, Gale had articulated the very arguments they had intended to use for persuasion. However, their extensive experience as agents enabled them to discern from Gale's demeanor that he was not being dishonest. Thus, Director Fury extended his hand towards Gale. Pleasure to collaborate. Gale reciprocated the gesture, shaking Nick Fury's hand. Pleasure to collaborate. The atmosphere then fell into silence, as Gale understood that Nick Fury remained for a purpose, and he leisurely awaited the director's next words. Finally, Nick Fury could no longer contain his curiosity. Might I inquire about the specific abilities your magic encompasses? Gale set down his coffee cup, his expression turning serious. To recklessly probe my abilities is rather impolite. You may speak plainly. Which of my capabilities do you require? I can likely fulfill them. After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury decided to test the waters. If you cannot disclose the specific abilities, could you perhaps provide a brief demonstration of your powers? Gale had no objections to this request, as he also needed to showcase his value to Nick Fury, thereby securing future opportunities to engage closely with the Tesseract. After all, the Tesseract is among SHIELD's most closely guarded secrets. At that moment, Nick Fury's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, his expression turning grave, and then handed the device to Gale, which displayed a terse message. Lizard people sighted at Empire State University. Gale sprang to his feet, leaving behind a remark. I must take my leave now. I will be at home this evening. Please have Natasha convey your address and phone number to me, and I shall seek you out alone. Rest assured, I will inform you before I depart. Upon concluding his words, Gale waved his hand, causing the satchel at his side to automatically open. Garments floated gracefully in the air before adorning Gel's form. He then gestured backward, swiftly ascending into the sky and soaring out of the building. During this flight, Gel's figure vanished in an instant, clearly rendered invisible. The CAF door creaked open softly, leaving only Director Nick and Natasha behind. Alone? How intriguing. Director Nick surveyed the crowd outside, smiled, and then turned to seize paper and pen, requesting the address and phone number, followed by a summons for Hawkeye. Natasha nodded, glancing at the paper she received, which indicated one of their clandestine military bases, Imperial Public University. Move quickly. No pushing. That must be the lizard man we saw on television last time. How terrifying. Before reaching the school, Gel heard the tumult outside the gates, filled with various shouts, sirens, and the sounds of fire alarms and ambulances. Gel dispelled his invisibility and flew toward the interior of the school. The white-robed wizard has arrived. A delighted scream echoed, causing all the students to halt in their tracks. Gel soared above their classroom building and spotted Gwen suspended on a web, swinging beneath the structure. With a deft motion, he severed the web and guided Gwen out of the classroom. Wow. Still relishing the thrilling rescue by Spider-Man, Gwen experienced the sensation of flying, captivated by the gazes of the crowd below. After soaring for over 20 meters, Gwen landed on the ground, where her classmates rushed over to share their recent experiences. However, before she could utter more than a few words, a deep voice tinged with concern and skepticism broke through. Daughter, what are you doing here? Startled by the voice, Gwen momentarily panicked, then forced a sheepish smile, turning toward the source of the sound. Dad, I came to Imperial Public University to visit some old classmates and happened to stumble into this situation. She had been accepted into Columbia University's mathematics program, conveniently located near Imperial Public University, so her visit was to arrange a meal with Peter. Their relationship had developed over the past 6 months. Nearing the point of defining their romantic connection, they merely required an opportunity to break through the proverbial window. The person inquiring was none other than her father, Sheriff George Stacy. She should have anticipated this. Her father was the sheriff, and with such a significant event occurring at Imperial Public University, how could he not rush over? As Sheriff George questioned his daughter, Jill had already located Peter. Peter, where's the lizard man? Peter was in the process of removing his mask, slipping into his everyday attire over the Spider-Man suit. The lizard man has escaped again. Jill sensed something amiss. Why would the lizard man conveniently appear at our school? Is it mere coincidence or a deliberate act? Peter lifted his gaze, a palpable sense of unease reflected in his eyes. I feel that this matter is somehow connected to me. Through Peter's elucidation, Gorr finally grasped the truth. The identity of the lizard was none other than their biology professor, Kurt Connors. Peter's father had been a colleague of Professor Connors, engaged in biological research. Recently, while sorting through his father's belongings, Peter stumbled upon his father's past research achievements and some work records. Consequently, Peter discreetly approached Professor Connors, assisting him in the exploration of limb regeneration techniques and sharing some of his father's previous findings. However, to Peter's dismay, Professor Connors, without rigorous clinical trials, recklessly injected himself with preliminary results, transforming into a monstrous lizard. Having aided Dr. Connors for an extended period, Peter had grown suspicious the last time he encountered the lizard and discreetly sought confirmation. Unfortunately, his true identity was discovered by Professor Connors, leading to several clandestine confrontations filled with animosity between them. Thus, today, Professor Connors intended to eliminate Peter, only to be thwarted and driven away by him. After hearing Peter's account, Gorr resolved to refrain from further involvement in the matter, recognizing that Peter was capable of managing it himself. I have my own matters to attend to, he stated, so I shall leave the pursuit of Professor Connors' whereabouts in your capable hands. I will ensure that Wanda and Pietro accompany you this evening. I trust the three of you will be sufficient to address this issue. It's also time for Pietro and Wanda to accumulate some genuine combat experience, and since he has recently joined SHIELD, even if the three encounter minor troubles, assistance will be at hand. His thoughts were wholly consumed by tomorrow's debut at SHIELD. Only a striking performance would garner the attention he sought. Chapter 8. The initial manifestation of chaos magic outside a large, clandestine military base on the outskirts of New York City. Gorr was in his vehicle, dialing the number left by Director Nick. Director, I have arrived outside. You are in the central building, correct? Director Nick, peering through binoculars towards the entrance, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I am in the central building. You may enter alone in 5 minutes. With that brief exchange, the call ended. Director Nick turned to Natasha beside him and instructed, inform them that the military exercise is officially commencing. All means are permissible, except for weapons of mass destruction such as rockets. Natasha nodded and cast a glance towards a concealed location, where an individual bearing a quiver was making their way outside. 5 minutes later, a vehicle slowly approached the gates of the military base. Hello, please present your identification, the guard requested of Gorr, adhering to protocol. Gorr maintained a composed demeanor, employing his mind magic as he handed over a white card to the guard. As the card was placed on the corresponding sensing device, information about an officer automatically appeared on the guard's computer. In less than a second, the photograph associated with the officer's information transformed into that of Gorr, while the guards observing the scene exhibited no reaction whatsoever. This alteration was not confined to the computer in that location. It also encompassed the central server recording all officer identity information. In other words, regardless of who inquired or where, the officer's image would invariably be that of Gorr. Simultaneously, a white card underwent a rapid transformation visible to the naked eye, morphing within a mere second into a blue identity card bearing Gorr's photograph. Throughout this process, the guards remained oblivious to any discrepancies, merely smiling as they returned the card. Esteemed Colonel Claire, please keep your identity card safe. Gorr accepted the card, maneuvering his vehicle in accordance with the directional arrows toward the parking garage. With a beep, the verification was successful and the garage door opened, allowing Gorr to drive in. From a distance, Director Nick, astonished, inquired of Natasha, whose identity information is he using? He had initially presumed that Gorr merely employed mental magic to deceive the guards. Yet he was taken aback that the verification at the parking garage had also proceeded without a hitch. Natasha, fingers flying over the keyboard, then turned the computer screen toward Director Nick. He beheld the photograph of Colonel Claire, someone he had encountered on a few occasions, morph into that of Gear. His eyes widening in disbelief. How is this possible? Just moments ago, Gear hadn't even touched the computer. Could it be that he prepared this identity information last night? However, after reviewing the surveillance footage from the guardhouse, Director Nick dismissed this hypothesis. He watched in disbelief as the image of Claire on the screen transformed into that of Gear. Even the white card inexplicably changing into an officer's identity card. Even Natasha, who had witnessed various absurd occurrences, exchanged bewildered glances with Director Nick. What a terrifying ability this was. Gear parked the car and took the elevator to the ground level. As the elevator doors opened, he found himself surrounded by a cadre of armed soldiers. The leading officer called out from a distance, "You are suspected of impersonating another's identity. Please place your hands on your head and submit to our investigation." Observing this scene, Gear realized that Director Nick must have intervened, for the identity information he had just utilized was flawless and would not have been discovered. The power he had just wielded was one of the most formidable abilities of chaos magic, the alteration of reality. This ability was akin to the principle of words manifesting reality. As long as he willed it, circumstances would automatically shift to align with his desires. For instance, even though he was not particularly adept at coding, he had issued commands to alter information and modify the identity card through chaos magic, causing the computer code to rewrite itself automatically. Of course, with his current magical prowess, he could only modify minor events in reality. Gear did not heed the officer's command and took a step forward. The officer, menacingly lowering his weapon, aimed it at Gear's feet and pulled the trigger. With a sharp click, the seasoned officer recognized the malfunction of the firearm at the moment the trigger was pulled, promptly discarding the weapon. Boom. Upon being thrown, the gun immediately exploded, sending sparks flying. Observing the advancing figure of Gorr, the officer issued a command, "Open fire." Bang, bang, bang. Most of the soldiers found their magazines inexplicably falling to the ground before they could even pull the trigger, with only a handful managing to discharge their rounds. Gorr waved his hand, redirecting all incoming bullets skyward. A low hum filled the air as he looked up to see several helicopters approaching from above. In the distance, numerous soldiers armed with rifles and even tanks were hastily advancing. Gorr strolled leisurely, waving his right hand, causing the cockpit of a nearby aircraft to shatter. And the pilot was ejected forcefully from within. The out-of-control planes, under Gorr's influence, hurtled towards the oncoming soldiers. "Take cover," the officer shouted in alarm as he witnessed the descending aircraft. The soldiers scattered in panic, and with a thunderous crash, several planes struck the ground, their wings spinning wildly, igniting a brilliant blaze as they ruptured fuel lines. In mere moments, the area around the wreckage erupted into chaos. At that point, Gorr had already ascended into the air, swiftly approaching the central building. "Fire the cannons." The tank commander urged the gunner to take action, but after a long pause with no response, he realized that the gunner had been securely bound by his safety belt, unable to move at all. Staring at the airborne Gorr, the commander was utterly astonished. Was this truly a human soaring through the sky? They had mobilized such a vast force, yet had barely grazed him, almost suffering total annihilation. Just 100 meters from the central building, an arrow was launched from its heights, slicing through the air toward Gorr. Gorr mentally redirected the arrow. Yet at the moment of movement, the arrowhead suddenly dispersed, releasing long needles that scattered like petals from a celestial maiden, aiming at Gorr from all angles. Maintaining his speed, Gorr approached, but the needles halted mid-flight, plummeting to the ground. More arrows surged forth, some capable of exploding, others even discharging arcs of electricity, but before they could reach Gorr, they were extinguished in midair. That will suffice. Sensing that Hawkeye intended to continue firing, Gorr smiled in his direction, and Hawkeye found himself completely immobilized. At this moment, Gorr's magic could not control beings of immense strength like Spider-Man or the Lizard, yet he could easily dominate someone like Hawkeye, whose strength was only marginally greater than that of an ordinary human. Had Gorr not wished to showcase his power, Hawkeye would have never had the opportunity to act from the outset. As he descended to the ground and entered the central building, Geller released his control over Hawkeye, and there stood Natasha, adorned in an exquisitely tailored suit with fiery red lips, positioned gracefully in the corridor of the central edifice. Geller smiled and remarked, "Natasha, we are well acquainted. You wouldn't dare to raise a hand against me, would you?" Natasha responded with a faint smile, "I am merely here to welcome you, Geller. Director Nick has already witnessed your prowess, so there are no further tests required." At this moment, Geller approached Natasha, casting a glance at her outstretched hand. "A warm welcome is appreciated, but I believe the miniature hypnotic needle in your grasp is unnecessary." Natasha instinctively contemplated altering her strategy, only to realize she was rendered immobile. Geller's voice then echoed, "Since you have chosen to employ your charms against me, do not blame me for striking at the heart." Before Natasha could comprehend Geller's intent, an arrow shot from Hawkeye's direction, arriving at her side and exploding into a large net that ensnared her completely, rendering her unable to move. It was then that Geller withdrew his mental influence over Hawkeye. Hawkeye, reflecting on the involuntary act of aggression towards Natasha, shuddered involuntarily as he emerged from his concealed corner. His emotions a tumultuous blend as he observed Geller's departure. Geller ascended further until he reached Director Nick's office, simply uttering "open," whereupon the reinforced glass door, requiring triple verification through iris, fingerprint, and numerical code, automatically granted him passage. Director Nick sat poised at his desk, observing the impeccably groomed Geller. His inner turmoil masked by a composed smile. "Please, take a seat." Geller settled into the chair and accepted the coffee offered by Nick. "I suppose this serves as a demonstration of my capabilities?" Nick, somewhat at a loss for words, nodded. "If this does not qualify as a display of strength, then what does?" After a moment of contemplation, Nick resolutely declared, "Within this base lies a mysterious artifact which I refer to as the Cosmic Cube. It possesses immense energy, yet we have been unable to devise a means to study or control it. Thus, I sought your assistance in our research." Upon hearing this, Geller's heart surged with excitement. His original intention for joining SHIELD was to gain proximity to the Cosmic Cube, and to his astonishment, he was on the brink of fulfilling that objective on merely his first day. After a moment's reflection, Geller replied nonchalantly, "Assisting in the research? Certainly. However, given your lengthy attempts to find a method of control, I cannot guarantee that I will be of significant assistance." Nick smiled. "As long as you aid us in our research, the outcome is not something I will impose upon an individual's capabilities." At that juncture, Natasha, now changed into a different outfit, entered alongside Hawkeye. Ignoring Natasha's somewhat forlorn gaze, Geller casually sipped his coffee. Nick, rising from his seat, proposed, "Shall we proceed?" Chapter 9. The first encounter with the Space Stone. As they exited the central building, Geller followed Director Nick in a direction away from the entrance. As the group journeyed onward, the soldiers they encountered regarded Gorr with eyes filled with trepidation, as though he were a monstrous apparition. After walking for a considerable time, they arrived beside a humble cabin. In stark contrast to the numerous grand tents surrounding it, this modest structure seemed unremarkable. However, Gorr sensed that the defensive presence around this cabin was far greater than that of any location he had previously seen. Upon entering the cabin, they descended in a lift that plunged over 200 meters before finally coming to a halt. When the lift doors opened, a subterranean space brimming with futuristic technology revealed itself before Gorr. This underground realm was adorned with an array of novel mechanical devices, bustling with researchers clad in white lab coats. At the heart of this space stood a large, eye-like mechanical apparatus, within which a luminous, square, transparent entity pulsated with energy. Even from several hundred meters away, Gorr could feel the immense power radiating from it. Clearly, this was the space gem he had longed to approach. Following Director Nick, Gorr gradually advanced toward the space gem. The closer he drew, the more he sensed the potent energy sealed within the Cosmic Cube. "At present, we are unable to effectively harness the energy within it, so we need you to see if you can help us activate it," Director Nick said as they approached the Cosmic Cube. Gorr examined the Cosmic Cube intently, captivated by the floating blue space gem within, and could not help but marvel at its beauty, declaring it the most exquisite gem he had ever encountered. "I can feel the energy contained within, but whether I can activate it requires a trial of my own energy," Gorr responded, turning to Nick. "However, before we proceed, it would be prudent for you to step back. Please fetch me some paper and a pen. I fear I may not be able to return promptly today." Gorr pinned a note to Pietro and Wanda, requesting Natasha to deliver it to them, lest they inadvertently cause chaos in a state of anxiety. Once all preparations were complete, Gorr took a deep breath and extended his fingers toward the Cosmic Cube. A surge of gray magical energy flowed from his fingertips into the Cosmic Cube. The moment this gray energy made contact with the space gem, it suddenly erupted in a blinding brilliance, and a wave of blue energy surged along the gray magical current, penetrating Gorr's body. Beep, beep, beep. All the instruments within the underground space began to sound alarms. Director Nick, observing Gorr's body levitating, inquired of a nearby researcher. "What is happening?" The researcher, deftly manipulating the instruments, replied, "The energy emitted by the Cosmic Cube has exceeded our detection limits." Narrowing his eyes at the distant, dazzling blue light, Director Nick grabbed a megaphone and called out, "Gorr, How are you? From the depths of the blue radiance, Gear's voice echoed back. I am well. The energy has been activated. You all should commence your research at once. At present, Gel feels an influx of spatial energy, causing the chaotic energy within his body to gradually awaken and begin to consume the incoming spatial energy. As the chaotic energy becomes increasingly vibrant, his body undergoes subtle transformations. Upon hearing Gel's words, a nearby researcher appeared somewhat embarrassed, stating that their instruments were not yet equipped to handle such intense energy. To undertake research, they would need to modify their machines, which would likely take 12 days. Director Nick cast a fleeting glance at him and uttered a single word. Hurry. He sensed an underlying disturbance, yet after careful contemplation, he reasoned that Gel was indeed encountering the cosmic cube for the first time and could not have obtained information about it from any other source. Thus, he forcibly suppressed his doubts and continued to observe. As Gel accepted the transformation brought by the spatial energy, a week slipped by unnoticed. In the early days, Director Nick frequently appeared, but eventually, he ceased his visits altogether. At this juncture, Pietro and Wanda could no longer contain their anxiety. Could something have happened to my brother? Wanda pondered, her sleepless nights revealing her growing concern. Although Gel had indicated in his letter that he might not return for 10 days or even months, urging them not to worry, Wanda was troubled by the thought of Gel being in danger, having never been away from them for such an extended period. Pietro, too, felt the weight of uncertainty. Shall we seek out Sharon? Despite Natasha no longer residing next door after disclosing her identity, Sharon remained a contact for them and a peer, still their classmate and neighbor. Traversing the garden, Wanda knocked on Sharon's door. Wanda, Pietro, what brings you here? Sharon exclaimed, pleasantly surprised to see them. Having shared countless school days, the trio had become good friends. Wanda cut to the chase. Sharon, we've come to inquire about my brother's whereabouts. I understand you may not know, but could you please ask Sister Natasha for us? Witnessing their anxious expressions, Sharon felt it difficult to decline and promptly dialed Natasha's number. After a brief exchange, Sharon relayed an address. Sister Natasha is currently at our exiled headquarters. You can go find her. I believe that since she provided you this address, she can grant you entry. Wanda and Pietro hastily took note of the address and set off toward the exiled headquarters. Sister Natasha, where exactly is my brother now? Wanda couldn't contain her question upon meeting Natasha. Natasha offered a reassuring smile. Your brother is doing quite well. Follow me. If it were a matter concerning ordinary individuals, it might have been different. However, having witnessed Gel's capabilities firsthand, Natasha dared not allow Pietro and Wanda to remain excessively worried. Should they act impulsively, the consequences could be far from trivial. Natasha ushered the two into her office, then retrieved a communication device, her expression grave as she addressed them. What you are about to witness is classified information. It must not be disclosed under any circumstances, understood? Although the two were still young, they were destined to become members of the Avengers. So Natasha sought approval from Director Nick, who readily consented. The video call connected swiftly, and Wanda and Pietro, upon seeing Gel suspended in midair, shouted in unison, Brother, Gel. Having been in a state of meditation after floating for a week without sustenance or entertainment, turned his head at the sound of Wanda's voice. Pietro, Wanda, how have you both fared this past week? Pietro hesitated to express his concerns, prompting Wanda to voice her feelings. Both Pietro and I have been worried about you. Gel chuckled softly. I sense that my ordeal is nearing its conclusion. By the way, what is your current location? Please provide me with your exact geographical coordinates. Uncertain of the precise coordinates, Wanda and Pietro glanced toward Natasha. Although she was unaware of Gel's intentions, she nonetheless relayed their location's coordinates to him. Gel focused intently, and in the next moment, a circular portal opened beside the trio. What is this? Natasha marveled at the gaping hole that had materialized in her office, feeling increasingly bewildered by the extraordinary nature of her surroundings. The portal resembled a rift in space, through which she could even glimpse the experimental apparatuses of the subterranean realm. Gel manipulated the portal's opening. This is a new ability I have developed through the Tesseract, enabling spatial teleportation. Simply pass through this portal, and you will arrive here with me. Come along. Pietro, the boldest among them, activated his super speed and dashed through the portal, arriving in the underground space. Following suit, Wanda curiously approached, and soon Natasha joined them. Pietro, Wanda, wait here for a moment, but do not come too close, Gel advised, closing his eyes once more. He sensed a feeling of fullness within him, and he could perceive that the spatial gem's energy output was about to cease. After 10 minutes, the spatial gem suddenly radiated a brilliant light before dimming, and Gel descended from the air to the ground. Brother, Pietro and Wanda rushed to Gel's side, their faces etched with concern. Gel affectionately ruffled their hair, smiling. "Do not worry, I am fine." He then turned to Natasha. "I have matters to discuss with my siblings, so we shall return shortly. Please wait here." Before Natasha could respond, Gel ushered Pietro and Wanda through the portal, leading them to their basement. Leaving Natasha in a state of bemusement, she had her own errands to attend to, and they might have at least returned her first. Wanda gazed in astonishment as they swiftly arrived home and could no longer contain her curiosity. "Brother, what was that place just now? How did you suddenly acquire the ability to teleport?" Gel recounted the events of the past week to his companions. Upon hearing his tale, Wanda's face was alight with excitement. "Does that mean I will soon possess this ability as well?" Pietro echoed her anticipation, pondering what his upgraded powers might entail. Gel nodded reassuringly. "Hold your horses, my friends. Once I secure permission from Director Nick, you will be able to join me. The process will undoubtedly be complex, fraught with challenges from Director Nick." Yet Gel chose not to divulge this to Wanda and Pietro. "Next, I shall test the extent of my newfound powers." Gel's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Wanda and Pietro promptly retreated to a corner. Now, with a commanding shout, all the objects in the basement levitated, dancing gracefully under Gel's control. "Goodness," Wanda gasped, covering her mouth in shock, while Pietro's eyes widened in astonishment. Since Peter had joined their training regimen, the assortment of weights and exercise equipment in the basement had multiplied significantly. Previously, Gel could barely manage to lift a third of the items, while Wanda could only manage a sixth, and her control was far from perfect. Yet now, Gel could deftly manipulate all the belongings in the basement. After a full minute of displaying his prowess, Gel returned all items to their original places, waved his hand, and opened the doors to the basement and the rooms. "Now, prepare for a flight through the skies." Using magic, Gel lifted Pietro and Wanda into the air. Wow! The trio soared over the living room, ascending steadily toward the heavens. 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. Their speed increased, with Pietro even catching a glimpse of the misty clouds beneath his feet. Chapter 10. An encounter with Iron Man. They paused high above, gazing down at the illuminated city below. Having never flown at such heights or viewed the city from this vantage point, they were filled with a sense of wonder. After a few moments, Gel directed them eastward, accelerating their pace. "There's our school. There's SHIELD. There's the Brooklyn Bridge." Pietro scrutinized the various buildings below, identifying each one with growing excitement. And Wanda mirrored his enthusiasm. Though Gel and Wanda had previously managed to hover briefly in the air, they had never truly flown high or for long, rendering their experiences mere floating. Consequently, after only a few brief ascents with Pietro, he had grown weary of the novelty. However, at present, Gorr is truly capable of soaring through the sky for extended periods without the aid of any tools. The sensation of such freedom is utterly intoxicating. After indulging in 2 hours of exploration with the two companions, the trio finally returned home. "My abilities have multiplied by more than 5 times. My physical prowess, flying capabilities, and the volume of objects I can control have seen significant enhancement. Most importantly, I have acquired a vital survival skill, spatial teleportation. As for my psychic magic, Gorr did not put it to the test, but it too should have experienced a similar increase. The assessment of psychic magical abilities is rather intricate. For instance, previously, when controlling ordinary individuals through psychic means, if it involved minor tasks, I could manage to control them for several hours or even days. However, if I were to compel them to perform actions that evoke strong reactions, the magic would easily falter, particularly against those of resolute will, such as agents. Last time, when I commanded Hawkeye to shoot at Natasha, he immediately sensed something amiss and resisted the psychic intrusion with his consciousness after releasing the arrow. To achieve the kind of deception seen in films, where one could confound Thor, it would likely require the development of the Mind Stone or several more power surges. Unfortunately, the newly acquired teleportation ability bears a notable drawback. Opening a spatial portal necessitates over a second of buffering time, rendering it nearly useless in combat situations. Wanda, reminiscing about the recent flight, eagerly inquired of Gorr, "Brother, when can Pietro and I undergo the transformation with the Tesseract?" It was then that Gorr remembered Natasha was still in the underground space and promptly instructed the two to await his message before activating the teleportation portal to return to the subterranean realm. After assuring Natasha of a more extensive experience with spatial teleportation next time, she finally set aside her forlorn gaze and led Gorr to find Director Nick. Ultimately, Gorr secured the opportunity for Pietro and Wanda to receive the transformation in exchange for his assistance on 2 occasions. Observing Pietro and Wanda floating in midair within the underground space, Natasha presented Gorr with an invitation card. After many years, the Stark Industries Expo is finally reopening. It will take place in a week. Will you attend? Upon meeting Natasha's fervent gaze, Gorr could only smile and accept the invitation. When a beauty invites, one must certainly go. The following morning, Gorr was roused from a deep slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone. Peter, it's the weekend. If you're calling me this early, I hope it's for something important, Gorr answered, a hint of irritation in his voice. Peter's excited voice resonated through the receiver. Gwen wants to go shopping with me today, and she's bringing along 2 friends, so I thought I'd invite you both. Gorr sighed deeply. Why do you need so many people for a date? Aware of Gorr's aversion to such gatherings, Peter could only plead, come on, brother. I don't know how to handle things with Gwen. Just come and save the day. Reluctantly, Gorr agreed. The 6 of them planned to meet on 5th Avenue, the renowned shopping street for the affluent. Fortunately, Peter had managed to save a considerable sum of money this year by selling exclusive photographs of wizards in white robes and Spider-Man, which gave him the confidence to attend the gathering. The trio of Gorr, Peter, and Harry arrived first, and after a while, Gwen and her 2 friends made their entrance. Upon seeing the tall and handsome Gorr and Harry, Gwen's friends' eyes lit up. The 6 of them strolled together, sharing laughter and conversation, and soon approached a clothing store. Do I look good in this dress? Gwen asked as she emerged in a gown adorned with princess elements, her face beaming as she looked at Peter. The affection in Peter's eyes was nearly overflowing, yet he shyly lowered his gaze, murmuring, it's beautiful. Gwen's friends stifled giggles at the sight, while Gorr and Harry exchanged exasperated glances, simultaneously shrugging their shoulders. After trying on several outfits, Gwen finally settled on one and made the purchase. Curious, Peter inquired, Gwen, what do you need a dress for? Gwen glanced at her friends and then turned back to Peter, her cheeks flushed. I mentioned you to my parents, and they would like to invite you over for dinner. Wow. The 4 onlookers collectively gasped in surprise, having thought today was merely a casual outing for a budding couple, unaware of how swiftly their relationship had progressed. At that moment, only Peter remained oblivious to the implications of this invitation. Gorr leaned in close to Peter's ear to clarify the situation. Peter's face turned crimson, and he appeared flustered. Do I need to prepare anything? Gorr and Harry chimed in unison. You should get a suit. Although they were puzzled as to why Gwen had invited Peter for dinner so soon, they understood that the 2 had only recently entered into a romantic relationship. If Peter could make a good impression on his future in-laws, it would undoubtedly ease the path for their relationship to deepen further. As the 6 wandered about the mall, they suddenly heard a commotion nearby. Gorr listened intently and caught whispers of astonishment from the crowd. Is that Tony? It seems to be Iron Man. Soon, Harry and the others also noticed the stir in the mall. Looking in the direction of the gathering, they saw Tony Stark, with his arm around a woman dressed in formal attire, strolling through the establishment. Gorr speculated that the woman was likely Pepper Potts, while Natasha, clad in a professional suit, trailed closely behind. Harry and Gwen, both academically inclined, held a deep admiration for Tony, the intellectual mogul who had created the Iron Man suit, and were eager to approach him for an autograph. It seemed Gwen had procured paper and a pen from somewhere. Look, he is coming this way, Gwen exclaimed, her excitement palpable as Tony approached. Tony stopped in front of Gwen, pushed his sunglasses down to the bridge of his nose, and scanned her with a warm gaze before taking the paper and pen from her hands to sign his name. Are you already in college? He inquired. Gwen nodded enthusiastically, declaring, I am a freshman in the Department of Physics at Columbia University. Tony, with a smile, interjected, Columbia University, you know? I'm acquainted with some folks there. Seeing Tony about to indulge in his usual charming antics, Potts, exasperated, interrupted him. Come on, Tony. I need to hurry and shop. Unfazed, Tony returned the signed paper to Gwen, flashed a grin at Jell and the others, and wrapped his arm around Potts' waist as they walked away. At the back of the group, Natasha observed Jell and the girl beside him, her eyes sparkling with teasing amusement. Jell merely smiled in response. The 6 of them continued their shopping, with Peter and Gwen engaging in lively conversation, sharing an abundance of topics, and enjoying each other's company. However, it wasn't long before screams pierced the air, followed by the sharp crack of gunfire. Take cover. Gwen, accustomed to her father's drills, was the first to react, pulling everyone towards the safety of the counter. The sales clerks quickly secured the glass doors and joined them in hiding. Peter and Jell easily discerned that the robbers were drawing nearer to their location. Peter glanced at Jell, who nodded in affirmation. Jell then activated his psychic powers, inducing sleep in Gwen and the 3 others, including the sales clerks. However, with deliberate control, the gray magical energy merely enveloped Gwen momentarily before receding. Peter, you go out first. They don't seem like typical robbers. I suspect there are accomplices elsewhere. I'll stay here to ensure their safety, Gel instructed Peter. Harry nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Peter. I will keep them safe. As Peter listened, he removed his outer clothing, revealing the Spider-Man suit beneath. Gwen intended to speak, but found herself unable to utter a sound. Before she could process this, she noticed Gel subtly winking at her. Just as confusion washed over her, Peter transformed into Spider-Man. The boy she had always admired was, in fact, Spider-Man? As her mind swirled with disbelief, a portal opened within the store. What is this? Harry and Peter were both astonished at the sight of something usually confined to the pages of scientific literature. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, Peter might have taken the time to study it thoroughly. Gwen, feigning sleep, could not suppress a sound, yet Peter, captivated by the portal, remained oblivious. Gel chuckled lightly. This is my newly developed ability, spatial teleportation. Utilizing this portal allows one to travel to desired locations. Peter, no longer wishing to dwell on envy, swallowed hard and stepped through the portal, arriving inside the mall. On the mall's top floor, Tony, listening to the gunfire outside, gestured to the mall staff. Do you have any entertainment options involving gunfire? Everyone else, except for him, wore serious expressions. In the next moment, the door to the conference room swung open, and several armed robbers burst in, demanding with hands on their heads, crouch down. Don't force us to fire. However, they soon stood frozen in shock as Tony Stark donned his magnificent iron suit before their eyes. It dawned on them that they had attempted to rob none other than Tony himself, prompting them to exclaim in despair, "Oh my God!" Iron Man raised his arm, the cannon on it humming with energy, and his amplified voice resonated throughout the room. Crouch down. Don't make me shoot. The robbers immediately dropped their weapons and crouched down, but the voice of a comrade coming through their earpiece left them bewildered. Jarvis, what message did they just receive? Tony inquired. Jarvis's mechanical voice responded in his ear. Their comrade reported seeing Spider-Man. Intrigued, as this was his first encounter with Spider-Man, Tony exclaimed, "Let us go meet Spider-Man." The robbers, split into groups, lamented their misfortune upon hearing about Spider-Man, and in a panic, they fired a few shots into a nearby store and took refuge inside. Don't speak. If you do, I'll shoot you. The robbers huddled behind the counter, pressing their guns against the heads of their hostages, who happened to be Greg and Harry. Greg observed the imposing masked figures, curled up like kittens behind the counter, and couldn't he help but chuckle at how fearsome Spider-Man's reputation was, scaring these men into such a state. He also found a dark amusement in the irony. One group had encountered Iron Man and Black Widow, another had met Spider-Man. And this group, who had taken hostages, had run into him. He couldn't decide if they were fortunate or unfortunate. Put down your weapons. Tony hacked into the mall's surveillance system and swiftly located the robbers, standing at the store's entrance, shouting inside. The robber holding Greg hostage stood up, using Greg as a shield, and demanded, "Prepare a bulletproof car for us to exit safely, or I will kill these people." The robber was frustrated. Wasn't he had said they would meet Spider-Man? Why was Iron Man here instead? Just then, he witnessed Spider-Man gracefully land beside Iron Man, nearly giving him a heart attack. All right. Don't panic. We will definitely prepare a bulletproof car for you. Peter chimed in, his loquacious nature taking over. Since you haven't had the chance to do any real harm, as long as you don't hurt the hostages, I promise I won't trouble you further. I swear on my good neighbor reputation. To be honest, with Greg right there, Peter felt no concern. As Peter spoke, two drones detached from Tony's suit, gliding silently along the ceiling towards the counter. The robbers, completely distracted by Peter, failed to notice. With a series of thuds, the guns in the robbers' hands were knocked away, and Peter swiftly approached, using webs to secure several of them against the wall. The police swiftly arrived, effectively apprehending several robbers and escorting them away. Little Spider, I must say, your battle suit appears quite sophisticated. Would you be interested in joining me for a coffee to discuss it further? Iron Man revealed his head from the armored suit. Peter, with deft agility, affixed several encroaching drones to the wall. We have fought side by side, so I would be open to coffee. However, there is no need to ensnare me with your drones, he remarked, waving his hand in a farewell gesture. Before Tony could react, Peter vanished from sight. Iron Man cursed under his breath, realizing it was the white-robed sorcerer at play, lamenting, "Damn it, I wanted to see who this Spider-Man truly is." Meanwhile, Gwen's two friends and the counter staff began to regain consciousness under Grell's control. Wow, the iron suit, how cool. Tony noticed Gwen rising and greeted her with a smile. Gwen, right? It seems we have quite the connection. Until next time. With that, he commanded the suit to soar towards the top of the mall. Gwen's friends, gazing at the chaotic store, finally processed the situation and questioned, what just happened? Upon hearing Grell and Harry's explanations, they could scarcely believe their ears. You mean, in such a perilous moment, we fell asleep? Spider-Man appeared? Iron Man saved us. Their expressions mirrored that of someone who had missed out on a fortune. Chapter 11. The Green Goblin in the Deep of Night. After a long day, Grell contemplated and ultimately decided to visit his close friend Harry. Over the past 2 months, Oscorp had been nearing removal from the government's list of partners due to pressures from arms companies like Tony and Hammer. Yet, Oscorp's new weaponry was entering its final stages of development. The human enhancement serum, specifically designed for the Osborn family, had produced samples that were yet to undergo clinical trials. Should Uncle Norman take the risky plunge and inject the unfinished serum, transforming into the Green Goblin, Grell would need to use his mental magic to control him and prevent any irreversible actions. In this life, Grell truly cared for his siblings and his genuine friends, Peter and Harry. He could not simply turn a blind eye to the impending turmoil at Harry's home. Rather than employing his spatial teleportation ability to directly arrive at Harry's house, since the spatial portal would be conspicuous, he opted to enter through the window in his invisible state. As he had before, using his mental magic, he learned from the butler that Uncle Norman was away on business and would return in 2 days. Relieved, Grell discreetly used spatial magic to return home from a hidden spot in Harry's house. What on earth is happening to me? The butler shook his somewhat dazed head, unaware of anything amiss. Stepping out of the room to use the restroom, he inadvertently stumbled over the table in the living room, sending the decorative fruits and flowers tumbling to the floor. Clatter! A tremendous sound reverberated through the doors and windows, rousing Harry from his slumber. Donning his pajamas, he ventured outside, inquiring, "What is happening?" Upon discovering the butler sprawled on the floor, he hurriedly dialed for an ambulance and assisted the butler away. 10 minutes later, as he watched the ambulance depart, rest eluded him. He surveyed the understated yet opulent decor around him and sighed deeply. Since childhood, he had felt the disdain of his formidable father, leading to a lingering sense of inferiority that intensified with age. In high school, he encountered Jell and Peter, whose encouragement helped him navigate through the darkest periods of his life. However, both were inherently brilliant and had recently acquired extraordinary abilities. He felt grateful that they had never concealed anything from him, always regarding him as their closest friend. Yet, deep within, he harbored a persistent fear, for he seemed to inhabit a realm distinctly separate from Jell and Peter. Particularly troubling was the incident at the mall that weighed heavily on his mind. Recently, another source of anxiety had emerged. He sensed from his father and the butler's expressions and their daily conversations that the family business faced significant turmoil, even teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Ascending to the second floor, Harry absent-mindedly fiddled with the items on the bookshelf. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed, and without warning, the bookshelf beside him parted, revealing a hidden chamber. What is this place? He marveled at the dimly lit corridor that extended beyond the bookshelf. Filled with astonishment, he stepped inside, never having imagined that his home of over a decade harbored such a secret. After walking a few paces, 2 rows of glass shelves emerged before him. One shelf was filled with spherical metallic objects, while the other contained a single vial of green liquid. Glancing further into the adjoining room, he spotted a computer at its center, flanked by a mask, lightweight armor, and a device reminiscent of a drone. The green light cast an eerie glow, deepening the room's shadows. Harry, lost in thought, powered on the computer and began exploring its contents. Documents, images, videos, folder after folder unfolded before him, each revelation more shocking than the last. The green liquid was a human enhancement serum secretly developed by his father's research team, meant exclusively for those of the Osborn lineage, implying that only he and his father could utilize it. The drone-like device was a prototype of the latest aviation technology from Oscorp, though limited by technical constraints and materials, rendering mass production impossible. Yet, the most astonishing discovery was a battle plan penned by his father. He intended to inject himself with the enhancement serum and utilize the flying apparatus to infiltrate the Stark Industries Expo, defeating Iron Man and other cutting-edge military technologies to reclaim long-term collaboration opportunities with government agencies and rescue Oscorp from its impending doom. However, the serum had yet to undergo a rigorous series of tests, which held his father back from making a decisive commitment to its use. The illumination from the computer cast a stark light upon Harry's face, vividly reflecting the turmoil in his eyes. He sat there, seemingly lost in thought. After an indeterminate period, Harry finally lifted his head and seized a nearby performance-enhancing serum. A moment later, a piercing scream of anguish echoed through the vacant villa. In the following days, the Stark Industrial Expo, held for the first time in 12 years, dominated the front pages of major American media outlets. As the largest industrial expo in the world, it captured the attention of high-ranking officials globally. According to reliable reports from various media, Hammer Industries, Oscorp, and numerous other industrial enterprises were set to showcase their cutting-edge technological advancements at the expo. Notably, Hammer Industries had secured the opportunity for the opening presentation. That evening, executives and secretaries, adorned in an array of suits and evening gowns, arrived at the Stark Industrial Park in a fleet of luxurious vehicles. Gorr, too, donned a suit and made his way to the venue. It was indeed a magnificent sight. The exhibition hall, entirely composed of transparent glass, soared to several meters in height, and the spacious interior was filled with chairs for guests, all suffused with an aura of futuristic high technology. Rows of white lights hung from the columns both inside and outside the hall, illuminating the entire space brilliantly. "That suit looks particularly sharp on you," remarked Natasha, dressed in a sleek black evening gown, as she observed Gorr taking a seat. Gorr smiled in response. "Perhaps it's because I'm sitting beside two stunning beauties that I appear a bit more dapper." Natasha and Potts both chuckled at his remark. Potts glanced at Gorr and inquired of Natasha, "Is this the brilliant younger brother you've mentioned?" The invitation he held was indeed extended to Natasha by her. Gorr chuckled, replying, "I wouldn't go so far as to say brilliant, but I do clean up nicely." This prompted another round of laughter from both women. The time for idle chatter slipped by quickly, during which Gorr exchanged greetings with Uncle Norman. Utilizing a magical sensing technique, he confirmed there were no abnormalities with Norman, which eased his mind. Moments later, the Stark Industrial Expo commenced in earnest. As Hammer took to the stage, the lights in the exhibition hall dimmed. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. For a long time, the emergence of Iron Man has given us a false sense of enduring security, but this technology should not belong solely to him." Potts rolled her eyes at Hammer's remarks, silently exasperated. Stark Industries had withdrawn from the weapons industry the previous year and was no longer in direct competition with Hammer Industries. Yet Tony was still invoked to elevate Hammer's position in such a setting. Next, behold the new face of the American military, the Hammer drones. With a commanding shout, Hammer activated the display, revealing 3 openings on the stage, from which 3 platforms ascended, carrying numerous industrial robots. Army, Navy, Air Force. As Hammer called out each command, a display ladder was illuminated by the lights. As the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly fervent, Hammer gestured toward the front of the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to proudly introduce Prototype 1, the multi-threat response armor, and its pilot, Colonel James Rhodes of the Air Force." As the war machine ascended from the display ladder, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Only Potts stood in stunned silence, gazing at the war machine designed and manufactured by Tony. What? Beside him, Gale began to sense something amiss. And it wasn't until the war machine and the multitude of humanoid battle robots appeared on stage that he finally realized. Wasn't this the scenario where the combat robots were controlled by a villain, subsequently hunting down Iron Man? As Gale's suspicions solidified, Iron Man flew in from the entrance, crashing down onto the stage, further intensifying the excitement in the room. "This doesn't feel right. We should leave, Miss Potts," Gale whispered to Natasha beside him. Meanwhile, Tony on stage was attempting to persuade Rhodes to cooperate with his forthcoming actions. Rhodes was still preoccupied with the last bout he had with Tony, but soon, he sensed something was wrong as a series of red codes flashed across his war machine, accompanied by an incessant stream of alarms emanating from the iron suit. "Did you do this, Tony?" "What do you mean?" Tony, still perplexed by Rhodes's inquiry, suddenly noticed the war machine and dozens of battle robots raising their arms, aiming directly at him, their machine guns poised for fire. At that moment, as Gale prepared to intervene on stage, a figure clad in green armor, complete with a green mask, descended from the entrance on a green flying apparatus, simultaneously launching a series of golden spherical devices. One of these golden spheres was even hurled in Gale's direction. The familiar shape instantly conjured the image of the Green Goblin in Gale's mind. He glanced back at Uncle Norman, who now stood in a state of panic. The only explanation left was that this Green Goblin was Harry. Chapter 12. Trouble on both sides. Gale sensed the trajectory of the golden spheres. One was aimed at Hammer on stage, one at Potts, and the other 4 at individuals he did not recognize, each one presumably a titan of the arms industry. "We must leave," Gale urged Natasha beside him. As Gale's voice rang out, Tony's voice echoed above the stage, addressing the legion of steel robots. "Let us go out and fight." He then ascended straight up, piercing through the overhead glass and soaring into the sky. A barrage of bullets was unleashed in the direction Iron Man had flown, shattering all the glass above. The shards cascaded down like hail, while the war machine and a dozen aerial combat robots followed Iron Man into the heavens. Gorr sensed 6 golden orbs and raised his hand skyward. Instantly, the The flying spheres altered their trajectory, ascending towards the heavens. Beep, beep, beep. As the countdown concluded, the golden orbs detonated midair. The resulting shards of glass exploded into a multitude of fragments, igniting as they cascaded downward. A chorus of screams erupted from the attendees as they scrambled for safety. The prospect of being struck by those glass shards was a terrifying one. Natasha seized a nearby chair, holding it above her and Potts, before hastily pulling him toward the exit. Rising from his seat, Gorr waved his hand, donning a white robe that enveloped him. Potts, still in disbelief, pondered the identity of the man before him. Was he truly the white-robed sorcerer? Natasha nodded as she guided Potts toward the backstage of the exhibition hall. Gorr closed his eyes and lifted his hands, soaring into the sky. As he ascended, the shards of glass froze midair. Oh, what a sight! Countless fragments hovered in the sky, with Gorr suspended amidst them, creating a scene of breathtaking spectacle. You hypocrite! I see you've graced us with your presence today. Have you always regarded me with disdain? Today, you shall witness my power. The Green Goblin's voice echoed ominously through the air, followed by a fierce throw of a metallic sphere aimed at Gorr. Gorr sighed, recognizing that Harry, under the influence of a performance-enhancing serum, had lost his sanity. He waved his hand, directing the shards towards the metallic sphere. With a thunderous explosion, the sphere detonated. Yet the shards continued their relentless assault, colliding with the Green Goblin and sending him plummeting from his flying apparatus. Harry, awaken! Gorr called as he flew alongside him, attempting to restore his sanity through psychic magic. However, Harry merely shook his head, breaking free from the mental hold, and menacingly replied, Gorr, where's Peter? Have you always looked down upon me, believing I possess no abilities? Rest assured, I will bring about your demise, and then systematically eliminate your families. I shall eradicate all who have ever belittled me. As he spoke, Harry commandeered the flying device, launching a surprise attack on Gorr from behind. Gazing at the panicked crowd dispersing in the distance, Gorr inhaled deeply, pivoted, and seized the flying apparatus, enveloping it in chaotic magic before forcefully wrenching it apart. He then opened a dimensional portal, thrusting the disoriented Harry inside with a firm kick. Harry, remain in the desert and reflect upon your actions. As Harry attempted to charge back, Gorr summoned nearby chairs to pummel him, successfully sealing the portal. With the dimensional gateway shut, Gorr exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the effects of Harry's serum were not excessively potent. Had Harry possessed Peter's strength at that moment, Gorr would have been unable to transport him. Meanwhile, Peter, waiting beneath Gwen's building, answered a call from an unfamiliar number. Haha, Peter, are you unable to wait for your beloved? A somewhat peculiar voice emanated from the phone. Peter instantly recognized the voice on the other end, dropping the flowers in his hand, and anxiously inquired, What have you done to Gwen, Dr. Connors? Dr. Connors laughed maniacally on the line. You need to rush to Empire Public University. You might still save Gwen. By the way, your uncle and aunt are there too. But do not be in a hurry. Don't you wish to be the good guy? Right now, I am atop the clock tower in New York. And in 5 minutes, I will disperse my concoction throughout the city using a special device. At that point, every citizen of New York will transform into beings of immense strength, and my research will be forever commemorated. Peter vehemently challenged Dr. Connors. Dr. Connors, do you truly intend to turn everyone into lizard-like creatures? Is that what constitutes humanity? Dr. Connors disregarded Peter's words, cackling. Do not forget, you have only 5 minutes. I am quite curious about your choice. Will you save your family and loved ones, or will you endeavor to save the world? Staring at the call that had just ended, Peter felt utterly bewildered about his decision. Empire Public University and the clock tower were in opposite directions, and the distance was considerable. He could only reach one of the locations within 5 minutes. Desperate, Peter dialed Gwen's phone. Just as Gerald had closed the spatial portal, he was startled by the ringing of his rarely used phone. Answering, he asked, Peter, what is going on? This number was known only to Wanda, Pietro, Peter, and Harry, and they would not call unless something significant occurred. Peter quickly relayed the situation. Gerald, rubbing his head in frustration, noted that although the combat robots were primarily targeting Iron Man, stray bullets and collapsing buildings posed constant threats to many spectators. During the call, he had already used magic to save 5 individuals. Why did Dr. Connors choose today for his scheme? Was there a clandestine connection that prompted him to act now? Gerald pondered for a moment, then opened the spatial portal, observing Pietro and Wanda floating midair. He asked, Pietro, Wanda, have you completed your modifications? Pietro nodded. I feel the energy within me is nearly saturated. It's almost finished. Gerald silently rejoiced. He had an important task for them. You both must cooperate closely with your brother Peter while ensuring your own safety. Do you understand? At that moment, Gerald could only trust that Pietro and Wanda would handle the matter adeptly. Wanda, unaware of the gravity of the situation, became excited upon hearing there was a task to execute. Brother, can we finally go on a mission? Previously, Gerald had kept a close watch on them, never allowing the duo to venture out heroically. The last time they were supposed to assist Peter in capturing Dr. Connors, they hadn't even caught a glimpse of him. Gale had no time to explain further and swiftly opened a portal, allowing Peter to elucidate the matter personally. Observing the combat robots outside the exhibition hall, Gale hastily soared towards the backstage area. There, Natasha was forcefully pressing Hammer's head against the desktop, her tone laced with a lethal intensity. Tell me who orchestrated this. Speak. Hammer, nearly having his hand broken, managed to endure the agony and replied, it was Ivan Vanko. Natasha applied more pressure, demanding, where is he now? Hammer's voice quivered with despair. At my company. Without hesitation, Natasha released her grip on Hammer's hand and stood up, striding towards the exit, just as Gale approached. She addressed him sternly, white-robed wizard, open a portal for me. I must reach Hammer Industries. As she spoke, Natasha manipulated her phone and provided Gale with a set of geographical coordinates. Gale opened a portal, only to discover it led to the entrance of Hammer Industries. He inquired, is this location acceptable? Due to the imprecise coordinates, I can only open a portal here. For a more accurate destination, I would require additional time. The process of opening a portal necessitated Gale's recollection or a precise geographic coordinate as a reference point. If it was a place he had previously visited, he could quickly target and position the portal accurately. However, for unfamiliar locations, like the one just opened, he could only establish the portal at the given coordinates. At that moment, Natasha was unconcernedly shedding her professional attire and donning a combat suit provided by an agent. It's fine. I can handle it myself, she asserted. Happy. Witnessing Natasha change publicly, was at a loss for where to direct his gaze, yet he still offered, perhaps I should accompany you. Those bodyguards are not to be trifled with. Natasha swiftly finished changing and glanced at Happy. No need. You stay here and protect Miss Potts. With that, Natasha turned to Gale, white-robed wizard. I can manage that situation alone. Your responsibility is to swiftly neutralize those combat robots. With her words, Natasha stepped through the portal, arriving at the entrance of Hammer Industries. Gale, in turn, waved his hand and soared towards the combat robots at the exhibition hall's entrance. Outside, a combat robot, through its system, automatically identified and targeted a child wearing an Iron Man-style helmet. The child's parents, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, only realized the combat robot's weapons were aimed at their family, and they cried out in desperation, no. Bullets rained from the weapon, yet in the next instant, the family, now sprawled on the ground, was miraculously whisked away, with the bullets striking only the empty ground. The saved family looked gratefully at the white-robed wizard before them, exclaiming, thank you, white-robed wizard. The machine gun mounted on the battle robot once again aimed at the young boy. Gorr sensed this and waved his hand toward the combat machine, causing its body to split apart. As various wires severed, they emitted dazzling sparks. In an instant, the battle robot collapsed to the ground. Intriguingly, Ivan Vanko from Hammer Industries observed this scene through the robot's camera. His fingers danced across the keyboard, and soon, all the battle robots surrounding the exhibition hall directed their weapons at GER Chapter 13. Perilous Crisis. Over 20 battle robots, each equipped with multiple machine guns, presented a daunting sight, their barrels poised to unleash a barrage of bullets. Even Gorr felt a chill run down his spine, daunted by the prospect of withstanding such a relentless assault. With a swift motion of his hands, Gorr propelled himself skyward like an arrow released from a bow, while numerous thick sheets of metal were torn from nearby vehicles, layering themselves in front of him, encasing him like a fortress. The sound of bullets striking the thick metal sheets, stacked several layers deep, echoed without breaching the defense. Gorr conjured another shield of magic before exhaling in relief. He then lowered his gaze to the battle robots below, diving from the sky and crashing down onto one of them with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, the battle robot was crushed beneath the falling metal, its machine guns shattered into fragments, the remnants scraping against the ground and igniting sparks. Nearby, another battle robot aimed its gun toward the gap beside Gorr, but before it could fire, a snap of Gorr's fingers caused several of its machine guns to explode, tearing its body into multiple pieces. Gorr mentally maneuvered the metal fragments to seal the gap beside him, then waved his hand again, sending vehicles soaring into the sky, only to crash down heavily. Although hidden behind the metal sheets, he could perceive everything without the need for sight, thanks to his magic. One vehicle after another accurately struck the fleeing battle robots, toppling them to the ground. even as the robots continuously fired their weapons. They could not penetrate the thick metal surrounding Gorr. To ensure the robots were incapacitated, Gorr employed his magic to decapitate their steel heads, clearing the area around him. At this moment, the outermost layers of metal had been completely deformed by the relentless gunfire. What is this? Gorr sensed the remnants of the battle robot and discovered that, despite its shattered form, a mysterious device in its chest remained intact. After carefully analyzing the internal structure of the enigmatic device for a moment, Gorr smiled, realizing the significance of his discovery. After a brief minute, Gel collected all the scattered enigmatic devices and swiftly made his way towards the battlefield of Iron Man. Behind him trailed 2 hefty vehicles and several sheets of freshly torn steel. Jarvis, quickly deploy the War Machine's protocols. While Tony grappled with the War Machine and contended with numerous aerial combat robots, he found himself at a disadvantage. Jarvis's mechanical voice betrayed no hint of emotion. "I am still working on it, Mr. Stark." "Tony, get down. It seems poised to deploy heavy artillery." Just as Rhodes shouted, Tony witnessed the chest of the War Machine crack open again, revealing ominous weaponry within. Oh God! As its initial designer, Tony was acutely aware of the devastating power harbored within that chest, prompting him to hastily maneuver the iron suit upward, preparing to evade the imminent strike through rapid ascent. Meanwhile, the weaponry of the other combat robots also emerged, and seeing this, Tony silently lamented, redirecting all available energy to the flight thrusters, aiming to enhance his speed. Over 20 small missiles darted through the air towards Tony. He soared above, but recognized that with the remaining energy in his suit, he could not sustain flight for long. His only chance lay in diverting the missiles toward uninhabited structures to avert catastrophe. "Jarvis, assist me in locating nearby unoccupied buildings." Before he could finish, he heard Jarvis's warning. "Sir, an individual is approaching from the direction of the exhibition hall. This person is the white-robed sorcerer you have sought for so long." Before Tony could process this, he noticed the small missiles that had been trailing him abruptly reverse course, heading towards the combat robots instead. The combat robots quickly raised their machine guns, firing at the incoming missiles. Some were detonated mid-flight, yet others evaded the bullets and continued towards their targets. Warning! 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 Alarms blared from multiple combat robots as their battle protocols engaged, propelling them skyward in a desperate attempt to escape the missiles, but they were swiftly overtaken. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, illuminating the area where Tony had been, leaving only the War Machine and a few combat robots to escape the carnage. "Tony, are you trying to kill me?" Rhodes, shaken by the recent explosions that had unfolded around him, shouted at Tony. Tony quickly shook his head and communicated through his earpiece. "It wasn't me." No sooner had he spoken than he sensed a sharp wind rush past him. Glancing aside, he saw 2 combat robots crushed into the ground by 2 vehicles plummeting from above. Accompanied by a cacophony of sounds and sparks erupting from beneath the vehicles, flames ignited. Moments later, the vehicles detonated, obliterating the combat robots below. Rhodes and Tony gazed down at the dire situation below, their attention shifting to the enigmatic figure of Gorr, who hovered beside them. They swallowed hard in trepidation. Gorr merely regarded them with a smile, inquiring, "Do you gentlemen require assistance?" Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Wanda, upon hearing Peter's explanation, felt a surge of anxiety. "What? Uncle Ben, Aunt May, and Gwen have all been captured?" Without wasting a moment, Wanda waved her right hand, conjuring a portal that opened beside the 3 of them. Mere seconds later, they found themselves at the Imperial Public University. Where could Uncle Ben and the others be trapped? Wanda mused, having only accompanied Gorr a few times and lacking familiarity. Peter pondered for a moment, then suggested, "They might be confined in the laboratory, that direction." Closing her eyes to sense their whereabouts, Wanda concentrated for several long seconds before exhaling deeply. "I found them." In the next instant, another portal materialized, and the trio stepped into the laboratory. The sight of Uncle Ben and the others, bound to a pillar, evoked a mix of surprise and fear as they exclaimed, "Peter!" Gwen was the first to react, her eyes widening. "There are 3 bombs set to detonate in 3 minutes. Peter, can you defuse them?" Having learned of Peter's identity as Spider-Man during their last encounter, she immediately sought his help. Peter looked up at the pillars where Uncle Ben and the others were restrained, only to realize that each of them had a bomb strapped to their heads. Wanda noticed the explosive devices as well. "No worries, Gwen. I'll handle this." With that, she effortlessly opened a portal next to each bomb and, utilizing her magic, sent the 3 customized bombs into the void. After all, the other side of the portals led to a desert. Let them explode there. In the meantime, Pietro had already employed his super speed to free Uncle Ben and the others from their bonds. "Uncle Ben, Aunt May, Gwen, there's no time for a proper explanation. Go enjoy Las Vegas for a while. We have other matters to attend to. Wanda transported Uncle Ben and the others away from New York, ensuring their escape should they fail. Casting a lingering glance at Gwen beyond the portal, Peter quickly turned his attention back to Dr. Kurt's laboratory, searching fervently until he grasped a vial of blue serum. Let's head to the New York clock, he said to Wanda. She nodded and opened a portal leading to the New York clock. Fortunately, Wanda was familiar with the location, negating the need for precise geographical coordinates. Dr. Kurt was crouched atop the New York clock when he observed Wanda and the others emerge from the portal, momentarily taken aback before sneering. I didn't expect you to possess such means. Alas, you are too late. As his words faded, a small machine carrying a regenerative serum detonated above the New York clock, and in an instant, a patch of air above was tainted with a sinister green mist. No, Peter shouted, his heart sinking as he beheld the dispersing green fog, plunging him into despair. The vial of blue elixir in his hand is the antidote for the limb regeneration potion, yet, at this moment, he is a step too late. According to his knowledge, upon exposure to the regenerative potion for limbs, one's body becomes infected with the lizard virus, transforming the individual into a lizard person. Even if one were to subsequently come into contact with an antidote to revert to human form, the body would suffer irreversible damage. Just when Peter was engulfed in despair, Wanda took a deep breath, gazing at Dr. Kurt atop the New York clock. With a swift motion of her right hand, she yanked Dr. Kurt down from the clock, declaring, "Do not rejoice too soon. The timing is not for you to determine." Subsequently, Wanda raised her gaze towards the verdant mist in the sky, abruptly lifting her hands. With a decisive motion, she brought them together, causing the emerald haze to halt its expansion as if it had encountered an invisible barrier. The green mist has spread across a vast expanse, compelling Wanda to utilize all of her magical prowess, to the extent that she can no longer open a portal to banish the fog. Peter, devise a way to introduce the antidote into the emerald mist. I cannot endure much longer, Wanda shouted aloud. Peter gazed at the verdant mist soaring hundreds of meters into the sky, then glanced at the towering New York clock beside him, standing several dozen meters tall. Taking a deep breath, he launched a web, which adhered to the clock. With a powerful tug, Peter swung toward the iconic timepiece. Dr. Kurt observed that the green mist in the sky showed no signs of dissipating. Glancing at the antidote in Peter's hand, he immediately grasped Peter's intentions and bellowed, "Don't even think about it." At his command, the 4 lizardmen surrounding him surged towards the direction of Spider-Man. These 4 lizardmen were the unfortunate results of his failed experiments. Although their strength was slightly inferior to his and their intellect diminished, they had been transformed under his guidance and were obedient to his will. "Peter, allow me to handle these creatures. You focus on delivering the antidote." Pietro unleashed his extraordinary speed, sending the creatures flying with each powerful kick. He even contemplated ensnaring Dr. Kurt Connors, but the lizard-like monsters occasionally charged toward Wanda, diverting Pietro's attention and rendering him unable to restrain the doctor. Connors ascended with agility, quickly catching up to Peter. "Peter, do not think you can ascend. My invention is destined for greatness. Do you intend to thwart me?" Peter unleashed a stream of webbing, enveloping Dr. Kurt Connors' face in a silken cocoon before ascending towards the pinnacle of the New York clock tower. "Dr. Connors, you have lost your mind. I recall you were not always like this." Dr. Kurt has become utterly consumed by the effects of the serum, disregarding Peter's words entirely. He struggles to tear the webbing from his face and swiftly crawls towards Peter. At this moment, Dr. Kurt has once again administered the serum, and his physique now towers over 5 meters, even more imposing than before. After merely a few climbs, Dr. Kurt had already seized Peter by the heel, casting him out with force. In midair, Peter shot out a web, swinging once more towards the pinnacle of New York's clock tower. "Hurry!" Wanda let out a scream, her voice infused with a frenzied hysteria, as she felt on the brink of collapse. Pietro gazed at his sister's expression, gritting his teeth, and once again unleashed a flurry of punches upon the head of the lizard creature. Bang! 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 With each resounding impact, one monster finally succumbed and fell to the ground, followed by the second, third, and fourth. After swiftly dispatching 4 of the lizard creatures, Pietro scrambled up the New York clock, intercepting Dr. Connors, while Spider-Man seized the opportunity to ascend the pinnacle in a few swift strides. With a vigorous leap, he hurled the antidote with great force into the fray. Buzzing under Peter's might, the antidote soared at incredible speed towards the swirling green mist. Dr. Connors, having lost interest in battling Pietro, lay against the New York clock, watching the antidote inch closer to the green fog, silently repeating to himself, "It must not reach. It cannot." Meanwhile, Peter and Pietro were equally transfixed, their thoughts echoing. It must reach, it must. Soon, the antidote approached the green mist, and Wanda, summoning her last vestiges of strength, opened a breach in the protective barrier, allowing the antidote to enter. With a resounding crash, the antidote struck the opposite side of the shield, shattering into fragments, causing the green mist within to rapidly fade, transforming into a gentle blue glow. Exhaling a long breath, Wanda collapsed onto the ground. The blue light within the barrier cascaded down, enveloping Dr. Connors, who gradually reverted from his lizard form back to that of a human. Peter, Pietro, and Wanda erupted into laughter, knowing they had triumphed. Chapter 14. An unexpected blow in battle, sir. The programming for the war machine has been successfully overridden. Jarvis's voice resonated in Tony's ear. Jarvis's timely words were like a heavenly melody to Tony. Indeed, the next moment, he heard Rhodes let out a long sigh of relief. Thank heavens, I can finally control my armor. Together, Rhodes and Tony exchanged a glance at the hovering drone beside them. Then, in unison, they turned back to back and rapidly unleashed a barrage of bullets. A dazzling display of fire erupted in the sky, obliterating the remaining combat robots, which plummeted to the ground. Clearly, your assistance is no longer required here. But I appreciate your earlier support, Tony's voice conveyed through his iron suit to the drone. Before Tony could continue his boast, Natasha's voice crackled through his communication device. Tony, when I arrived at Hammer Industries, Ivan was already gone. At that moment, the control room of Hammer Industries stood deserted, save for a massive circular platform strewn with severed wires. Before Natasha lay numerous monitors, densely populated with an array of codes, maps, and symbols representing combat robots. After observing for a moment, she continued to relay to Tony. Currently, 33 drones are heading your way, but one seems distinctly different, exhibiting significantly higher impact energy. Tony looked up to see streaks of white light swiftly approaching the horizon of the gloomy sky. Suppressing the urge to rub his temples, he replied to Natasha. I can see them, 33 of them. Damn it, Hammer Industries truly is a bunch of uncouth brutes. Adding to the more than 40 combat robots that had appeared at the Stark Expo, the total now surpassed 80. Indeed, they were nouveau riche, relying solely on sheer numbers for their tactics. Of course, at this moment, Tony would never admit to being as wealthy as Hammer. After a brief internal lament, he turned to Gel, saying, White-robed wizard, we welcome your assistance, and I shall offer a generous reward afterward. Gel, unfazed by Tony's abrupt change of attitude, merely nodded in agreement. Just as the words left his lips, the 33 combat robots had already surrounded the trio, one of which was exceptionally large, towering over 6 meters. Tony, it's a pleasure to see you again, Ivan's voice echoed from within the towering robot. Rhodes surveyed the combat robots encircling them and felt a twinge of helplessness, realizing that his suit's energy reserves were dwindling after the recent battle. Tony, unable to resist a quip, remarked, Isn't that Ivan, the one heading to prison? What are you doing here? In the next moment, Ivan lashed out with 2 electrified whips, declaring, Naturally, I am here to kill you. Simultaneously, Rhodes and Tony raised their arms, positioning their weapons for an imminent confrontation, the tension palpable as both sides seemed poised to clash. However, Gel interjected, Excuse me, but there are others present. By the way, who did you say you were going to kill? It was only then that Ivan noticed Gel beside him and took a moment to recall that the trending white-robed wizard on the internet matched this individual's appearance. Yet, having devoted himself to researching and manufacturing combat robots at Hammer Industries over the past year, he had scarcely followed the news and knew little of the white-robed wizard. Ivan attempted to speak to Gel, but found himself utterly unable to form words. As he tried to move, he discovered his body was paralyzed by an inexplicable force. The iron suit, no longer under his control, plummeted toward the ground. Detach. Gel simply uttered this command, and Ivan watched helplessly as his iron suit responded to the order. Though fully aware of the situation, he could do nothing but watch as the suit opened before him, allowing him to step out. Gel gazed at Ivan, who had exited the iron suit, with a smile. Dr. Lizard, Spider-Man may possess immense strength, but you are merely an ordinary, albeit robust, man. Even though the electrified iron suit hampers your chaotic magical control, my current abilities allow me to easily subdue you. What is happening? Tony observed Ivan's enigmatic actions, recalling the information he had previously gathered about the white-robed sorcerer. His gaze toward Gel now resembled that of a man confronting a demon. His pride, which sustained him, lay in the steel armor he donned. Yet the white-robed sorcerer appeared capable of effortlessly extracting him from its embrace. Tony seemed inclined to descend for a closer examination. But the moment his body began to move, all 32 combat robots hovering nearby sprang into action. Gun barrels emerged from their shoulders, and in an instant, a barrage of bullets was unleashed. What is happening? Tony questioned while exchanging fire with the robots. Natasha, glancing at the rapidly flashing code on the computer screen, promptly responded. It appears Ivan has programmed all the combat robots for automatic combat. Tony and Rhodes found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer number of combat robots and hastily ascended to evade the battlefield, seeking to eliminate the robots through evasive maneuvers. Rhodes, while firing at the ground below, shouted, "Is there a way to disable them?" Natasha, situated within Hammer Industries, typed furiously at the keyboard, "I am doing my utmost." Meanwhile, Gel, sensing something amiss, had already descended to the ground, encircling himself, Ivan, and the colossal combat robot with metallic shards. Such a valuable asset must not be destroyed. Gel opened a spatial portal leading to his basement and tossed the massive combat robot inside. He then reduced the range of the metallic shards to encase Ivan. With the combat robots rendered ineffective, Gel felt no concern that Ivan could conjure further chaos. The shards merely served to ensure Ivan's safety from the residual explosions. Natasha informed Tony and Rhodes to return swiftly, but not too far. Gel urged as he surveyed the now darkened battlefield, glancing at the fading beams of white light on the horizon. He quickly contacted Natasha, requesting her to relay the message to Tony and Rhodes. When Natasha conveyed this to Tony, he and Rhodes had already found themselves in peril. Rhodes, noticing only 16 units of energy remaining, promptly turned alongside Tony, heading back towards the original battlefield. He had just witnessed Gel retreating and assumed Gel was sulking due to Tony's sharp tongue, deciding not to assist. However, thankfully, this powerful ally had not abandoned them. Half a minute later, Gel saw beams of white light approaching from a distance, with Tony and Rhodes leading the charge. Gel waved his hands, propelling the remaining shards upward. Rhodes and Tony swiftly flew past him, while the remaining combat robots, devoid of any control, remained oblivious to fear, hurtling toward Gel at supersonic speeds. Gel mentally commanded the shards to spin around him, slicing through the incoming robots like whirling blades. "We shall provide support from behind." Tony and Rhodes, their armor's energy waning, felt reluctant to fully retreat, thus lagged slightly behind Gel to continue firing. In an instant, the entire sky reverberated with the relentless sound of machine gun fire. The combat robots, struck by shards of metal, crumpled under the assault, while Tony and Rhodes timely discharged their weapons, obliterating the remaining foes. "My war machine is out of energy," Rhodes shouted, gazing at the steel suit, its warning light flashing ominously. His armor had yet to be equipped with Tony's latest energy source, and despite his valiant efforts, it had depleted its power first. The war machine, relying on its dwindling reserves, guided Rhodes gently to the ground. Gal, with mental control, prompted the metal fragments below to part, offering a protective refuge for Rhodes. Only Tony and Gal remained engaged in battle, their surroundings battered by a hail of gunfire. Tony's suit was on the verge of collapse, and the metal around Gal was warped beyond recognition. The right arm and leg were damaged, sensors on the brink of failure. Energy remaining, 20. Jarvis's alert echoed in Tony's ears. "Natasha, how much longer?" he implored, aware that the suit could not endure much longer amidst the crimson data flashing before him. Natasha's fingers danced across the keyboard with fervor, and finally, with a confirming beep, the computer screen stabilized, ceasing all attacks from the combat robots, which fell inert to the ground. Gal descended, observing the fallen robots for a moment before freeing Rhodes and Ivan from their metallic confines. "So you've chosen to side with Hammer. Truly, you are all birds of a feather, lacking in ambition," Tony remarked disdainfully, eyeing Ivan who resembled a stray dog. Defeated and forlorn, Ivan, illuminated by the flickering flames, absorbed Tony's scorn, his body unscathed. As if making a decisive resolution, he pressed a button on his wrist. Yet, moments stretched into an eternity, and no response emerged from the outside. Only the faint crackle of flames and the sporadic pops of minor explosions from the damaged robots filled the air. Gal observed Ivan's actions with a sly grin. "What are you waiting for?" Ivan's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Gal. "It was you?" Gal nodded. "The self-destruct mechanisms of the combat robots have long been dismantled. While your revenge on society has faltered, I believe there are laws regarding attempted homicide. With so many disabled self-destruct devices, I reckon you'll be spending your next life in prison." Gal relished the despair on Ivan's face, denying him any opportunity for retaliation or mutual destruction. "The battle has concluded. This aftermath is yours to resolve with SHIELD. By the way, Tony, should you wish to reach me in the future, you may contact me through Natasha." With that, Gal opened a portal and commanded the remaining intact combat robots to enter, adding nonchalantly, "Oh, I'm taking these few robots with me. I trust you, 1T Mind." Tony gazed at the slowly closing portal, feeling somewhat speechless. "You've taken everything, leaving me no opportunity to voice my concerns." Moreover, witnessing the vigorous demeanor of Gorr, both the half-exhausted Tony and Rhodes dared not express any dissent. Should Gorr inadvertently tear them apart, they would be utterly powerless to resist. Upon returning home, Gorr found that Pietro and Wanda had yet to arrive. He thus reopened the portal leading to New York, only to discover Wanda sprawled on the ground, while Peter and Pietro sat nearby. Along with 5 others collapsed in the distance, one of whom was Professor Kurt. "Wanda, are you all right?" Gorr could hardly fathom what had transpired that left Wanda in such a state. Pietro waved his hand, approaching Gorr. "Wanda is fine. She's just exhausted." He recounted the recent events, and Gorr listened intently. He then regarded Pietro and Wanda, who he had always perceived as children, yet they had matured into capable adults. After a brief rest, Wanda quickly regained her vitality, rushing to Gorr's side, shaking his arm and playfully pouting, "Brother, I haven't had anything delicious in days. After such a prolonged battle, I'm absolutely famished." While undergoing the transformation from the space stone, she had awakened the ability to open portals, yet food never reached her. It was obliterated by the spatial energy. Thus, she had eaten nothing for an entire week. Pietro looked at Gorr with a forlorn expression, yet as a young man, he hesitated to seek comfort in the same manner. "All right, once I finish all my tasks, I shall prepare a feast for you both," Gorr assured, affectionately ruffling Wanda's hair and pulling Pietro closer to do the same. "You both have worked hard. Allow me to handle this matter, and I shall take you home shortly." After contacting Director Nick, Gorr explained the situation, and soon SHIELD personnel arrived to take over. Gorr comforted the despondent Peter, saying, "We have done all we could. The rest is beyond our control." Peter nodded, glancing back at Dr. Kurt with a deep sigh before following Gorr back to his home. Seated on the couch, Peter composed himself and inquired, "What transpired on your end?" Upon hearing that Harry had lost his sanity and transformed into the Green Goblin, he immediately sprang to his feet. "Can Harry revert to his former self?" Gorr, lacking complete certainty, replied, "Harry's physical prowess has significantly increased. In terms of strength, you are likely his only match. Thus, you must accompany me to the desert to subdue Harry. After which Wanda and I will attempt to restore him to normalcy using mental magic." Chapter 15. Suppressing the Green Goblin with a swift motion of his right hand, Gorr conjured a portal leading to the desert beside the 4 of them. A fierce gust swept in, carrying a whirlwind of sand into the living room, prompting Gorr to swiftly employ magic to shield them from the onslaught, allowing Peter to step into the vast desert. Pietro and Wanda followed suit. "Harry has something going on. We should join him and see how we might be of assistance." Harry, an only child, had but 2 close friends, Jell and Peter. Among them, only Jell had siblings, which made Harry regard Pietro and Wanda as if they were his own brother and sister, indulging them unconditionally. Jell was quite strict with Pietro and Wanda, so whenever there were activities they were forbidden to partake in, they would secretly seek out Harry to take them along. Harry, a veritable scion of wealth, never concerned himself with expenses when treating the 2. He would purchase whatever they desired, thus endearing himself to them even further. Observing the pair's concerned expressions, Jell nodded. With Pietro and Wanda's considerable abilities, managing Harry would become a tad easier. As far as the eye could see, the landscape was shrouded in a deluge of yellow sand, rendering direction indiscernible in the enveloping darkness. Fortunately, Jell had marked Harry's location, allowing the 4 of them to swiftly locate him. "Are you forecourting death?" Harry's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Jell, his voice laced with menace. Jell, uninterested in Harry's banter, swiftly cast a spell to bind Harry, simultaneously commanding, "Wanda, let us combine our magic to restrain Harry's movements. Peter, you are stronger. Directly subdue him. Pietro, once Harry is immobilized, bind him with rope." The rope in Pietro's hands was spun from Peter's webbing. Once ensnared by it, Harry would find escape impossible. Working in unison, the 4 rendered Harry helpless, tightly bound in webs, even silencing him completely, leaving him to emit muffled sounds of distress. Upon returning home, Jell placed his hand on Harry's forehead, intending to employ a mind spell, but hesitated and withdrew his hand. "Wanda, let us execute the mind spell together." Wanda nodded earnestly. "All right." Their chaotic magic was always synergistic, producing remarkable effects. Yet, under normal circumstances, their individual powers sufficed to resolve issues without necessitating a combined effort. However, to restore Harry to his normal state, They needed to merge their abilities to ensure absolute certainty. Simultaneously, they invoked the mind spell, and a dense yellow light enveloped Harry's head, his expression contorting in anguish. Harry freed himself from the webbing over his mouth, erupting in agonized cries. Peter and Pietro exchanged glances of sympathy, while even Wanda instinctively halted the flow of the mind spell. Gel shot Wanda a look. Continue. With reddened eyes. Wanda nodded and resumed channeling the mind magic. As time trickled away, the ferocity in Harry's gaze gradually ebbed, clarity returning to his eyes. What have I done? Harry lamented, recalling his previous actions, unable to suppress his urge to cradle his head in despair. During the past week, he seemed possessed by a demon, acutely aware of his actions, yet utterly incapable of controlling them. Under the influence of this sinister consciousness, he managed to evade detection for an entire week. Otherwise, Gel would have discovered his aberration long ago. But what of his abilities? Gel, will my powers vanish? Harry inquired, gazing intently at Gel. Upon meeting Harry's eyes, Gel felt a sudden tremor within, an indescribable sense of helplessness and lament washing over him. Within Harry's gaze resided a tumult of emotions, guilt, concern, fear, communicating his dread of reverting to the powerless, ordinary person he once was, even without uttering a word. Gel, seemingly oblivious, simply smiled encouragingly. Rest assured, your powers will not wane. This reassurance allowed Harry to exhale in relief. Minutes passed, and Gel sensed that Harry's mental state had stabilized. He nodded towards Wanda, and together they retracted their mental magic. However, Gel could still perceive the lingering dark energy within Harry's mind and cautioned, Harry, your predicament cannot be resolved with a single intervention. Wanda and I have temporarily suppressed the demonic consciousness in your mind, but we cannot eradicate it completely. Therefore, it may be necessary for you to stay at my home, so I can monitor your condition closely. Harry nodded, reflecting on his earlier words with deep remorse. Gel, I didn't mean what I said before. I was just worried, feeling as though I am falling behind you and Peter, especially with my father's business on the brink of collapse. Gel patted Harry's shoulder. I understand, but you now possess extraordinary abilities. Let the past remain in the past. As for your uncle's situation, I have some ideas for resolution. I will bring him over shortly to discuss it. Ultimately, Harry was merely a 19-year-old youth, whose upbringing under Uncle Norman had rendered him sensitive and fragile. In a moment of impulsive desperation, he had resorted to the injection of the serum, a choice Gel could fully empathize with. Peter approached to offer comfort, which significantly eased Harry's distress. Utilizing magic to assess Harry's mental state, Gel noted that the negative effects of the serum had been temporarily subdued. Recalling Uncle Ben, he gestured to the others. I will bring Uncle Ben and Aunt May here shortly. We need to align our narrative before they arrive. We cannot divulge everything that transpired tonight, or they will worry excessively. The five of them quickly coordinated their accounts regarding the events of the evening. On the outskirts of Las Vegas, Uncle Ben, Aunt May, and Gwen stood together, gazing at the brightly lit casino in the distance, with no inclination to approach. Hand in hand, they suppressed their sighs. As the night deepened and the air grew colder, Uncle Ben, observing the two shivering women, was the first to find his composure. May, Gwen, it is quite chilly. Let us move on. Peter is an adult now. We must trust that he can handle this situation. Aunt May initially intended to remain in her place, but upon glancing at Gwen beside her, she resolved to venture into Las Vegas first. Nodding, the three of them strolled hand in hand. Gwen, aware of Aunt May's anxiety, forced a smile and said, Uncle Ben, Aunt May, please don't worry. Peter will surely be fine. I believe you have already discerned that Peter is Spider-Man, but you might not know that Grell is the white-robed sorcerer. Just look at the incredible magic Pietro and Wanda wielded. They will undoubtedly return shortly. Though the trio felt a tinge of worry, they comforted one another. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. After what felt like an eternity, Gwen suddenly heard a familiar voice nearby. All three paused, uncertain if they had misheard. In the next moment, a figure rushed towards them, embracing them tightly while softly exclaiming, Uncle Ben, Aunt May, Gwen. Upon hearing the voice, Uncle Ben instantly recognized it as Peter's. He gestured for Grell, who was still standing nearby, to join them. The five of them embraced tightly. After a considerable time, they finally released each other. Uncle Ben stepped back, scrutinizing Peter for any signs of injury, and only then did he exhale in relief. Grell, are you all right? Despite having inspected them, Uncle Ben still felt compelled to inquire. Grell chuckled, playfully trying to lift Uncle Ben and Aunt May's spirits by spinning around. I haven't even a scratch. I'm perfectly fine. Those people were no match for us. Seeing that the others bore no wounds, Uncle Ben began to trust Grell's words and relaxed. Noticing the smiles on their faces, Grell proposed, Uncle Ben, Aunt May, you haven't had dinner, have you? I'll go fetch Uncle Norman, and we can all have dinner at my place. Aunt May shook her head. With so many of us, how could I let you cook? Let us all go to my house instead. Gorr smiled mysteriously. Aunt May, you'll see how I use magic to cook. It's far quicker than you can imagine. Peter also chimed in, and eventually, they persuaded Uncle Ben and Aunt May. After bringing Uncle Ben and the others over, Gorr opened a spatial portal to fetch Uncle Norman. However, Norman was taken aback, having never anticipated Gorr to be the white-robed sorcerer. It was only after Harry explained that he felt reassured enough to follow. Ding dong. Just as Gorr gathered everyone, the doorbell rang. Gorr sensed the presence of the visitors outside and smiled, making his way through the garden to open the door. Good evening, Natasha, Sharon, Gorr greeted them. Natasha was still clad in her combat attire, evidently having rushed over after handling matters at Hammer Industries. I merely came to inquire about Peter concerning Dr. Kurt. Director Nick is concerned there may be further complications, so I wanted to confirm, Natasha stated. Please, come inside. Gale ushered Natasha through the door, and it was then that she discovered the lively atmosphere within. A considerable gathering of people filled the space. Upon recognizing Natasha, her uncle and others greeted her warmly. Natasha guided Peter and Wanda to another room, posed a few inquiries, and even requested Wanda to use the space portal to accompany her to the laboratory for further confirmation, which ultimately eased her mind. After reporting to Director Nick, Natasha concluded her task and finally allowed herself to relax. As she stepped outside, she noticed a group of individuals who were silent, all gazing towards the kitchen. Following their line of sight, she too was captivated by the scene before her. In the kitchen, Gale was the sole one engaged in activity, yet around him, the refrigerator opened automatically, releasing an array of ingredients such as tomatoes, pork, cheese, and cornmeal, which gracefully landed in bowls and pots. Knives sliced the meat autonomously, while the prepared pieces soared into the pan, which stirred itself with a spoon. The finished dishes were plated with precision, and even the pizzas baked in the oven made their way to the dining table without assistance. The air was imbued with an enticing medley of culinary aromas. Is this how you usually cook? Natasha inquired, taking a seat beside Wanda, her curiosity piqued. The much-envied magical abilities, solely employed for cooking? Wanda smiled sweetly. In the past, Pietro and I would lend a hand, but now my brother's powers have grown, allowing him to manage everything alone. Just then, Gale approached, presenting the final dish of roasted chicken, declaring, dinner is served. As everyone gathered around the table, they began to feast. While eating, Gale animatedly recounted how he and Peter vanquished the villains that evening. You wouldn't believe it, those foes were utterly inept. Ivan even attempted to cause trouble, but with a mere wave of my hand, he obediently emerged from his armored suit. As for Dr. Kurt, he never anticipated our possession of a space portal. Gale omitted the perilous details, narrating the events of the night in a lighthearted and engaging manner. Once the story concluded, the atmosphere buzzed with lively conversation among the guests. Observing the circle of familiar faces surrounding him, Gale felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. All the people he cherished were present. Perhaps, this tranquility was what he had been seeking all along. Chapter 16. Director Nick's dangerous thoughts. The dinner, delayed by several hours, was filled with laughter and camaraderie. As they conversed while dining, it took nearly an hour before they finished their meal. By this time, it was nearing 10 o'clock at night. After escorting Natasha, Uncle Ben, and the others back, only Gale, his siblings, Uncle Norman, and Harry remained in the room. Uncle Norman, we are aware that Harry has injected himself with the human enhancement serum and that Oscorp has been facing significant difficulties lately, Gale stated candidly. Norman, taken aback by Gale's forthrightness, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. As a proud elder, he was unaccustomed to revealing his vulnerabilities in the presence of the younger generation. However, Uncle Norman, Gel continued, such human enhancement agents possess exceedingly potent side effects. Their usage can lead to a complete loss of rationality. You must refrain from thoughtlessly employing such substances. I trust that during Harry's week at home, you have also sensed the ramifications of these side effects. Norman, reflecting on Harry's recent behaviors over the past week, shuddered involuntarily. Harry had driven away all the psychologists he had invited. Had he not intervened, those professionals might have faced dire consequences. From Harry's resentful words, Norman discerned the profound failure of his belittling education towards Harry since childhood. Were it not for Harry's clandestine research on the Green Goblin's equipment at a hidden factory this past week, he might have caused even greater chaos. After a moment, Uncle Norman sighed deeply. The initial research trajectory for that enhancement agent was fundamentally flawed. My unwillingness to let go led to its confinement. Regrettably, Harry has already injected the serum. Do not worry, Uncle Norman. I have employed magic to mitigate the negative effects of the serum on Harry. It merely requires long-term magical treatment, Gel reassured him. Immediately, Uncle Norman's expression brightened as he looked up at Gel. Can Harry truly be cured? Gel nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, Uncle Norman, it is entirely feasible. Throughout this exchange, Harry merely gazed at his father with a complex expression, remaining silent. He recalled the words he had spoken to his father over the past week and witnessed his father's anguish, uncertain of how to confront him. Gel, sensing the need to break the silence, smiled and said, Uncle Norman, Harry, please follow me. The five of them proceeded towards the basement. Upon opening the large door, they were taken aback by the sight of a combat robot occupying nearly half of the basement. What is this? Pietro was the first to inquire. As a boy inherently fascinated by high technology and steel machinery, he had long coveted Iron Man's armor. This particular suit appeared even larger, more imposing, and more dazzling than Iron Man's, and Pietro could hardly contain his eagerness to try it on. Wanda, too, was astonished to discover a combat robot in their own basement and quickly approached it. Even Uncle Norman found it difficult to restrain his excitement, rushing forward to examine the marvel. It was then that he noticed several smaller combat robots positioned behind the towering one. After observing for a moment, Uncle Norman suddenly inquired, was this invented by Tony? How did you acquire it? Tony had fiercely defended his armor against governmental acquisition, publicly rebuking officials multiple times, and privately showing no mercy to those with ulterior motives. He had only gifted Rhodes a suit to maintain the government's facade. After they had all taken in the sight, Gel clarified, this was not invented by Tony. It was manufactured by Hammer Industries. Gear elucidated for quite some time, clarifying the entanglement between Hammer, Ivan, and Tony. He then continued, these are the spoils of my endeavors tonight. However, their operating systems have been compromised. Retaining them would serve little purpose. So I shall bequeath them to Uncle for further study. Although their performance pales in comparison to Iron Man's armored suit, there are undoubtedly numerous technical insights to be gleaned. Hammer's misplaced trust in Ivan has resulted in a significant blunder tonight, which will undoubtedly affect the collaboration between Hammer Industries and the military. My understanding of technology and strategy is limited, thus I can only assist to this extent. While this armored suit is formidable, it cannot match the technological maturity of Tony's creation, particularly since Tony has recently discovered a new element that can be utilized as a renewable energy source. As Norman listened to Gear's introduction, he had already surmised that Gear had brought him here with the intention of presenting these armored suits. However, hearing it spoken aloud moved him deeply. Norman reflected seriously, Osborne Enterprises indeed requires these armored suits, but I cannot accept them without compensation. I will have the technical department assess their value and transfer the corresponding funds to you. Upon hearing that the armored suits were to be relinquished, Pietro and Wanda felt a pang of disappointment, but they soon reconciled with the thought that these suits could aid Uncle Norman through his difficulties. Gear noticed the expressions of Pietro and Wanda and smiled gently before addressing Uncle Norman. There is no need for payment. I am not in want of money. However, if Uncle Norman does not mind, it would be splendid if future technological advancements could result in a suit for each of us siblings. Additionally, I have a small request. Once the operating systems of the armored suits are installed, I would like Pietro and Wanda to serve as test pilots for a few days. Such a modest request was one that Uncle Norman would not refuse. Very well, once the technology is ready, I will have the technical department craft a set of armored suits specifically for you. As for the test pilots, not just for a few days, but for several months if you wish. Upon hearing this, Pietro and Wanda could not contain their joy and leapt with excitement. While Gear's gathering was filled with warmth and camaraderie, the atmosphere at SHIELD was rife with tension. Two significant events transpired today. The highly publicized Stark Industries Expo encountered an incident where Tony and Rhodes, along with dozens of armored suits, engaged in battle, nearly endangering numerous prominent visitors, and Dr. Kurt Connors almost transformed the entire population of New York into lizard-like creatures, narrowly averting a catastrophe. High-ranking officials from various nations were well informed about these occurrences and had just summoned Director Nick Fury, reprimanding him for an extended duration. After concluding the video conference, Director Fury rubbed his temples in his office. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and upon glancing up, he saw his capable assistant, Natasha, approaching. Come in, he said, pressing the button to unlock the door. Natasha entered and took a seat in the chair opposite Director Fury. Given her familiarity with him, she could tell that he had just engaged in a lengthy argument with the international leaders. A moment later, Director Nick Fury set aside his hand that had been massaging his temples, summoning a semblance of vitality. Over the past 2 years, a plethora of bizarre incidents have unfolded. Just moments ago, the leaders from various nations suggested that we seek solutions to these dilemmas. Natasha understood that Nick was not soliciting her counsel, but merely expressing his frustrations. Therefore, she ventured a suggestion. Perhaps we could enlist Spider-Man into the Avengers? Nick shook his head. Compared to the more seasoned Gale, the other individuals' temperaments are not quite suited for the Avengers. Moreover, the Avengers cannot become a sanctuary for their families. Natasha recognized Nick's apprehensions. He desired equilibrium and to maintain control. Yet, in the face of that cadre of superhumans, no one could wield complete dominion over them. However, such sentiments were not ones she could voice openly. Nick drummed his fingers on the table, and after a considerable pause, he raised his gaze. I wish to conduct further experiments with personnel to ascertain if they can absorb the energy of the cosmic cube. Natasha gasped, her long lashes fluttering. Director, have you forgotten? Countless individuals have attempted to touch it, only to be reduced to ashes. That was the most harrowing lesson for S.H.I.E.L.D., acquired at the cost of many lives. Thus, an undeniable consensus emerged. It is utterly impossible to harness the cosmic cube's energy to transform humanity. Nick lifted his head. I am aware. Hence, I intend to enlist Gale's assistance in our experiments to determine if, under the influence of his magical energy, anyone might absorb the cosmic cube's energy. Before Natasha could respond, Nick continued, Natasha, this world is evolving at an alarming pace. Now we have the white-robed sorcerer, Spider-Man, Iron Man, and Lizard, who can predict what will emerge in a few months. We must possess sufficient power to confront these transformations. Natasha sat in her chair, enveloped in silence for an extended period, then exhaled a deep sigh. Very well, I shall convey this matter to him. It was not only Nick who felt insecure. She too was at a loss for how to engage with these individuals. Their powers had surpassed their wildest imaginings. If one day they were to pursue harm against humanity, who could possibly rein them in? Just as the atmosphere in the office grew somber, a ringtone echoed through the room. Natasha glanced at the caller ID, furrowing her brow. Yet she answered the call. Hello, Agent Norman Novikov. Good evening. Tony's voice resonated from the phone. Natasha found it peculiar. Ever since Tony had learned of her affiliation with S.H.I.E.L.D., he had consistently been sardonic towards her. Why was he calling to greet her today? Could it be that her assistance in tonight's battle had altered his perspective? As a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Natasha was adept at concealing her emotions, so she responded in kind. Good evening, Tony. Tony chuckled, not bothering to mask his intentions. The white-robed sorcerer assisted me several times today, and I am immensely grateful to him. Thus I wish to host him for a meal. Could you provide me with his contact information? Natasha immediately discerned that Tony was merely speaking nonsense. Yet she had no intention of exposing him. I will consult the white-robed wizard and inform you afterward. After hanging up the phone, Natasha glanced at her watch. It was already past midnight. She rolled her eyes at the absurdity of calling someone for dinner at this hour. Who would believe that? However, when she recounted the incident to Gel the following day, he readily acquiesced. After all, Iron Man had come seeking a challenge. How could he refuse? Besides, it was possible that amidst the torment, he could also gain the benefits he desired. Chapter 17. The Five's power test. The abandoned factory appeared much the same as it had a year prior when Peter brought Gel along. This time, however, 5 individuals had arrived. Surrounding the factory was a meticulously cleared 400-meter track, expertly controlled by Gel's magic to ensure precise measurements. I am about to begin, Pietro declared as he positioned himself at the starting line, adopting a running stance. Gel, Peter, Harry, and Wanda stood atop the factory roof, awaiting the commencement of the power test. Each of their abilities had significantly improved since a year ago. Thus, Gel had brought them to the abandoned factory early in the morning to better familiarize themselves with one another's powers. Start, Gel shouted, promptly pressing the stopwatch. Simultaneously, Pietro dashed down the track with remarkable speed, reaching a velocity nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The force of his movement generated a gust of wind, lifting the surrounding weeds into the air. With a swift motion of his arm, Gel used magic to send the weeds flying even further, ensuring they did not disrupt Pietro's test. After observing for a moment, Gel sensed something peculiar. Upon reflection, he concluded that, given Pietro's speed, he should not be running this fast. Using magic to sense the situation, Gel discovered a remarkable phenomenon. As Pietro's feet struck the ground, the space beneath him distorted, allowing him to cover greater distances with each stride, akin to the legendary ability to traverse vast distances in an instant. Gel recalled that in the films of his past life, Pietro did not possess such a capability. Could it be a transformation brought about by the space stone? A minute passed swiftly, Angel precisely called out, "Stop." The previously speeding Pietro halted instantly, turning to Wanda. With a troubled expression, she shook her head in resignation. "He is too fast. I can't keep track anymore." Gel also felt a sense of helplessness. Although he could sense some aspects of the situation through magic, he too was unable to match Pietro's running speed. It seemed he would need to procure specialized equipment for further testing next time. Upon hearing Wanda's remark, Pietro beamed with pride. "This venue doesn't suffice. I feel as though I haven't even broken a sweat." Gel sensed Pietro's physical condition post-run and noted that his heart rate remained unchanged and his breathing barely intensified, indicating that this speed posed no challenge for him at all. Yet, upon witnessing the boastful Pietro, Gorr could not help but pat his head and chide. "All right, enough of your bravado. Next, Wanda." Nodding in acknowledgement, Wanda made her way to the forefront of the factory, where an array of meticulously prepared heavy dumbbells lay in abundance. These dumbbells had been procured by Gorr from SIELD, and as Director Nick had remarked, they were crafted from a high-density meteorite. Ordinary individuals had no use for them. Thus Gorr had clandestinely acquired a considerable number. With a graceful flourish of her hands, Wanda conjured forth a resplendent gray luminescence from the heavy dumbbells. Flecks of blue light shimmering amidst the gray, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Under Wanda's deft control, the dumbbells began to ascend skyward. Her golden locks flowed elegantly, the nascent sunlight casting a warm glow upon her visage, rendering her akin to a goddess of dawn. "Move," Wanda commanded softly, and the dumbbells, like components of a finely tuned apparatus, rotated in harmonious precision. Soon, she suspended the dumbbells mid-air, then systematically guided each one from the ground into the sky. It was only when her face flushed and exhaustion set in that she gently placed all the dumbbells back onto the ground. Gorr, having sensed the weight of the equipment, looked at the jubilant Wanda and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Well done, your abilities are gradually approaching mine. You managed to lift a total of 31 tons this time." Wanda beamed with joy, realizing this was a significant improvement compared to her previous endeavors. Next came Harry, stepping forward with a hint of trepidation as it was his inaugural test of strength. Taking a deep breath, he stacked several heavy dumbbells and began his experiment. Fortunately, the weights before him were easily lifted, bolstering his confidence immensely. Gorr levitated the other dumbbells one by one. 8 tons, a breeze. 9 tons, effortless. 10 tons, simple. 11 tons, slightly taxing. Maximum capacity, 126 tons. Harry placed the weights down, unable to contain his excitement. This result far exceeded his expectations. Pietro, with a competitive spirit, approached to give it a try. However, despite exerting every ounce of his strength, the dumbbells remained immobile, leading him to retreat in despondence. Now, it was Peter's turn. He stepped forward and effortlessly lifted the weight that had been Harry's maximum, his complexion unchanged and breath unlabored. Gorr could even sense that Peter exerted little effort at all. The 4 onlookers were left in awe. Among the 5 of them, Peter appeared distinctly superhuman. One dumbbell after another was added until he reached a staggering 189 tons, at which point he finally hit his limit. With all 4 completed with their tests, they turned their gaze to Gorr, setting aside his notepad. Gorr clapped his hands and declared, "All right, it's my turn." Approaching the dumbbells, he waved his right hand, causing the stacked weights to ascend into the air, forming a celestial staircase leading toward the heavens. Wanda gazed up at the staircase, momentarily tempted to ascend its ethereal steps. Dumbbells soared one after another as Pietro could not help but tally. 26 tons, 29 tons, 31 tons, 38 tons. Soon, Gorr exceeded Wanda's 31 tons. Continuing to stack higher, 43 tons, 46 tons, 48 tons. By the time it reached 48 tons, Gorr's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. He exhaled softly and placed all the dumbbells back on the ground. Under the sunlight, the 5 of them wore expressions of sheer joy. However, Pietro soon noticed a peculiar detail. "Why does it seem to me that Gorr, Pietro, and Wanda have all grown a bit taller?" Gorr, Harry, and Pietro had been renowned heartthrobs since high school, often approached by admirers on the street. Yet, in these past 2 years, Gorr and Harry had shot up to over 6 feet, while Pietro still stood at a mere 5'8", which left him feeling somewhat disheartened, especially as he had just realized that Gorr had grown taller than Harry, further dampening his spirits. Wanda quickly sweetly reassured him, "Brother Pietro, you're already quite tall. Don't dwell on it." Seizing the moment, Pietro inquired, "In your eyes, who is the most handsome?" Wanda blinked charmingly, her light gray pupils glistening in the sunlight. "Of course, my brother Gorr is the most handsome." Harry erupted into laughter, unable to resist teasing. "Pietro, Why do you humiliate yourself? Pietro, standing nearby, wore a beaming smile, clearly unbothered by any jealousy toward his brother. After their playful banter, they went on to test each other's abilities in various aspects, such as speed, jumping power, and reaction time, spending a full hour on it. I can lift 48 tons with my magic. Wanda can lift 31 tons with hers. Pietro can directly lift 59 tons. Harry can lift a staggering 126 tons, and Pietro can lift an astonishing 189 tons. Gorr, glancing at the recorded data, could not help but be astonished by Pietro's superhuman strength. Fortunately, each person had their own advantages. Gorr's chaos magic was comprehensive, lacking only in physical prowess compared to Pietro and Harry, who were formidable in strength. Wanda was similar, but at that moment, she demonstrated a slightly different evolutionary path than Gorr. Her running speed was comparable, but her physical strength was significantly less. Pietro had the fastest speed and reaction time, with physical capabilities only surpassed by Harry and Pietro. Although Harry's strength did not match Pietro's, his healing abilities exceeded those of Pietro. Pietro possessed the greatest physical strength and resilience, and his reaction capability ranked just behind Pietro, yet his resistance to sharp object injuries was relatively weaker, and his healing was inferior to both Pietro and Harry. Once the tests were completed, Gorr received a call from Natasha. I must visit SHIELD. For a while, you all can arrange your time as you see fit. Wanda and Pietro, you two have already missed a week of classes. Hurry back to school. Gorr opened the portal leading to the underground facility of SHIELD, and then turned to Pietro and Wanda. The two individuals are now in the final months of their 12th grade, soon to confront the formidable challenge of university entrance examinations. Gorr is resolute that neither of them shall fail to gain admission to a reputable institution. Pietro and Wanda, wearied and forlorn, cast desperate glances towards Harry and Peter, who merely shrugged their shoulders, indicating their inability to assist. After all, Gorr has always approached academic matters with utmost seriousness. Reluctantly, Pietro and Wanda nodded in agreement to attend school, which allowed Gorr to finally feel at ease as he stepped through the spatial portal into the underground headquarters of SHIELD. Good morning, Gorr, greeted Director Nick Fury, still adorned with his distinctive half-black eye patch. Gorr was puzzled by Nick's presence today, but reciprocated, good morning, Director Fury. Natasha stood nearby, and once the two had exchanged pleasantries, she conveyed the purpose of Gorr's summons. Upon hearing her proposal, Gorr firmly declined, stating, I shall never use a person for experimentation, regardless of their past misdeeds or crimes. That is my unwavering principle. Natasha and Director Nick exchanged a glance, seemingly perceiving the mutual relief and resignation reflected in each other's eyes. However, they both tacitly agreed to refrain from pressing the matter further. After a brief moment, Natasha spoke up, suggesting, what if we conduct preliminary tests on animals? Gale cast a penetrating glance at the two individuals and spoke, I hope that after the experiment, you will relinquish your ambitions. Given his profound understanding of chaotic magic, he recognized that its energy was indeed more formidable and sophisticated than that of the Infinity Stones, rendering it utterly incapable of being harnessed by others. Soon, a multitude of animals were brought forth, dogs, sheep, cattle, horses, camels, and more. Observing the array of creatures before him, Gale surmised that the two had likely anticipated his disapproval of using humans for experimentation, hence they had prepared these numerous animals in advance. With a flourish, Gale summoned the chaotic magic, a gray mist imbued with a hint of blue luminescence, which surged towards the tesseract. The mist possessed a silky texture, reminiscent of smooth satin, and akin to the ethereal clouds that drift through the sky. The flecks of blue light within imparted an additional layer of mystique to the gray vapor. Even though Director Nick had previously witnessed Gale's application of chaotic magic, he could not help but marvel, what a magnificent energy. It is an enviable ability. As Nick mused, the gray mist enveloped the tesseract, and in an instant, it erupted with a blinding radiance that compelled all within the subterranean space to shut their eyes. Moments later, tendrils of blue light were drawn from the tesseract by the gray mist, leading them towards the various animals. Bark, ba, moo. The animals could only utter a cry of despair before they inexplicably vanished, disappearing without a trace, leaving not the slightest sign of their existence. The amount of magical energy I can exert upon the animals is the smallest quantity within my control. So, do you still wish to proceed? Gel cast a cold gaze towards Director Nick as he spoke. Director Nick, now drenched in cold sweat, gazed despondently toward the cosmic cube, shaking his head. Enough. There's no need to try further. The observing researchers were equally startled by the scene, plunging the underground space into an eerie silence. After a considerable pause, Nick broke the stillness, addressing Natasha. Natasha, please escort Gel to Tony's. Isn't your appointed time fast approaching? Natasha nodded and led Gel toward the elevator. This was Gel's first visit to Tony's residence, and during daylight, he had no intention of using the spatial portal. Once Gel and Natasha had departed, Nick inhaled deeply, his expression regaining its resolute demeanor. He turned to the nearby researchers, inquiring, over the past 2 weeks, while Gel and his siblings absorbed spatial energy, you must have made significant advancements in your studies, correct? The researchers nodded in affirmation. We have observed that the intensity of the energy field during Gel's absorption surpasses that of Wanda or Pietro when they absorb energy alone. Nick interrupted. I am not interested in the details. I simply want to know if you can harness this energy to develop high-tech weaponry. The researchers, feeling the weight of Nick's gaze, swallowed nervously. This has indeed been our research focus. Based on our findings from the past fortnight, we have made substantial breakthroughs in understanding the energy within the cosmic cube, so it should be feasible. Nick continued. How long will it take until I can see a prototype? The researchers estimated approximately 12 years. Nick shook his head. That is too long. We cannot afford to wait. The researchers glanced at Nick's expression, frightened, and one hesitantly added, if Gel assists us in our research, the timeline could be significantly shortened. Nick pondered for a moment, then nodded. He waved his hand dismissively at the researchers. Very well, I understand. Once they had departed, Nick turned toward the elevator, staring intently for an extended period. The distant sounds of researchers operating computers and their bustling activities accentuated the eerie silence surrounding Nick. Eventually, he regained his composure and strode purposefully toward the elevator. If creating superhumans was unattainable, then superpowered weaponry would compel those with abilities to comply. Chapter 18. The Self-Inflicted Wounds of Iron Man on the Pacific Coast Highway. A sleek silver supercar sped toward California. The scenery here is truly splendid, Gel remarked, donning sunglasses as he drove. Natasha, dressed in a casual ensemble and adorned with a hat that radiated a Hawaiian vibe, chuckled in response. Tony certainly knows how to indulge. His villa is perched on the edge of a cliff, designed by an architect renowned for creating many world-famous structures. In the distance, Gel spotted a modern villa standing majestically at the cliff's edge. As Gorr approached, he increasingly felt that the design of the villa exuded an artistic flair. Perched on the edge of a cliff, the villa resembled an extraterrestrial flying saucer, its sleek, silver-white curves evoking a sense of comfort and aesthetic pleasure. After a brief drive along the road, they finally arrived at Tony's seaside villa. To Gorr's surprise, the enigmatic figure in the white robe turned out to be a recently matured youth. Tony greeted him, his smart glasses capturing Gorr's image, while Jarvis promptly retrieved all of Gorr's information from the internet and relayed it to Tony through his earpiece. Gorr, not engaging in conversation, simply extended the bottle of red wine he was holding to Tony, stating, "This is my first visit to your home. I brought a small token of appreciation." Tony, evading the gesture, replied, "I'm afraid I'm not fond of accepting gifts from others." Potts, stepping in to diffuse the situation, took the wine from Gorr's hands, saying, "Not to worry, I enjoy receiving gifts, so feel free to give it to me." Gorr was well aware of Tony's infuriating character, and he paid it no mind, already pondering how to give Tony a thorough challenge should the opportunity arise. However, as Tony observed Gorr more closely, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Instinctively, he removed his sunglasses for a better look and inquired, "Have we met before?" Jarvis was the first to respond through the earpiece. "Sir, you encountered Mr. Gorr during the incident at the mall when he was taken hostage by the robbers." Tony reacted immediately. "Oh wow, so it's you." Hearing Jarvis's voice, Gorr smiled and replied, "I owe my gratitude to you, Mr. Stark, for saving my life that day." Natasha, recalling something, couldn't he help but suppress a laugh, while Potts looked on in confusion, asking, "Have you two met before?" As Natasha and Potts walked into the house, she explained the backstory, allowing Potts to grasp the situation. Once inside, the four began to engage in lively conversation about various topics. However, as time passed, Tony seemed increasingly restless, hesitating to speak several times, which amused Potts. "Gorr, I would like to invite you to see my collection of Iron Man suits," Tony declared, setting down his wine glass. Gorr nodded in agreement and also placed his barely touched glass aside, responding, "I've been eagerly anticipating this." Traversing through the uniquely designed corridor and staircase, the two descended into the basement. In stark contrast to the romantic ambience of the main hall, the basement was distinctly avant-garde. The expansive space soared high, filled with an array of high-tech elements, To the right, a long row of glass cabinets displayed variously shaped Iron Man suits. In the back corner lay dozens of vintage sports cars, with a massive computer display screen above them. To the left stood a computer desk cluttered with an assortment of monitors. Most intriguingly, a holographic projection in the center of the room demonstrated the various transformations of the Iron Man suits. This is Mark IV, a suit of armor I have utilized for quite some time, equipped with numerous satellite missiles. This is Mark V, a briefcase-style armor that enabled me to triumph over Ivan on the racetrack. This is Mark VI, which harnesses a reactor I invented, thus boasting superior performance. The others are still in the process of fabrication and are not yet complete. As Tony walked, he elaborated on each suit. Geller, using magic, sensed the intricate internal structures of these armors, growing increasingly impressed by Tony's ingenuity. In comparison to the suits he had confiscated from Ivan, the designs before him were far more sophisticated, prompting him to exclaim, "What a brilliant design!" Tony, accustomed to such praise, couldn't help but feel a sense of pride upon receiving compliments from Geller. "Shall we test their might?" he suggested. Gale nodded, yet displayed no humility. "Very well. But these few should be insufficient for me to engage." Tony opened the glass cabinet door and approached the Mark VI behind him, which automatically expanded to envelop Tony's form. "Then let us see." Tony commanded the Mark VI to step out of the glass cabinet, advancing toward Gale with measured strides. In contrast to the imposing and powerful Iron Man suit, Gale appeared considerably smaller. However, he remained steadfast, unfazed by Tony's approach, calmly uttering, "Come out." Subsequently, the Mark VI disassembled itself from Tony's body, exposing him to the open air. As Gale retracted his mental magic, clarity returned to Tony's gaze. Reflecting on his recent actions, Tony realized that his Mark VI was equally susceptible to Gale's control, leading him to sit dejectedly in a nearby chair, candidly admitting, "Yes, you are correct. I summoned you today to ascertain whether you could control me as you did Ivan. It turns out you can." Tony remained silent in the chair for a considerable time. Gale understood the source of Tony's frustration. He had lived much of his life in the shadow of his father, inheriting everything from him until he invented the Iron Man suit, through which he discovered his own value in life. Yet, this newfound worth was effortlessly dismantled by Gale. Such a blow would be unbearable for anyone. Gale regarded Tony with sincerity and a gentle tone. "Tony, I am not your enemy, truly." Instinctively, Tony glanced at Gale, momentarily taken aback by the gravity and earnestness etched on his face. Gale continued, "Tony, our world is on the brink of numerous challenges. Your Iron Man suit can accomplish many feats that I cannot, so do not dwell on this recent setback. I will not be your adversary. Thus you need not worry about me. Many formidable foes will arrive on Earth in the coming years, such as the overwhelming extraterrestrials and their ships during the Battle of New York, along with those colossal alien warships. At this moment, I possess no confidence in my ability to confront such formidable vessels." Thus, he prepared to meet Tony, for it is only Tony who possesses the most advanced technology, the pinnacle of intellect, and the most exceptional minds capable of creating equipment that could enhance the strength of the Avengers. Had Tony been a more accommodating individual, Gel would have never resorted to such measures. However, Tony is not that way. Therefore, Gel believes that only by defeating Tony will he compel him to lower his head and engage in a mutually beneficial exchange, enabling Gel to obtain what he desires. "Tony, I too wish to witness the capabilities of your iron suit, or rather, I can assist you in identifying the shortcomings of your armor," Gel remarked, causing Tony to instantly lift his gaze. Tony, somewhat incredulous at Gel's unexpected benevolence, retorted, "What is your true intention?" Gale rose from his chair and declared, "I do not mind your crafting a mecha capable of countering my abilities. However, I require you to impart all your knowledge to me, barring, of course, the most fundamental and classified information regarding the iron suit." At this moment, Gale's true intentions for being here became evident. The pace of learning within the confines of the school was far too slow for his liking. By directly acquiring knowledge from Tony, he could significantly conserve time, not to mention that this place boasted a plethora of mechanical apparatuses unavailable in the outside world. Although his forte lay in magic, Gale firmly believed that all paths lead to the same destination. The more he learned, the more he could integrate into his own magical practice. Tony pondered for a moment before extending his hand toward Gel, sealing the agreement. He donned the Mark VI armor once more and launched an assault against Gel. "I have severed your energy supply," he declared. "The defenses at your neck are relatively feeble. The fire resistance of the iron suit is not particularly formidable." For the first time, Gel employed magic to sever the energy conduit of the Mark VI. On the second occasion, Gel's sorcery violently tore apart the steel at the suit's neck. The third instance saw Gel channeling chaotic magic into primordial flames, engulfing the Mark VI in a fiery blaze that nearly scorched Tony within. The fourth and fifth rounds witnessed the Mark VI repeatedly dismantled, only to be restored time and again. The entire subterranean space had been transformed into a makeshift workshop by Tony, with welding torches, wrenches, and various other tools in use. The sounds of repairs reverberating throughout. To an unsuspecting observer, it would seem as if a multitude of workers were engaged in renovation. Pepper and Natasha had likely grown accustomed to the commotion below, showing little interest in even a cursory glance. Tony, however, was thoroughly disheartened. Time and again, he built his confidence, only to have it shattered by Gel. The Mark VI never managed to withstand an assault for even 10 seconds. Tony himself was astounded by the multitude of vulnerabilities within the armor. Is this all you are capable of, these trivial parlor tricks? After experiencing repeated failures, Tony could no longer endure the frustration and struck the ground with a powerful fist. Gorr understood that to truly subdue Tony, he must defeat him openly and honorably. Thus, he flexed his wrist and suggested, "Why not settle this outside?" Tony nodded in agreement, taking command of Mark VI. He crashed through the glass window and surged into the open air. With a vigorous sweep of his hands, Gorr swiftly soared through the window, ascending above the sea. On the balcony, indulging in fine wine and relishing a rare moment of leisure, Potts and Natasha gazed up at the two figures in the sky, unable to resist clinking their glasses together. A captivating spectacle was about to unfold. Bang! Tony was the first to launch two miniature armor-piercing projectiles, while Gorr, instead of retaliating against the miniature armor-piercing shells, allowed them to detonate around him. However, protected by a magical shield, the explosions inflicted no harm upon Gorr. He soared towards Tony, his right hand enveloped in chaotic magic, and struck down upon the Mark VI with tremendous force, creating a significant dent in its chest. Warning: damage detected in the left chest. If this continues, it will jeopardize the launch of heavy missiles. The alarm of J-A-R-V-I-S echoed in Tony's ears. Ignoring it completely, Tony swung his fist with great force towards Geller, yet it merely struck against Geller's personal magical shield, creating only a ripple effect. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, and it wasn't long before Tony could no longer contain himself. His Iron Man suit was already marred by numerous damages. Swiftly creating distance, Tony activated his shoulder-mounted cannon and unleashed a barrage of bullets towards Gel. Flames erupted from either side of the armored suit, as countless projectiles collided with Gel's protective shield. Is that enough? Now it's my turn. Gorr raised his hands, mimicking a tearing gesture in the void, and then the dual shoulder cannons were gradually wrenched free from the confines of the steel armor. The jarring sound of metal being torn reached Tony's ears, accompanied by J-A-R-V-I-S-S alarm. Warning: in 3 seconds the shoulder-mounted cannons will detach from the Iron Man suit. Launch heavy missiles. Tony, too, has resolved to take decisive action, launching a heavy missile without hesitation. Gorr cast a glance at the heavy missile, strategically positioning a protective shield along its trajectory, which resulted in the missile detonating directly between the two individuals. With a resounding boom, the shockwave from the heavy missile propelled both individuals backward. Jarvis, divert all energy to propulsion and create distance. Tony aimed to directly bombard Gorr from a distance, seeking victory in the battle. At that moment, Gorr had already approached, and upon hearing Tony's voice, he let out a cold laugh, saying, "Thinking of fleeing? How naive." With a swift wave of his right hand, a cloud of gray mist swiftly enveloped Mark VI, while its jet propulsion system unleashed an even greater surge of thrust. Yet, it failed to create distance, instead being inexorably drawn towards Gel's direction. Jarvis reported the current status. The enemy's pulling force exceeds our flight capabilities, making it impossible to gain distance. Tony, in exasperation, shouted, "Silence! I can see it already." Gale commanded Mark VI to soar towards himself, then with a swift motion of his right hand, he completely wrenched the two shoulder cannons from the ironclad suit. Subsequently, the steel at the shoulders, the arms, and the head was torn apart. Tony's Mark VI lay in tatters. The shoulders ceased to respond, the hands became unresponsive, and the entire body was extensively damaged. After the alarm from Jarvis, Tony's face was completely exposed to the air. He gazed at the unscathed Gel across from him, and, with a resigned sigh, declared his defeat. Below, Potts witnessed Tony in such a pitiful state for the first time, her eyes widening in disbelief. Natasha, however, was no stranger to Gel's prowess. Following this confrontation, Tony's demeanor towards Gel underwent a significant transformation, and his words became less acerbic. The two of them immersed themselves in the laboratory, collaborating on perfecting the design of the Iron Man suit. In the ensuing months, Gel's life was a blend of monotony and fulfillment. Part of his time was spent at SHIELD, harnessing the power of the Space Stone to enhance his abilities while assisting the organization's researchers in studying spatial energy. He devoted another portion of his time to diligent study at school, and the remainder was dedicated to aiding Tony in the modification of the Iron Man suit. Although the Space Stone no longer granted him such a significant boost in power, it steadily fortified his strength. As for the matter of chivalry and justice, Gel had largely ceded this responsibility to Peter, Wanda, and Pietro. He would only intervene should they find themselves unable to resolve the issue. Had fate not intervened, Gel's life might have continued in this unremarkable manner. However, it is evident that this world is rife with unforeseen occurrences. On an ordinary day in October 2009, within a nondescript soft drink factory in Brazil, Dr. Banner inadvertently sustained an injury, causing his blood to drip into one of the beverage bottles. This particular bottle traversed the ocean, ultimately consumed by an unfortunate soul in America. Consequently, General Ross uncovered Dr. Banner's whereabouts. Thus, a one-sided massacre of soldiers by the Hulk quietly unfolded under the Brazilian night sky. Chapter 19. Urgent news regarding the Hulk. Ding ding. In a classroom at the Imperial Public University, Professor John, who specializes in physics, was delivering a lecture when he was suddenly interrupted by two knocks at the door. Turning to glance in that direction, he beheld a striking woman standing at the entrance, her exquisite auburn hair cascading elegantly, and her form accentuated by a provocative, alluring miniskirt. It was evident that she was the one who had just rapped upon the door. Instantly, John's irritation dissipated, and the classroom erupted in a chorus of appreciative whistles, for a beauty of such caliber is indeed a rare sight to behold. Seated in the front row, Gorr stood up abruptly upon meeting Natasha's gaze, quickly apologizing to the professor before exiting the classroom. A chorus of sighs filled the room. What had transpired? Gorr led Natasha a bit further away and inquired. The matter that prompted Natasha to come directly to the school to seek him out could hardly be trivial. Natasha handed Gorr a document, which he accepted and opened to peruse. After a brief moment, Gorr, taken aback, asked, "Has the Green Giant appeared?" In his recollection, the Hulk only made his appearance in the narrative prior to the climactic battle in New York. Although he had watched Marvel films in his previous life, he had not seen them all and was therefore not well versed in the intricate storylines of many characters. Natasha nodded, affirming that General Ross had learned of Dr. Banner's presence in Brazil a fortnight ago and had dispatched operatives to the region. However, many special forces had fallen victim to the wrath of the Hulk. According to reliable sources, Dr. Banner was currently situated in northern Manhattan, as the Hulk also fell under the jurisdiction of SHIELD. Director Nick Fury wished for you to keep an eye on the situation. Gel recalled that before his transformation, Dr. Banner had always been a man of great humility. Was it possible that Dr. Banner had stirred up trouble, prompting General Ross to pursue him? Natasha remained silent, offering no response. Observing her expression, Gel began to grasp the reality. Once again, it appeared that innocent individuals were being hunted due to selfish interests. To be frank, such behaviors were characteristic of the United States. Dr. Banner had been living peacefully in Brazil. Why seek to exploit his transformation for the sake of developing weaponry? As a member of SHIELD, Natasha refrained from commenting on the machinations of the political sphere, opting instead for silence. Gel, however, made his stance clear. He would never assist General Ross in capturing Dr. Banner. His sole objective would be to ensure that the Hulk posed no threat to his surroundings. Natasha nodded in agreement. As representatives of the International Security Council, we do not engage in politics, so we will not request your assistance in apprehending Dr. Banner. You have my assurance. In that case, I shall take on this matter, but I will need to bring Peter, Harry, Wanda, and Pietro along. We require SHIELD's assistance to address our attendance issues. Gel had been augmenting his powers with the Tesseract and owed a significant debt to SHIELD, making refusal difficult. Bringing Peter and the others was a strategic decision, as Gel was not adept at confronting an adversary as formidable as the Hulk. Peter and Harry were better suited for diversion, while Pietro excelled at rescue operations. Gel and Wanda would serve as agile forces, better equipped to mitigate unforeseen circumstances. For SHIELD, resolving attendance issues was a trivial task, yet Natasha harbored concerns of greater magnitude and cheerfully inquired, "May I accompany you?" Gel shrugged. Who would refuse such a beautiful companion on a mission? Natasha smiled warmly before attending to subsequent arrangements. Since this was an official assignment, All 6 individuals would be appearing in Manhattan. Thus, they opted for a large off-road vehicle from exiled, instead of utilizing spatial teleportation. As they drove, they admired the scenery, and by the time they reached Manhattan, night had fallen. They casually selected a pizza parlor still open for business, ordering dinner. "Natasha, where will we be staying?" Wanda sweetly asked during their wait. Natasha gently patted Wanda's head, pointing to a tall building outside the glass door. "Do you see that skyscraper? Our hotel is located there." Stanley, the pizza shop owner, overheard their conversation and speculated that this group must belong to affluent families, given that the 5-star hotel nearby charged no less than $2,000 per night. As the sound of wind chimes resonated, yet another individual pushed open the door of the pizzeria and greeted the owner, Stanley, with a warm "Good evening, Stanley." Upon recognizing the newcomer, Stanley instinctively glanced towards the back door, suppressing his inner unease, and replied with a forced smile, "Good evening, Betty. The usual for you tonight?" Betty nodded, placing her handbag beneath her seat, and settled at the table adjacent to Greg and his companions. Meanwhile, Peter gently nudged Greg's arm, signaling him to observe Harry, who was surreptitiously admiring the woman who had just entered, clearly captivated by her allure. Greg stole a glance at her and couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed. She is quite beautiful. Brother, who is more beautiful, me and Natasha, or that lady?" Wanda posed a rather loaded question. Natasha, intrigued, turned her gaze towards Greg, eagerly awaiting his response. Greg wiped away non-existent sweat. "You are both stunning, each in your own way. Your beauty is so remarkable that it could render me incapable of eating." The woman named Betty possessed a visage that epitomized the quintessential Western beauty. Unlike Wanda's vibrant youthfulness or Natasha's sultry allure, Betty emanated a blend of intellect, grace, and maturity, seamlessly harmonizing these qualities. Wanda discerned the underlying implication in Greg's words and playfully pinched him. "Brother, are you implying that Natasha and I are unattractive? That a glance at us might spoil your appetite?" Greg promptly waved his hands. "No, Natasha is indeed beautiful. I would never say otherwise." Wanda continued to twist the flesh on Greg's arm. "So, you are implying it's me then?" Greg feigned pain, yet remained tight-lipped. Natasha, overhearing the siblings' banter, couldn't suppress her laughter. In the midst of their exchange, the owner set the pizzas down on the table for the 6 of them. "The pizzas are ready. Enjoy your meal." Pietro, savoring a slice, inquired, "Brother, are we going to Culver University tomorrow?" Greg nodded. "Yes, we will explore the nearby university town. Many renowned professors teach there. Since we have no other plans during our stay, if there are any lectures you wish to attend, feel free to sneak in." Uncertain of Dr. Banner's whereabouts, and knowing he might not appear for several more days, Greg refused to merely lounge in the hotel, awaiting news. Peter recalled a message from a high school classmate, stating, "I heard Nathan boast about a biology professor at Culver University, a total knockout. I don't believe she can surpass Natasha and Wanda in beauty. I must see for myself if Nathan's just boasting." Just as Peter was finishing his thought, they heard the sound of Stanley sputtering. The 6 of them exchanged puzzled glances as Stanley wiped his mouth and, with an oddly bemused expression, pointed at Betty, who was seated beside them. "The biology professor you were speaking of must be her." Peter had never anticipated that the very subject of their discussion would be seated beside them. Reflecting upon his earlier remarks, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, lowering his head in silence as he continued to eat his pizza, too timid to utter another word. Betty, however, was considerably more gracious, seemingly oblivious to the conversation that had just unfolded about her. She deftly shifted the topic. "Are you all planning to visit Culver University tomorrow?" Harry eagerly interjected, "Indeed, there are 6 of us. We have some matters to attend to in Manhattan for a few days, and we tentatively plan to explore Culver University tomorrow. Sister, why don't you join us?" At Wanda's invitation, Betty approached their table, taking a seat beside Wanda and directly across from Harry. The group soon engaged in lively conversation, sharing laughter and stories. Harry spoke animatedly while Betty listened intently. As the lights flickered, a gentle breeze swept through the establishment, prompting Betty to instinctively glance towards the entrance. Upon seeing a familiar face pushing through the door, her gaze momentarily froze, transforming into disbelief. At that moment, Harry shifted his position, inadvertently blocking Betty's view. She instinctively turned her head, continuing to gaze towards the back door, but found only 2 swinging doors swaying in the wind. Feeling disoriented, Betty walked slowly towards the back door and stepped outside into the alley. The rain had begun to drizzle, and amidst the gusty winds, the empty alley felt desolate. "Is it you? Is it you?" Betty called out several times, yet received no response. Taking a deep breath, she wandered back inside. Stanley, observing her demeanor at the counter, called out helplessly, "Betty." She merely raised her hand, allowing the rainwater from her hair to trickle down her face, half pleading, half demanding, "Stanley. Was that person I saw really who I think it was?" Stanley looked at her, uncertain of what to say, but after a moment's hesitation, he nodded gently. It was him. Upon hearing his confirmation, Betty dashed out the front door, braving the rain as she drove around in search of that elusive figure. This time, she was resolute in her determination to find him. The 6 individuals at the table watched intently, though unaware of the context. They speculated that Betty had perhaps encountered a long-lost acquaintance. Greg patted Harry on the shoulder and exited the restaurant as the group drove towards their hotel. Outside, the rain intensified, thunder rumbled continuously, and the roadside lights were nearly engulfed by the downpour. A few hundred meters away from the restaurant, on a bridge, Betty finally spotted the familiar silhouette ahead. She parked her car and confirmed her sighting multiple times, while the blinding headlights behind alerted the man to her presence, causing him to halt. Betty flung open the car door, letting the rain drench her, and sprinted towards him, unable to contain himself any longer. The man also ran towards Betty. On a rainy night, 2 individuals embraced tightly, the thunderous roar of the storm failing to obscure Betty's pleading whispers. "Do not leave again. Do not leave again, Banner." Chapter 20. General Ross's pursuit of Dr. Banner. Following a night of torrential rain, Manhattan welcomed a brilliant sunny day. The morning breeze swept through the air, invigorated by the cleansing rains, refreshing anyone it touched. Harry, however, found himself in unfortunate circumstances, having finally encountered a captivating young woman. He discovered she was already taken. Gale and Natasha walked along the paths of Calver University, observing the ebb and flow of students while engaging in conversation. Originally, the 6 of them had planned to explore the university together, but Harry, fearing another encounter with Betty, persuaded Peter to visit another school instead. Wanda, in a playful mood, dragged Pietro off to the amusement park. With the convenience of the space portal, unexpected events could be swiftly resolved, so Gale allowed them their freedom. Natasha, tidying her wind-blown hair, wore a gentle smile reminiscent of spring. Isn't it only natural for a beauty like Betty to be claimed? Perhaps Harry's next romantic chapter will unfold soon, perhaps due to the pleasant temperature or the leisurely stroll through the campus. Natasha had opted for an outfit that deviated from her usual form-fitting attire or professional ensembles. Instead, she donned a short-sleeved, plaid floral shirt paired with a black pencil skirt. The shirt's hem was artfully knotted, adding an air of relaxed elegance to her appearance. Gale, on the other hand, sported the quintessential student ensemble, a loose white t-shirt complemented by denim jeans. Yet his lean and vigorous physique, along with his sun-kissed tousled hair, elevated the simplicity of his attire to a realm of sophistication. The striking duo inevitably drew the attention of passing students, who couldn't help but steal glances at them. They ambled on, lost in their conversation, savoring their rare moments of leisure. Suddenly, a commotion seemed to arise in the distance. Gale and Natasha halted, straining their ears for clarity. After a moment, they both concluded they had indeed heard the unmistakable sounds of tanks rolling. Yet, this was a university campus. Before long, they realized their ears had not deceived them, as a group of soldiers brandishing machine guns appeared within their line of sight. The soldiers raced across the lawn, heading eastward. Shortly thereafter, several tanks trampled over the grass, also advancing in the same direction. Even witnessing the spectacle firsthand, Gale found it hard to believe that this was Calver University, a renowned institution of higher learning. Why were soldiers and tanks present? Natasha shared his confusion, exchanging a glance with him before they both decided to follow the soldiers eastward. This bizarre scene attracted a multitude of curious students, who, amidst their discussions, trailed behind as well. How could soldiers be here? Was there something significant unfolding within the school? As I observed their equipment, it bore a striking resemblance to that of special forces. Groups of soldiers were hastily making their way eastward, perhaps apprehensive of potential unrest, while a contingent was dispatched to maintain order and prevent students from continuing to spectate. Natasha and Gorr were among those obstructed. Natasha promptly displayed her credentials, ushering Gorr into the encircled area. "Is that Betty?" From a distance, Gorr spotted Betty standing opposite a middle-aged man clad in a general's uniform. The individual facing Betty was none other than General Ross. Natasha swiftly operated her phone and soon unearthed the desired information. The Betty we encountered last night was indeed General Ross's daughter. In a remarkable twist of fate, the records indicated that Betty's former boyfriend was none other than Dr. Banner. In an instant, both realized that the person Betty had rushed out to find the previous night was likely their current target, Bruce Banner. "Father, please stop," Betty implored, tugging at General Ross's sleeve. She had just seen Banner last night and intended to bring him to the school's laboratory for research. only to find her father arriving with a battalion to apprehend him. Torn between her lover and her father, she felt an overwhelming anguish. General Ross locked eyes with her and solemnly declared, "You do not comprehend the situation. I intend for you to witness what sort of monster he truly is." An officer nearby alerted General Ross, "He is over there." Following the officer's gaze, General Ross indeed spotted Banner's figure. The connection between the two libraries was a glass corridor, and at that moment, Banner was cornered in that very space. On either side of the corridor were two glass doors. If they were shut, it would create a sealed environment. General Ross, holding a walkie-talkie, commanded the soldiers, "Do not enter. Close the doors." The soldiers promptly sealed both glass doors simultaneously, ensnaring him within. The soldiers reported to General Ross via the walkie-talkie. Banner, in a state of panic, took a few steps back, glancing around only to find armed soldiers behind the glass doors. Realizing escape was no longer an option, General Ross continued issuing orders. Fire 2 tear gas canisters. With a series of sharp sounds, 2 canisters were launched into the glass corridor, bouncing towards Banner. The sound of the glass doors closing once more caused Banner's heart to sink. He turned to face the glass wall, gritted his teeth, and charged at it with all his might. It was his only escape route. Yet, the glass was of exceptional quality, remarkably sturdy, and after several attempts, there were no signs of it giving way. Meanwhile, the gray mist from the tear gas canisters began to fill the corridor. Banner. Betty ceased her pleas to her father and instead sprinted towards Banner's direction. "Stop her." General Ross issued commands to the soldiers at his side. The soldiers promptly apprehended Betty, who struggled in vain to break free, her face pale as she helplessly watched Dr. Banner engulfed by the tear gas mist. When Gel and Natasha arrived, they were met with this alarming scene. Observing Betty's reaction, Gel surmised that the man in the corridor must be Dr. Banner. What on earth were these individuals doing? This was not the way to court death. The thought of the Hulk's formidable power from the movies sent shivers down Gel's spine. Natasha, realizing the gravity of the situation, cursed under her breath and quickly reached for her phone. "You contact Wanda, and I'll reach out to Peter. We need them here immediately." After making the calls, the two hastened towards General Ross. "Betty, you will come to understand the truth when you witness his transformation. He has become a monster," General Ross stated, his frustration evident. Tears streamed down Betty's face as she desperately pleaded, "Father, please do not harm him." Gel took a deep breath, utterly exasperated with General Ross. "You have provoked Banner to the point of transforming into the Hulk. How do you intend to resolve this? That is the Hulk, capable of shattering an alien warship with a single blow." Chapter 21. The Unimaginable Hulk. Gel waved his hand, and simultaneously, the doors on either side of the distant glass corridor swung open, releasing 2 tear gas canisters that soared down the passage. However, Gel's attempt at mitigation came too late. The dense fog of tear gas enveloped the corridor, and he could sense the horrifying alarm emanating from the heart rate monitor on Dr. Banner's wrist. Dr. Banner, in evident agony, lay against the glass corridor, gazing longingly at Betty in the distance. Moments later, a terrifying energy seemed to awaken within him, his emerald eyes glowing with an eerie light, and his expression twisted into a grotesque grimace. "Ah!" Dr. Banner screamed, his form becoming wholly engulfed by the gray tear gas. Yet, Gel could distinctly perceive the horrific transformation taking place within Dr. Banner. Amidst the gray mist, his body grew taller, tearing through his clothing, while horrifying roars escaped his mouth. The agony of the metamorphosis appeared excruciating. Banner pressed his hands against the corridor floor, causing it to buckle several centimeters, the entire passage trembling precariously. With a resounding crash, Banner slammed his hand against the glass wall, shattering it with ease, creating a web of cracks. Through those fissures, everyone could witness the green lines sprouting along his arms, rapidly thickening until they transformed into a robust, verdant appendage. As he neared the completion of his transformation, the pain reached its zenith. Banner struck the ground of the glass corridor with tremendous force, causing the entire passage to quake. The mist within the corridor began to dissipate, revealing to all who looked on the terrifying figure of the Hulk, looming ominously through the faint haze. Roar! Dr. Banner straightened his body, letting out a thunderous roar as he extended his enormous green palm to strike the glass wall of the corridor. With a powerful leap, he descended towards the ground. Shards of glass scattered in every direction, and the supporting stone pillars tumbled down from the second-floor corridor to the floor below. The Hulk had emerged. With a resounding thud, the Hulk's massive form crashed onto the ground, causing the earth to sink beneath him, and even Gel could feel the tremor beneath his feet. With the mist of tears no longer obscuring him, the terrifying visage of the Hulk was fully revealed to all. Those who beheld him stood frozen in awe. unable to suppress their gasps. My goodness! The Hulk towered over 4 meters, his powerful muscles accentuated by deep green skin, with bulging veins enhancing the oppressive aura he exuded. To be honest, Gel had encountered lizard men of similar height and even larger armored foes, yet neither had instilled such a profound sense of dread within him. The students in the distance, still partially dazed, were rendered speechless by the overwhelming sight. Some even pulled out their phones to silently record the Hulk's appearance. Betty, witnessing her beloved transform into the Hulk for the first time, was utterly mesmerized. General Ross, I am Agent Natasha from SHIELD. The Hulk's involvement in extraordinary events warrants our intervention, and given his immense power, you must order your soldiers to retreat, Natasha asserted as she approached General Ross. Displaying her credentials, Ross merely cast a glance and replied firmly, I have been tracking the Hulk's movements. SHIELD has no jurisdiction here. You need to withdraw from the battlefield immediately. Natasha wished to respond but felt a hand on her arm. Turning, she saw Gel shaking his head. Taking a deep breath, Natasha and Gel stepped back. It was evident that this man was obstinate. Intervening now could provoke a hostile response against them. If intervention was necessary, they would have to wait for Peter and the others to arrive. Moreover, should they act recklessly, it might lead to overstepping their authority. And if General Ross truly sought trouble with Director Nick, it would result in a significant conflict. Open fire. At General Ross's command, hundreds of soldiers unleashed a barrage of bullets, and tanks began firing upon the Hulk. However, as hundreds of rounds struck him, not a single scratch marred his skin. The bullets ricocheted harmlessly away. Feeling the pain from the impacts, the Hulk let out a deafening roar, his emerald eyes scanning the area like a predator surveying its prey. With a powerful leap, he bounded next to a tank, seizing it and smashing it forcefully into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The tank crumpled like a toy. Soldiers were violently ejected from within, their bodies drenched in blood. Gale and Natasha retreated a little further, and then Gale quietly donned the garb of the white-robed wizard. Yet, he could not bear to watch the soldiers perish in vain, so he discreetly cast a spell to ensure the safety of the soldiers who had been thrown out. The sound of gunfire echoed as several tanks nearby unleashed a barrage of bullets towards the Hulk, but their efforts only served to incite his wrath. With a powerful leap, the Hulk soared over 10 meters into the air, landing heavily upon one of the tanks, crushing it utterly. He stomped down repeatedly, flattening the tank further, before seizing the metal wreckage and hurling it at another tank. Boom! The tank was struck and rolled across the grass a few times before erupting in a fiery explosion. My heavens! What manner of beast is this? Peter arrived beside Gale, witnessing this chaotic scene. Perhaps he could effortlessly toss tanks like that, but he would never dare to endure the onslaught of bullets from a machine gun. At that moment, Gale's group had fully assembled, clad in their battle attire. They stirred excitement among the distant students. It was Spider-Man, Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and Green-Wind. What had brought them to Manhattan? Goodness, could that be the long-missing white-robed wizard? I have always admired the white-robed wizard and Scarlet Witch. I feel they must be family. There was also a beautiful woman whose identity remained a mystery. Some attempted to capture the scene on their phones, but Gale waved his hand, causing all the phones aimed at them to shut off instantly. Pietro and Wanda had gained considerable notoriety over the past few months, surpassing the semi-retired Gale in fame. Under Gale's guidance, their costumes were all designed to feature masks. As for Harry, the previous traces of the Green Goblin had been stripped from his weaponry, redesigned to be simple yet elegant. Through their acts of heroism over the months, he had earned the title of Green-Wind. As his popularity grew, Harry gradually became more self-assured, and his relationship with his father improved as well, while the crowd buzzed with excitement over Gale and his companions. The battle with the Hulk raged on. Blonsky, go! General Ross commanded over the radio, addressing Blonsky in the distance. The devastating losses in Brazil spurred General Ross to decisively administer the experimental serum to Blonsky days prior. Consequently, Blonsky had gained strength far beyond that of an ordinary man. He was one of General Ross's secret weapons against the Hulk. Bam! 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 Blonsky wielded a large-caliber machine gun, firing at the Hulk while advancing with great strides. The Hulk absorbed the bullets, eyeing this approaching insect, and seized a discarded tank nearby, flinging it with great force towards Blonsky. Blonsky dodged the first, the second, and the third, but was not quick enough to evade the fourth, and was sent flying by the impact. General Ross observed that Blonsky was utterly incapable of confronting the Hulk and issued another command: lead him to the sonic cannon. 2 tanks equipped with sonic weaponry emerged swiftly from the woods, and Blonsky dashed towards the sonic device. In the midst of battle, the Hulk was increasingly consumed by rage. fixated solely on pursuit. Activate. With a decisive command from General Ross, the sonic weapon on the tanks roared to life, unleashing powerful sound waves. Caught in the center of this onslaught, the Hulk clutched his head in agony, howling on the ground. Witnessing the Hulk's torment, Betty, who had been held back by a soldier, broke free and rushed to her father. "Father, please stop. He is suffering." Despite his reluctance, General Ross forcefully pushed his daughter away, commanding her to retreat. Betty, in desperate plea, gradually became more frantic, shouting helplessly and furiously, "Stop it, Father. You will kill him." From a distance, Peter could no longer bear to watch. What are they trying to achieve? Accompanied by Gyre and Natasha, Peter, along with the others who were privy to the situation, felt a pang of sympathy as they observed General Ross's relentless assault on the Hulk. As the Hulk endured the sonic waves, he glanced at the weeping Betty, his eyes growing increasingly crimson, his expression more menacing. "This isn't right, Natasha. We cannot continue to wait like this." Gyre sensed the Hulk's escalating fury and urgently spoke to Natasha. Just then, the Hulk's eyes turned completely red as he struggled to rise, leaping with force onto the tank equipped with the sonic weapon. With a mighty stomp, he shattered the sonic device into fragments and ripped a corner off the tank, hurling it towards another sonic weapon. Boom! The sonic weapon crumpled under the assault, and the Hulk then leapt beside the tank, tearing it apart as if it were mere paper. Grasping half of the tank, he surveyed the surrounding soldiers and then the onlookers in the distance, his gaze fierce, akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. With a deafening roar, the Hulk flung the half-tank towards the distant students while wielding the other half as a weapon against the surrounding soldiers. "Wanda, Pietro, you evacuate the crowd. Peter, Harry, it's time to engage," Gyre commanded with authority, his arms sweeping down forcefully as he darted towards the battlefield with lightning speed. Meanwhile, soldiers were sent flying outward, landing far from the fray. Peter leapt into action, shooting webbing at the airborne half-tank, pulling it back to hurl it towards the Hulk, chuckling. Littering is not a good habit. Harry, perched on a flying apparatus, ascended into the sky. Upon reaching an altitude of over 50 meters, he activated the controls of his mech, retrieving 2 golden spheres and launching them towards the Hulk. The golden spheres whistled through the air, arriving first at the Hulk's side. The Hulk, relying on his formidable defense, exhibited no inclination to evade. Boom, boom. After 2 explosions, he merely took a step back, shook his head, and charged towards Gorr, unscathed. Gorr, fully aware of the power of the 2 golden spheres, gasped in disbelief as they failed to penetrate the Hulk's defenses. At that moment, Peter had already hurled a half-tank at the Hulk. With a flourish of his right hand, Gorr enveloped the half-tank in a surge of gray magical energy, significantly increasing its speed. With a resounding crash, the tank struck the Hulk's chest, yet it only caused him to stagger back a couple of steps. Soon after, 2 more golden spheres were thrown near the Hulk, erupting in explosions. Roar! The Hulk, enraged by these insignificant insects, cast a glance at Harry soaring above, and with a powerful leap, lunged towards him. "Harry, ascend quickly," Gorr shouted, casting a spell on the Hulk while Peter swiftly adhered spider silk to him. However, their efforts yielded no hindrance to the Hulk. The spider silk quickly snapped apart. At this moment, Harry had already maneuvered his craft upwards, but the Hulk's leaping ability was astonishing. He soared over 50 meters into the air, nearly grasping the aircraft. With no option left, Harry had to abandon the craft, leaping away into the distance. In the next instant, the Hulk had seized the aircraft, crushing it in mid-air, releasing wisps of smoke as it transformed into a heap of scrap metal. The Hulk attempted to catch Harry, but Gorr swiftly used magic to pull Harry towards himself. Boom! The Hulk landed on the grass, causing a massive impact that dented the ground and sent patches of turf flying in every direction. "I must see just how strong he truly is," Peter thought as he sprinted towards the Hulk, continuously launching strands of spider silk at him. The Hulk swung his fists in an attempt to strike Peter, but Peter's agility surpassed that, as he deftly leaped up and down, wrapping layer upon layer of spider silk around the Hulk. Temporarily ensnared, the Hulk was kicked back a step by Peter, who then tightened his fist, preparing to strike the Hulk. At the same time, the Hulk broke free from the spider silk and retaliated with a sweeping motion towards Peter's fist. With a thunderous crash, Peter was sent flying backwards, arcing through the air for several dozen meters before crashing into a tree, which subsequently splintered and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the Hulk merely stumbled back a few steps, struggling to regain his balance. My goodness, the sight left everyone in shock. After spitting out blood, Peter felt a wave of dejection. This was his first experience of being at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation of strength, an undeniable disadvantage. Just how powerful was this Hulk? Chapter 22. united chaos magic while the battle raged fiercely on the side of Gel. Wanda, wielding the powers of chaos magic, soared gracefully through the air to the gathering of students. The Scarlet Witch is approaching us. One exclaimed excitedly. Hello, Scarlet Witch. May we take a picture? Wanda remained silent, merely gesturing towards the crowd. A mist of gray chaos energy emanated from her fingertips, enveloping the students. Quicksilver, escort them away, she instructed, casting a mental suggestion that would ensure the students would not return to the scene after leaving. Pietro nodded and swept the students out of the school in a protective embrace. A whirlwind stirred, and the number of onlookers began to dwindle. Wanda ascended towards the sky, scanning her surroundings for any concealed students. Fortunately, the earlier commotion had drawn many from the library, leaving few elsewhere. With a flick of her wrist, the glass of the distant library shattered, and a multitude of screaming students tumbled out of the windows, landing beside Wanda, only to be swiftly escorted away by Pietro. At this moment, Natasha approached General Ross with urgency. What are you doing? Did I not instruct you to refrain from intervening? General Ross glared at Natasha, seething with anger. Natasha, her demeanor now devoid of previous gentleness, locked eyes with the general and spoke each word with conviction. General Ross, what means do you possess to confront the Hulk? Do not delude yourself with bravado. I have already sensed the area with the Scarlet Witch, and there is nothing left for you to utilize against him. Are you willing to sacrifice soldiers' lives? Do not forget, this is a university filled with innocent students. If this escalates, can you bear the responsibility? The military court is rife with those of higher rank than you. Would you care to see? Natasha's words ignited Ross's fury completely. His eyes burned with rage. This is my domain. I can handle this matter. He retorted. Grabbing his radio, he barked, bring this woman out of here. 4 machine guns were aimed at Natasha as 2 soldiers advanced toward her. Perceiving Ross's loss of reason, Natasha abandoned further dialogue, extending her long legs to deliver a spinning kick that knocked the unprepared general unconscious. In a swift motion, Natasha drew the pistol from Ross's side without a glance and fired at the 2 soldiers beside her. The sound of 4 gunshots rang out, and the soldiers clutched their wrists, discarding their machine guns and howling in anguish. Nearby soldiers, alerted by the gunfire, quickly turned their weapons towards Natasha. In response, she shouted, Quicksilver. In a matter of moments, Pietro had successfully evacuated all the surrounding students from the school. Upon hearing Natasha's call, he dashed to her side in an instant. It is unwise to indiscriminately point weapons at others, she admonished. Pietro whispered a phrase into the ears of the soldiers. In the next instant, all the weapons in their hands vanished, while a multitude of arms appeared in Pietro's grasp. He released them, letting the weapons clatter to the ground. Natasha, observing the bewildered soldiers around her, instructed Pietro, send all these individuals away, but leave Betty behind. Pietro nodded and promptly set to work. Within a mere second, all the soldiers had disappeared, leaving only Betty standing alone. Natasha picked up several firearms from the ground and approached Betty, leading her to a more distant spot where they stood beneath a tree, gazing at the fierce battle unfolding in the distance. Brother, what should we do next? Wanda and Pietro joined Gel's side. Gel took a deep breath, beginning to formulate a strategy. Initially, he believed he had envisioned the Hulk's strength adequately, yet upon encountering him, he realized the Hulk surpassed his expectations. Swift, resilient, powerful, and agile, he exhibited no apparent weaknesses. Thus, only 2 paths remained. Wanda, let us combine our mental magic to see if we can revert the Hulk back to Dr. Banner. As for the rest of you, find a way to restrain the Hulk's movements, but do your utmost to avoid further provoking him. Gel stepped back a few paces, casting a glance at Wanda, who nodded and retreated several steps. Peter, Harry, and Pietro also nodded, charging towards the Hulk. Begin, Gel shouted, directing his hands towards the Hulk, channeling all the chaotic magical energy he could control upon him. Wanda stood directly opposite Gel, her fingers delicately weaving through the air, conjuring a thick, gray mist imbued with blue luminescence that enveloped the Hulk. The 2 streams of chaotic magical energy converged, rapidly swelling upon merging. If anyone could sense the intensity of the energy emanating from the Hulk, they would discover that, at that moment, his magical strength had multiplied by more than 3-fold. Roar! The Hulk bellowed, perceiving an attempt to subdue him within his mind. With his crimson eyes narrowed, he swiftly identified Gel and Wanda as the sources of this perceived threat. In the next heartbeat, the Hulk lunged towards Gel, whom he sensed as the most formidable threat, only to find Peter blocking his path. I am here. You shall not pass. Peter ensnared the Hulk with strands of webbing, while Pietro, utilizing his incredible speed, secured specially prepared ropes around the Hulk. Harry, from a distance, maneuvered a wrecked tank into the Hulk's path. The ropes and webbing were scarcely attached before the Hulk broke free, yet the trio persisted, tirelessly binding him with webs and ropes again and again. As time gradually passed, the crimson hue in the Hulk's eyes began to fade, and his steps slowed. Yet, despite Gorr and Wanda's relentless efforts, an uncontrollable madness and cruelty lingered within his gaze, maintaining his monstrous form. In the distance, Natasha gently squeezed Betty's hand, which was fraught with worry. "Go ahead." Betty nodded and approached Gorr, asking, "May I give it a try?" Though she addressed Gorr, her eyes remained fixed on the Hulk. Gorr nodded, allowing Betty to advance toward the green giant. Betty traversed the ravaged ground, inching closer to the Hulk. "Bruce, Bruce," she murmured softly. Her cerulean eyes locked onto his face as she called out the name of her beloved, as if attempting to summon his consciousness back. Her voice was tender and sincere. The Hulk, still entangled with Peter and his companions, halted his struggle upon hearing Betty's call, turning to face her. Peter and the others ceased their restraint, allowing the Hulk to stand still, gazing at Betty, his expression gradually softening. Betty took a few more steps forward, reaching out her hand towards him. The Hulk regarded her, seemingly at a loss, glancing around before eventually crouching down and extending his hand. Betty placed her hand atop his, gently patting it. "Bruce, relax, take it easy." Slowly, the Hulk transformed back into Dr. Banner. Betty caressed Banner's face tenderly, resting her forehead against his, finally smiling softly. Chapter 23. Journey to Kamartaj. After a considerable time, Betty helped Banner to his feet, guiding him toward Gorr and the others. Gorr handed Banner a set of clothes he had just retrieved from his home through a portal. "Thank you," Banner said shyly as he donned the garments. Gorr observed the man before him, struggling to reconcile this refined scholar with the Hulk he had just witnessed. Banner exuded an air of scholarly elegance, reminiscent of the erudite professors Gorr had encountered on campus. Even from his slightly squinted eyes, it seemed he might have mild nearsightedness. Natasha approached with a smile, addressing the two. "I am Natasha Romanoff from SHIELD. Our organization operates under the International Security Council, specializing in various extraordinary incidents worldwide. You are likely familiar with this white-robed sorcerer, as he is also a member of SHIELD. Although Banner had been in Cuba, news was not entirely inaccessible, and he had indeed heard of the white-robed sorcerer. Listening to Natasha's words, Betty instinctively shielded Banner, asking, "What do you intend to do? Will you bring harm to Bruce?" Banner soothingly patted Betty's shoulder, returning to her side. Natasha shook her head and offered a reassuring smile. "Certainly not. We merely wish to handle matters appropriately. Furthermore, we do not engage in politics and have no desire to procure Dr. Banner's blood for research." With this, Betty felt a sigh of relief as she regarded Natasha, with whom she had conversed the previous night, and then turned to the others. "You must be the 6 individuals from the pizzeria last night." Upon realizing their identities were revealed, the 5 members of the group removed their masks with a sense of resignation. "In fact, if you wish to leave this place, I can escort you out of New York to any destination of your choosing." Gerald held Dr. Banner and Betty in high regard and was more than willing to assist the ill-fated couple. Dr. Banner contemplated for a moment before apologetically stating, "I desire to retreat to a secluded location and live in solitude. In truth, I have not transformed into the Hulk for over 2 years, well before they found me. Had General Ross not been so insistent on capturing me, I might have led a quiet life in Cuba." Betty instinctively grasped Dr. Banner's hand. "Bruce, you must take me with you. You cannot abandon me again." Dr. Banner gestured to his wrist, where a heart monitor had once been affixed. "Betty, you know." Betty shook her head, gazing earnestly at Dr. Banner. "Do you not recall what you told me about that blue gentleman last night? He could surely cure you." At this, Dr. Banner nodded, a grateful smile gracing his face. "Could you kindly take us to a more remote location nearby? Betty and I wish to seek an old acquaintance. Thereafter, we shall proceed on our own." Gerald nodded, understanding that Dr. Banner preferred to keep their whereabouts private. He opened a portal leading to the outskirts, allowing the two to pass through. "This location is close to the highway, nearly 100 kilometers from here. As long as you are cautious, you should not be easily discovered." Dr. Banner and Betty expressed their gratitude repeatedly before making their way to the portal, only to be halted by Natasha. Natasha produced a mobile phone, operated it briefly, and then handed it to Dr. Banner. "Dr. Banner, this is a phone with an untraceable signal. There is nothing illicit installed within. You may verify it yourself. I trust no covert software could elude your scrutiny. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you can immediately dial my number, which is stored within. As long as you provide the correct spatial coordinates of your location, we will come to your aid without delay." As she spoke, Natasha pointed towards the nearby portal. Dr. Banner glanced at the portal, curiosity piquing his interest, yet he promptly suppressed it. Accepting the phone from Natasha's hand and taking Betty's hand as they stepped through the portal. Let us depart. Natasha watched as the portal closed and turned to Gerald and the others. She still needed to devise a strategy to address the impending crisis. Moreover, having just incapacitated General Ross, she had to report this to Director Nick. These were troublesome matters. Upon returning to the hotel, aside from the busy Natasha, the other five lay motionless on the sofa. Today's events have dealt a significant blow to several individuals. Ever since acquiring their extraordinary powers, they have navigated life with ease, overcoming various challenges with their remarkable abilities, until they encountered the Hulk. In their current state, they are utterly incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm upon this green behemoth. During dinner time, everyone, including Natasha, gathered in Gorr's room. The television was broadcasting footage of Gorr's team battling the Hulk. Good evening, this is New York TV. Presenting a segment captured by surveillance at Calver University, the announcer declared. The distance rendered the details of the battle indistinct, yet it was evident that our steadfast Spider-Man, Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, Green Lantern, and the long-absent white-robed sorcerer found themselves at a disadvantage against the unexpectedly formidable Hulk. The screen displayed a scene of Peter being hurled by the Hulk, crashing into a tree. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to a frigid silence. This incident sparked numerous questions online. What manner of creature is this sudden green giant? Many began to doubt whether Spider-Man and his companions could continue to safeguard their safety, questioning their strength as it appeared to falter. As the host on television remarked, the internet had erupted with chatter. For over a year, the images of Spider-Man, the white-robed sorcerer, and their comrades had been synonymous with invincibility, instilling confidence in many to face life's adversities. Yet witnessing their struggle against the Hulk, their faith seemed to shatter. I refuse to believe this video is authentic. It must be fabricated. But even if it is real, so what? Every human can falter. As long as they strive, that is what matters. Spider-Man, Scarlet Witch, I will forever support you. Do not lose heart. Their idols had finally fallen from grace. Wanda, observing the myriad of comments beneath the video, felt her expression darken. Gorr, without even glancing, was aware of the discussions swirling online. He switched off the television, and an uneasy silence enveloped the room. Do not let these remarks trouble you. The world will continue to function, regardless of any individual's presence. So do not burden yourselves unnecessarily. Natasha, having weathered many storms, offered her words of comfort. Please, go ahead and have dinner. It is time, Gorr urged them. Natasha and the others nodded and exited the room, each attempting to conceal their discontent and avoid spreading negativity. However, as they walked, they soon realized Gorr had not followed them, prompting them to turn back. Are you not joining us? Natasha inquired. Gorr took a deep breath and shook his head. Although this matter is far from resolved, I will not remain in Manhattan any longer. I must go to a different place. Brother, where are you headed? Wanda asked. Concern etched on her face as she looked at Gorr sat on the sofa, gazing through the window into the distance. As if he could penetrate all obstacles along the way to behold that place. The light from above cascaded upon him, yet his long golden hair obscured his expression. Camartage. I must go to Camartage, he murmured. Wanda echoed the name, finding it somewhat familiar, recalling that her brother had once visited that locale, although he had not taken them along at the time. Natasha and the others, however, had never heard of such a place. Without allowing anyone a moment to react, Gorr opened a portal and stepped through. I will explore over there first. If anything arises, we will communicate via phone. Today's encounter with the Hulk had made Gorr acutely aware that his power was still insufficient. He was indifferent to the opinions expressed online, but he recognized the necessity of greater strength, as danger could not simply be evaded. However, his abilities could no longer be rapidly augmented through the Space Stone. Only by approaching the Time Stone and absorbing its energy could he hope to elevate his powers once more. And the Time Stone resided in the hands of the Ancient One. Chapter 24. First encounter with the Ancient One. Camartage, a village nestled in the Himalayan region of Asia, welcomed Gorr as he emerged from the portal. Instead of immediately seeking the Ancient One, he attuned himself to the surroundings and briskly made his way down the street. As he walked, the vibrant aromas of local life grew closer, and the sight of familiar Asian faces warmed his heart. Breathing in the thin, pure air and gazing at the azure sky above, Gorr involuntarily slowed his pace. Along the roadside, he observed individuals prostrating in reverence, while local grandmothers sat stitching by the path, murmuring indistinct phrases, their aged faces marked by clarity in their eyes. The sunset's glow bathed the red and white buildings lining the street, reflecting in the crystalline river nearby, creating a scene of solemn beauty. In the distance, Towering stupas rose against the horizon, invoking a sense of tranquility within Gorr. As he felt his emotions settle, he navigated around the bustling crowd and ventured into a secluded alley. Standing there, Gorr unleashed his chaotic magic, allowing it to manifest as wispy tendrils of mist that spread throughout the space. The Ancient One, hidden within the sanctum of Natasha, might be sensed through magical energy in place of sight. After an indeterminate period, a voice whispered in his ear, "Are you searching for me?" Startled, Gorr felt the dissipated magical energy return to him in an instant. He opened his eyes to find a figure clad in a gray robe standing before him. This person was slender and upright, their face devoid of any signs of age, making it difficult to discern their gender. Yet, there was an ineffable sense of wisdom about them. Even now, Gorr could not sense this individual's presence, perceiving them only through sight. This was the first time Gorr had encountered such an experience since awakening his chaotic magic. Gale gazed at the slender elder before him and, with utmost respect, spoke. "I have heard of a venerable sage in Natasha, one who possesses magical prowess, known as the Ancient One." "Indeed, I am the Ancient One," the elder interjected, interrupting Gale's forthcoming words. "Gale, I am aware that you do not belong to this universe. In the continuum of time I have observed, your existence was never meant to be." A shiver ran down Gale's spine, for the very concern that had plagued him was now manifesting before his eyes. Since childhood, he had longed to seek out the Ancient One, yet he had always feared that the elder might discern his identity as a traveler from another realm. After all, he was uncertain of how the Ancient One would react to his presence as a transgressor of time. Thus, when he arrived 6 years prior in search of the Ancient One, he refrained from utilizing his magic to locate the hidden realms. Yet today, the Ancient One had unveiled his true identity. The trepidation within Gale was instantly reflected upon his countenance. Observing Gale's expression, the Ancient One continued, "You need not be so anxious. Fate has brought you to our universe for a reason. I shall not interfere unduly." Gale was uncertain whether the fate the Ancient One spoke of referred to a grand entity or some enigmatic force, as he himself was oblivious to the reason behind his traversal to this realm. However, the fact that the Ancient One bore no malice towards his identity as a traveler allowed Gale to finally release the heavy burden that had weighed upon his heart. "Upon encountering you, I have reevaluated the future and discovered significant changes therein," the Ancient One remarked as he faced the setting sun on the horizon. "Are these changes for better or worse?" Gale could not help but inquire. "That depends on you, Gale," the Ancient One replied ambiguously before turning. "Come with me." Gale followed the Ancient One as they meandered back through the streets, navigating left and right until, after several minutes, they arrived before an unremarkable little dwelling. The Ancient One opened the small wooden door and entered first, with Gale following closely behind, for he realized that should the Ancient One harbor ill intentions, he would have no means to resist. Thus, his apprehensions began to dissipate. As they approached the wooden door, they entered a spacious, vacant room, furnished primarily with wooden furniture. Incense burners adorned the floor, wisps of smoke curling upwards, while the golden rays of the setting sun filtered through the perforated windows, enveloping the room in an indescribable air of solemnity. The Ancient One paused beside a tea table and took a seat on a wooden chair, subsequently pouring a cup of tea for Gale and gesturing for him to sit across from him. "Gale, your abilities are quite unique. You can harness the power of the Infinity Stones to amplify your skills." Gale settled into his seat, accepted the tea, took a sip, and nodded, revealing no further concealment. "Indeed, I have come to seek your time stone. However, I cannot say I wish to borrow it. I merely wish to absorb its power from a distance." Without ever touching the stone itself, Gale endeavored to convey that he harbored no covetous desires for the time stone. "I sense your magical affinity, Gale. It is a talent more astonishing than my own." The Ancient One gazed intently at Gorr, inquiring, "Are you willing to become my disciple? If you agree, I believe that in due time, the title of Supreme Sorcerer shall be yours." Gorr did not hastily acquiesce, but instead posed a question. "If I were to become your disciple, or in the future, the Supreme Sorcerer, what would be expected of me?" The Ancient One met Gorr's gaze unwaveringly and replied, "You must frequently remain at one of the 3 sanctuaries located in New York, London, or Hong Kong, safeguarding the Earth from the encroachment of dark forces and ensuring that the natural order remains unblemished by any individual. This is the duty of a Supreme Sorcerer." Gorr pondered the implications seriously before resolutely shaking his head. While he held a passion for heroism, he did not wish to confine himself to a singular location, for he had many aspirations yet to pursue. "Ancient One, I must respectfully decline your offer to become your disciple. However, should you require assistance in the future, feel free to reach out to me," Gorr carefully articulated. The Ancient One, having anticipated this response, displayed no outward emotion. After a brief pause, the Ancient One continued. I perceive that you possess a unique approach to mentoring your younger siblings. I have several disciples of dubious intent who I am striving to guide onto the right path. But my efforts appear to be yielding little success. If possible, I would appreciate your assistance in instructing them. This could also serve as a condition for your use of the Time Stone. Gorr was taken aback by this unexpected stipulation. Yet it did not seem overly arduous. May I inquire as to which disciples you refer? The Ancient One winked. You will meet them while you are here. Gorr was surprised to witness such a mundane expression from the Ancient One, and, after a moment of reflection, scratched his head and asked, if they prove disobedient. May I discipline them? Gorr was not genuinely contemplating violence, but was merely testing the Ancient One's perspective. The Ancient One chuckled softly. As long as you do not deliver a fatal blow, you may exert whatever control you deem necessary. By the way, I will not provide you with overt support. Gorr surmised that the Ancient One likely had many disciples and was concerned about inciting their collective ire, leading to his own potential downfall. Of course, there might be other interpretations, but such high-minded individuals tend to speak in veiled terms, and Gorr had no intention of probing further. When do you plan to use the Time Stone? The Ancient One inquired, observing the shifting expressions on Gorr's face with a smile. Gorr felt that each of the Ancient One's statements was somewhat cryptic, and upon reflection, he understood. Must I first educate your disciples before I can employ the Time Stone? The Ancient One, with a teasing demeanor, replied, if you wish to wait that long, then so be it. Gorr promptly reconsidered. I certainly do not wish to wait that long. I desire to use the Time Stone immediately. Witnessing the essence of a master, the confidence displayed was unmistakable. The Ancient One exhibited no concern over the possibility of reneging on his word. Master Ancient One rose to his feet, guiding Gorr out of the chamber. The Time Stone is an essential tool in my defense against dark forces. I am concerned that its use may attract their attention, thus I must make certain preparations, which will likely require 2 days. Chapter 25. The Enchanted Library. As they spoke, they reached the training grounds where numerous disciples were lined up, seemingly engaged in the practice of spells. The setting sun gradually sank behind the mountains, casting a dimming glow across the sky. The disciples raised one hand while the other traced circles in the air, and with their movements, flickers of flame began to dance, expanding until a spatial portal emerged amidst the fire. As twilight deepened, the flames surrounding the portal grew increasingly luminous. Is this spatial magic? Gorr inquired, intrigued by their actions. Master Ancient One nodded. This is the spatial magic of Kamar-Taj, allowing one to traverse to desired locations through this portal. At that moment, all disciples noticed Master Ancient One and paused their activities, bowing respectfully. Supreme Sorcerer. Master Ancient One smiled and acknowledged them with a nod. They also observed Gorr, standing beside the master, and curiosity sparked among them. Those who arrived in Kamar-Taj were often those who had suffered greatly, exuding an air of despair. It was their first encounter with someone like Gorr, whose physique appeared unblemished and whose spirit seemed quite vibrant. Gorr offered a polite smile to those who gazed at him, then turned back to Master Ancient One. The portal they are using seems somewhat akin to mine, yet distinct in certain aspects. Master Ancient One, intrigued, replied with a smile. Might I see your portal? Gorr, without hesitation, focused his mind, and a portal began to manifest before him, expanding slowly without any surrounding flames. Indeed, if not for the contrasting scenery on either side, one might not even recognize it as a portal. Master Ancient One inspected the portal and nodded. Different paths leading to the same destination. Though the processes differ, the outcomes are identical. Sensing the moment was right, Gorr retracted his portal. The onlooking disciples exchanged glances toward Gorr's hands, as if they had discerned something, and began to whisper amongst themselves. Then, a white man with braids stepped forward. His tone sharp. What magic did you perform? How is it that you can wield magic without using the suspension ring? This is my disciple, Caecilius, Master Ancient One explained, his expression remaining serene as he gestured to Gr. He then removed a ring from his finger and handed it to Gr. The suspension ring is a conduit through which we, the disciples of Kamar-Taj, draw power from the Vishanti to cast spells. Gorr noted the reference to the Vishanti but refrained from further inquiry, accepting the suspension ring and scrutinizing it intently. The suspended ring is a double-finger adornment, intricately engraved with enigmatic patterns. As Gorr sensed the ring upon his finger, he felt an extraordinary connection to a distant realm, as if he could draw upon the power of some mysterious entity. His expression betrayed that this was indeed his initial encounter with the suspended ring. Caecilius, unable to contain his curiosity, yearned to inquire further, yet he found Gorr's gaze fixed upon him as he raised his head. Who are you? Gorr asked coolly. his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. Caecilius straightened his posture, declaring, "I am Caecilius, the most gifted disciple of the Camertage Sanctum." Observing the expressions of those around him, Gorr discerned no hint of defiance, realizing that Caecilius indeed possessed considerable magical talent. However, Gorr's demeanor remained unchanged as he locked eyes with Caecilius, retorting, "So what? What relevance does your status as the most talented disciple of Camertage hold for me? Why should I divulge anything to you?" Caecilius, incensed by Gorr's dismissive attitude, asserted vehemently, "All knowledge of Camertage is shared, thus, you must tell me." Yet Gorr countered, "I am not one of Camertage's own, and I sense something amiss here." He gestured towards his head. Caecilius, having never encountered someone so resistant to his authority within Camertage, felt his anger surging. Meanwhile, those behind Caecilius displayed a mix of satisfaction and indignation, some reveling in his discomfort, while others shared in the fury, as if Gorr had insulted them directly. However, Gorr paid no heed to their thoughts and turned away, following Master Ancient One towards the library, not sparing Caecilius a single glance. Enraged, Caecilius seized a nearby artifact, transforming it into a whip, and lashed out violently at Gorr. "Enough!" Master Ancient One exclaimed, swiftly turning to Caecilius and gesturing dismissively. Time seemed to rewind for Caecilius, who found himself propelled backward by an unseen force, landing on the ground. At that moment, Gorr stood atop the library steps, surveying Caecilius from a superior vantage point. Yet, after a few deep breaths, Caecilius refrained from further aggression, glaring at Gorr with simmering anger. "Let us proceed," Master Ancient One instructed, leading Gorr into the library. The library appeared modest in size, reminiscent of the small one Gorr had viewed from outside, with a few dimly lit, antiquated lamps adorning the ceiling. Upon entering, he was enveloped by the distinct aroma of time-worn books. Perhaps due to the current training period, the library was devoid of patrons except for a frail librarian. Just now, Caecilius was somewhat impudent, Master Ancient One remarked as he guided Gorr through the library. Gorr chuckled softly, responding, "Every family has its own troubles. Moreover, these individuals are merely your disciples." From the recent events, he understood that the Ancient One was a person of profound compassion. Thus he would refrain from speaking ill of Caecilius in her presence. Nevertheless, he possessed ample methods to educate such a headstrong individual. Yet, time was of the essence. In 2 days, the moment to utilize the time stone would arrive, and he found himself preoccupied with matters beyond teaching. "You may examine all the books in this library," the Ancient One stated, approaching a bookshelf and retrieving a tome. "However, I recommend you begin with Fundamentals of Magic." Gale gazed in astonishment at the multitude of magical tomes surrounding him. "All the books are available for perusal?" he exclaimed, for having not joined Camartage, he had presumed his access would be limited to only a few volumes. The opportunity to delve into such invaluable texts on magic, which were unobtainable elsewhere, was indeed extraordinary. The Gale siblings had spent years cultivating their understanding of magic through painstaking self-discovery. In that moment, Gale's gaze toward the books was ablaze with fervor. "Do you understand Sanskrit?" the Ancient One inquired. These texts are a compilation from generations of supreme sorcerers, written in various languages, Sanskrit, Chinese, English, and Vedic, among others. Gale smiled. "If I do not know it, I can learn. With such knowledge laid before me, mastering a few languages is hardly a daunting task." Drawing upon his past learning experiences, he recognized that some meanings could be lost in translation, thus it was preferable to consult the original texts. "You may remain here to read. Should you wish to borrow any books, simply inform the librarian, and I shall speak with him on your behalf. Additionally, I will have Daniel arrange a room for you. If you wish to inquire about any magic, feel free to ask him." With all matters attended to, the Ancient One departed alone. Gale promptly seated himself on the floor, opening Fundamentals of Magic and immersing himself in its contents. Chapter 26, Secrets of Magic, elucidated numerous foundational concepts of magic, interspersed with accounts of notable figures and histories within the realm. This tome was likely authored by a supreme sorcerer of Camartage, as much of its content related closely to the institution. Early in the text, he encountered the mention of Vishanti, which the Ancient One had just referenced. Vishanti is a trinity composed of 3 ancient deities, the omnipotent Ashit, the all-seeing Agamotto, and the venerable Hoggoth. The subsequent sections provided a general overview of these 3 divine beings, yet one particular passage captured Gale's attention. Disciples of the Camartage Sanctuary could borrow magical power from Vishanti through items inscribed with a borrowing enchantment, which could take the form of rings or other mediums, allowing them to wield magic. However, to become a disciple of Camartage, a certain innate magical talent was requisite. The following content continued to elaborate on the circumstances surrounding Kamartaj sorcerers. After they have borrowed magical power, they must practice to return it doubled. Naturally, they can also accumulate magic within themselves through training, but only those with sufficient talent can amass enough magical energy to break free from the suspended state of borrowing power, thus wielding magic freely. Such individuals can also draw upon even greater magical reserves through the suspended state. In other words, the recent character, Cassius, was not strong enough to escape this suspended state. As for the Ancient One, Gorr speculated that she could have already transcended it long ago. Soon, Gorr stumbled upon descriptions of chaotic magic within the texts. The cosmos is home to three ancient forces: chaotic magic, the power of the phoenix, and the power of fairies. Chaotic magic, the progenitor of all magic, represents the most ancient and independent form of sorcery. It embodies the impossible, the peculiar fire of life. Born from the universe's earliest occurrences and the primal light of cognition, it signifies endless possibilities, existing within the dichotomy of good and evil. The pure acts of creation and destruction, the wheel of life and death, and everything beyond them. Although Gorr recognized each individual word regarding the power of the phoenix, their combination proved somewhat perplexing. Nevertheless, he resonated deeply with certain keywords, such as endless possibilities. The capabilities of chaotic magic seemed to encompass everything, from void creations to mental sorcery, flight, and control. Even if certain abilities eluded him, Gorr believed it was merely due to his own lack of strength, which hindered him from unleashing the corresponding powers of chaotic magic. He recalled the power of the phoenix as being associated with the character Quicksilver from the film, whereas he had no recollection of the fairy power. Gorr continued to browse through the book, hoping to uncover more insights into chaotic magic, as he himself was still unfamiliar with his own abilities. Fortunately, there was additional content regarding chaotic magic. It could absorb all energies from the universe to foster its own growth. Anger could expedite the host's development of abilities and elevate them to their fullest potential. Consequently, the emergence of individuals wielding chaotic magic often heralded calamity. Gorr reminisced about the various deeds of the Scarlet Witch from the movies and comics, letting out a sigh. He yearned to provide Wanda with a blissful childhood, allowing her to cultivate a sense of right and wrong before wielding magic, thus preventing her from becoming a fearsome anti-hero. This was why he had always restrained Wanda and Pietro from using their superpowers during their youth. He hoped that neither he nor Wanda would ever need to rely on anger for their abilities to evolve. As he read on, Gorr encountered further intriguing content. The text used the abilities and weapons of the Kamartaj mages as examples to impart a wealth of knowledge. Magical artifacts could be inscribed with corresponding spells, aiding apprentices who had yet to master magic in combat and defense. Gorr set the book aside, contemplating its applications. If feasible, could he not inscribe such magic onto Iron Man's armor or weapons, enabling someone like Tony, who lacked magical prowess, to harness its power? The fusion of technology and magic presents an intriguing and formidable challenge. Should this indeed be the case, it would be prudent to craft several sets of corresponding battle attire, providing each individual in one's company with a unique ensemble. Furthermore, these garments could be tailored to reflect the distinct abilities of each person. The realm in which they exist is not a cinematic universe. Peter and his companions are not the overpowered Avengers. With their capabilities, they may manage threats from Earth, but against adversaries like Thanos, they would likely struggle to even engage in close combat. Yet, with a heavy sigh, Jell lamented the scarcity of time. Subsequently, Jell became intrigued by the spells of astral projection and mirror dimension. As the name suggests, astral projection allows the soul to separate from the body, existing independently. The mirror dimension, on the other hand, is a frequently employed spell by the sorcerers of Kamartaj, manifesting as a space independent of the physical realm. Events occurring within the mirror dimension bear no consequence to reality, endowed with remarkable autonomy and concealment. It serves as a training ground, a vantage point for observing the real world, and a sanctuary from foes. Suddenly, Jell's attention was captured by two intriguing tomes, the Book of Vishanti and the Dark Hold. He recalled the Dark Hold as an exceedingly alluring tome of dark magic, originally possessing numerous copies. In Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, it ensnared Wanda, leading her into madness, and similarly lured various Doctor Strange from other universes into darkness. Yet, it is undeniable that it is a profoundly powerful book. If Jell's memory serves him right, the original resides in the Himalayan region. As for the Book of Vishanti, it appeared briefly in the film's narrative before being destroyed, leaving little information to discern. The fundamentals of magic merely provides a cursory overview, noting that the Book of Vishanti is the perfect counter to the Dark Hold. containing spells contributed by Vishanti and generations of supreme sorcerers, including the most potent white magic and defensive spells. Its pages remain blank, automatically presenting text in the reader's native language. If Gel were to conjecture, this volume would unlikely be found in a library. It must be safeguarded within the collection of the Ancient One. Undeterred, Gel scoured the library, even examining the Ancient One's private collection, yet found nothing. With a resigned shake of his head, he pondered whether he would ever have the opportunity to encounter it. As he continued to peruse the pages, Gel immersed himself in the vast ocean of magical knowledge. "Hey, come out here." A rather impolite voice suddenly interrupted Gel's thoughts from above. He looked up to see that the speaker was none other than Caecilius, flanked by 5 equally unfriendly individuals. Gel chose to ignore them and return to his reading. Soon, however, he sensed a gust of wind approaching from above, generated by a fist. Gorr waved his hand and conjured a magical barrier to deflect Caecilius's punch. He then called out towards the librarian. "May I inquire if dueling is permissible within the library?" Moments later, a somewhat robust man approached, casting a glance at Caecilius. "To dare engage in combat here, do you wish to meet a swift demise?" Caecilius looked at the approaching librarian with a mix of trepidation and recognition. "Wong, what brings you here?" "John had some urgent matters to attend to and asked me to fill in," Wong replied, glaring at Caecilius. "Why are you still here? Consider yourself fortunate this time. Should you ever raise your hand in this library again, I will certainly report you to the Supreme Sorcerer." Caecilius, trying to mask his fear with bravado, retorted, "Wong, do not be overly arrogant." Wong remained undeterred, pointing towards the exit and addressing the others. "Leave at once." With a resentful glance at Wong, Caecilius turned and strode toward the door, leaving Gorr with a parting remark. "Hide within the library for as long as you wish. I shall ensure you lament under my power when you emerge." Although Wong lacked exceptional magical talent, his extensive training and fiery temperament made him a figure to be reckoned with. Listening to Caecilius's threats, Gorr felt no anger, but upon reflection, he realized that allowing Caecilius to continue his antics would disrupt his tranquil life in Camartage. Thus, it would be prudent to teach him a lesson, which he assumed would not take much time. Raising his voice, Gorr called after Caecilius, "You claim to possess great magical talent, yet I find you to be vastly inferior to me." Caecilius halted, a mocking glint in his eyes as he turned towards Gorr. Gorr continued, "Shall we engage in a contest tomorrow morning? What shall be the stakes?" Caecilius narrowed his eyes, intrigued. Gorr smiled. "The loser must obey the victor's commands for the next 6 months, with the exception of any excessively cruel demands that might lead to self-harm. Do you dare?" Caecilius scoffed, but nodded. "Very well. We shall meet at the training square at 8 a.m. With that, he cast a predatory glance at Gorr, before departing the library with his entourage. Although Gorr did not perceive the intensity of Caecilius's gaze, he remained unfazed. Gorr was uncertain of Caecilius's true strength, but he had learned from the Ancient One that Caecilius had only trained for 5 years. No matter how high his magical aptitude, could it truly surpass that of chaotic magic? Chapter 27. The duel with the Camartage sorcerer. Are you truly willing to compete with him? After a considerable pause, a voice resonated above Gorr's head. It was not the temporary librarian Wong, but rather a stranger whose features appeared amiable. "I am Randall Daniel," he said, his demeanor friendly. "The Supreme Sorcerer has instructed me to arrange a resting chamber for you." Daniel looked down at Gorr, a warm smile gracing his face. "Greetings, I am Gel Marksanoff." Gel chuckled softly, closing his book. "Thank you for your concern, but I truly intend to challenge him, as a means to assess my magical abilities." Under the illumination of the light, Daniel scrutinized Gel, attempting to discern if he was merely putting on a brave face. Yet all he observed was a placid expression on Gel's countenance. Caecilius possessed formidable magical prowess, coupled with a tempestuous temperament. Those who had previously crossed him had suffered injuries, with several left grievously wounded. The Supreme Mage had reprimanded him on numerous occasions, yet he remained undeterred. As a thought crossed his mind, Daniel glanced at the king beside him, hesitating momentarily before resuming his counsel. He had even openly contradicted the Supreme Mage when the latter imparted certain teachings. Gel recognized Daniel's good intentions, but had no desire to prolong the discussion. He closed his book and rose to his feet. "I heard from the Supreme Mage that if I wished to learn a particular spell, I could study under your guidance. Is that correct?" Daniel nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. While I may not possess the innate magical talent of Caecilius or Modu, I consider my skills to be quite respectable. Do you already have a spell in mind that you wish to learn?" A few spells he had just seen flickered through Gel's mind. "I wish to learn the Mirror Space." Daniel retrieved a book from a nearby shelf and handed it to Gel. Gel accepted it, glancing at the title, Secrets of Space. His interest was piqued, especially since his chaotic magic had absorbed the energy of spatial gems, yet he had only mastered spatial teleportation, clearly not having harnessed it to its full potential. Does the library close at night? Gel inquired, looking toward the king. The king had been quietly listening, and upon hearing Gel address him, he responded, "The library is always staffed. You may come at any time you wish." Gel nodded, borrowing both fundamentals of magic and secrets of space, and then followed Daniel out of the library. They first traversed a stone outdoor corridor, passing a series of rooms, eventually arriving at a modest wooden cabin. The interior held little more than a bed, a table, a bench, and a lamp, with an exceedingly simple arrangement. "This is your room. If you wish to learn the mirror magic, seek me out tomorrow," Daniel stated, handing Gel a note. Gel took the note and observed a string of numbers inscribed upon it. "What is this?" "That is my phone number. It would be impractical to rely solely on shouting if you need something. If international call charges are a concern, you may use the public phone outside," Daniel replied with a smile, then made his way toward the door. Gel felt a bit taken aback, chuckling softly as he shook his head. This place seemed rather unlikely to have telephones. Once Daniel had departed, Gel sat at the table, diligently studying the 2 borrowed volumes. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away, until the morning bells resounded, pulling Gel's thoughts from the pages before him. Gorr rubbed his eyes and realized that dawn had broken outside, unbeknownst to him. He had spent the entire night engrossed in reading. Fortunately, his body had been fortified, leaving him unaffected by the sleepless night. Stepping out of his room, he was greeted by a sky as blue as sapphire and the resplendent rays of the morning sun. If one listened closely, the gentle footsteps of passers-by and the rhythmic sound of prayer wheels could be heard. Gorr followed a few scattered mages who were passing by, making his way to the training square. Recognizing him as the newcomer from the previous day, one mage politely greeted Gorr, who reciprocated the gesture. "Did you not sleep at all last night?" Daniel remarked upon first seeing Gorr nodded and stretched lazily. "Everyone who comes here is like this. The first night is generally sleepless," Daniel continued with a teasing tone. Gorr couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the excitement of entering the magical realm was palpable for everyone. As they conversed, Caecilius approached with the 5 individuals he had met the day before, striding confidently. "So, you weren't scared enough to hide," Caecilius quipped upon seeing Gorr, a hint of mockery in his tone. Gorr merely smiled back, responding, "Why would I hide?" The tension between the two drew the attention of those arriving, causing them to slow their pace. Before long, Master Gu arrived at the training square. "Supreme Mage," everyone offered their respectful salutation. Gu smiled and nodded before stating, "This morning's collective practice will be slightly delayed. Gorr and Caecilius have agreed to spar here." This announcement took the crowd by surprise, and many looked at Gorr with sympathetic eyes. Those who had previously sparred with Caecilius had not fared well. Gorr's acute hearing allowed him to catch the whispers around him. Why is Caecilius picking on a newcomer? With the Supreme Mage present, Caecilius shouldn't be too excessive, right? It would be better for him to take a step back. After all, he is Caecilius. Ah, so competitive. The murmurs heightened Gorr's sense of caution. Generally, if Caecilius were only slightly stronger, the others would begrudgingly accept it. But the tone of their voices suggested they had already placed Caecilius on a pedestal far above them. It seemed that Caecilius was indeed a formidable foe. As the crowd moved to the sides of the training area, they cleared a space for Gorr and Caecilius. Caecilius walked to the center, pacing slowly, his gaze upon Gorr filled with malice. Gorr stood still, a statue of calmness, gazing steadily ahead. He reflected on the magic he had learned the previous night, speculating on which spells Caecilius might employ in their confrontation. However, those spells were merely words he had encountered in books. He hardly understood them in practice. Before commencing, "We hope the esteemed Sorcerer Supreme can serve as our witness. We have agreed that the losing party shall unconditionally adhere to the directives of the winning party for the ensuing 6 months, with the sole exception of any egregious demands, such as self-harm." Gorr turned to Master Gu, who nodded in affirmation. "Very well, I shall be your witness." Caecilius assumed this wager was merely a harsh declaration made by Gorr the previous night, never anticipating that Gorr would dare to invoke it before the assembly. However, who would refuse an additional servant? Caecilius even contemplated how he might openly torment Gorr in the future. Had Gorr lost his senses? Why would he dig his own grave? Did he not realize the extent of Caecilius's prowess? Amidst the murmurs that had previously enveloped the gathering, the discussions grew considerably louder, for Caecilius was undeniably gifted. In merely 5 years, his magical abilities had approached those of Mordo and Wong, who had long dwelled within the sanctum of Camartage. Upon hearing the chatter, Caecilius's expression swelled with pride. "Let us begin," announced Master Gu. With a flourish of his hands, Gorr conjured a protective barrier around himself. Caecilius swiftly formed hand seals, and a sound akin to wind chimes resonated in the air. When Gorr turned his gaze to the distance, everything appeared blurred, as though viewed through a glass veil. Mirror magic. Gorr observed this spell, which intrigued him most, with grave intensity. Perhaps Caecilius sought to have all present witness his triumph, for he drew Master Gu and the others into the mirrored realm. As Caecilius interlaced his fingers, the stones beneath began to shift, scattering outward, while the distance between Gorr and Caecilius rapidly diminished. With a deft motion, Caecilius summoned a translucent blade into existence, and as Gorr approached with alarming speed, Caecilius pressed his right foot against the ground and thrust the ethereal dagger forcefully toward Gorr's chest. The onlookers gasped, some even shielding their eyes. Gorr retaliated with a powerful downward strike, retreating several steps and re-establishing distance from Caecilius. Narrowing his eyes, Caecilius slammed his right hand onto the ground, causing the earth before him to distort, as if a colossal caterpillar were writhing beneath the surface, sending the stones trembling erratically. Caecilius leapt into the air, rhythmically pushing off the ground. Soaring closer to Jar, faced with the sudden upheaval of the terrain, Gorr did not take flight. Instead, he braced himself firmly on the ground. Simultaneously, he discerned that with each step Caecilius took in the air, his shoes emitted a yellow glow, subtly revealing the form of a miniature magical array. It appeared he was wearing a form of flying artifact. With a swift motion of his right hand, Gorr unleashed a torrent of chaotic energy that struck Caecilius squarely in the chest. In response, Caecilius manifested a series of small defensive magic arrays, glowing with a yellow light, to thwart the incoming chaotic energy. As Gorr approached with increasing speed, the ferocity in Caecilius's gaze became ever more pronounced. Gorr merely hurled chaotic spells towards Caecilius with rapid precision. Crack, crack, crack. With a series of sharp sounds, the small defensive arrays before Caecilius shattered, concentrating a surge of chaotic energy upon him, sending him hurtling back through the air at an accelerated pace. Oh my God! Several onlookers gasped in astonishment, but quickly fell silent under the menacing glare of the fallen Caecilius, stepping back in trepidation. Yet, a greater number of spectators regarded Gorr with astonishment, pondering the origins of this newcomer who had managed to push Caecilius back even once. Perhaps he truly possessed the strength to contend with Caecilius. Unbeknownst to them, their perception of Gorr subtly shifted. However, they harbored no illusions that Gorr could vanquish Caecilius, whose reputation had been solidified through countless victories over the past 5 years. The king and Modu exchanged glances, curiosity piqued. They had been in the Kamataj sanctuary for over a decade without encountering a wizard from elsewhere. Nor had they ever heard the Ancient One mention the existence of other wizards on Earth. Rising from his fall, Caecilius regarded Gorr with a much more solemn expression. Taking a deep breath, Caecilius formed new sigils with his hands, then waved his right hand towards the stones beneath him. In an instant, the training ground beneath their feet flipped a full 180 degrees, transforming into an inverted landscape, while a row of buildings floated beneath them. This meant that the ground they once stood upon had become the sky, while the true ground lay below. Chapter 28. New discoveries in battle. In that fleeting moment, the world seemed to upend, inducing a disorienting sensation. The sudden shift in gravity sent all present tumbling downwards. To an observer from afar, it would appear as though a swarm of tiny ants was plummeting from the sky amidst the inverted buildings. Many of the watching wizards, lacking significant power and not equipped with flying artifacts, found themselves utterly unprepared for the abrupt turn of events, screaming as they fell. Only the Ancient One managed to maintain control, gracefully descending toward the ground, her right hand raised to transform a nearby tower, which quickly elongated to catch the falling wizards around her. Caecilius, utilizing the flying artifact upon his feet, landed smoothly on the ground. After a brief moment of descent, Gorr waved his hands, using magical energy to stabilize himself, hovering in midair and surveying Caecilius from a position of advantage. "You can fly," Caecilius exclaimed, his anger intensifying, mixed with an undercurrent of helplessness, as many of the techniques in the mirrored space proved ineffective against airborne opponents. Flying magic? The assembled mages clearly discerned that Gorr was not adorned with any flying artifacts, leaving only one explanation. Gorr possessed the magic of flight. A trace of gravity crossed Caecilius's face, and after quickly regaining his composure, he raised his palm, causing the nearby structures to swiftly morph and spiral towards Gorr like a drill. This scene resembled a cataclysmic blockbuster, prompting Gorr to adopt a serious demeanor. He ascended rapidly, simultaneously casting chaotic magic upon the buildings, which were instantly cleaved apart. The sounds of stone shattering, steel bending, and glass exploding filled the air. Meanwhile, the structures continued to rise, shrouding a significant portion of the sky around Gr. Perhaps due to the mirror magic, Gorr found demolishing the buildings effortless, far simpler than in the tangible realm, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, numerous fiery orbs, radiating an astonishing heat, materialized around Gorr, surging towards him. Upon sensing the magical energy within the fireballs, Gorr raised an eyebrow. Now this was what one would call a mage. He had never heard of a mage relying solely on close combat. The control over these fireballs seemed to embody the essence of true magic. With a flick of his hand, the fireballs approaching him were extinguished, while the towering structures enveloped him from all directions, leaving only the scorching fireballs illuminating the surroundings. Suddenly, a mirror before Gorr shattered with a thunderous crash, and Caecilius emerged from the broken window, brandishing a transparent blade aimed menacingly at Gorr's back. Gorr swiftly turned to face Caecilius, their gazes locking in a moment of shared intensity, filled with malice and triumph, reminiscent of a serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike its prey. The interplay of light and shadow, coupled with the sounds of fireballs colliding with the magical barrier, thickened the atmosphere as the mages, including the enigmatic Ancient One, appeared around them, unable to avert their eyes, seemingly apprehensive of the impending carnage. Meanwhile, the faces of Caecilius's followers betrayed a bloodthirsty eagerness. The closer Caecilius drew, the more smug his expression became. An onlooker among the mages gasped in astonishment. Gorr raised his hand high, unleashing a dense, blue-speckled gray energy that struck before Caecilius. The magical barrier he had long prepared crumbled without resistance, and the gray energy enveloped Caecilius, abruptly halting his body midair. Gorr met Caecilius's gaze, remarking coolly, "I've been waiting for you." With that, he thrust his hand forward, sending Caecilius crashing violently against the wall behind him. The sound of shattering glass and crumbling walls echoed as Caecilius plummeted to the ground. With a sudden gasp, Caecilius spat out a mouthful of blood, coughing several times as he could no longer contain the distorted architecture around him. The entire world began to revert to normalcy, the inverted structures righting themselves and reconnecting with their former forms. Caecilius lay on the ground, momentarily unable to rise, yet unnoticed by others. His gaze towards the ground bore a hint of smugness. The true assault had not been his close-range strike, but rather the fireballs. Amidst the myriad of fireballs surrounding Gorr, he had concealed several super inferno fireballs, which required immense magical power to conjure. These super inferno fireballs were incredibly laborious to wield, yet remarkably stealthy, differing from ordinary fireballs only in subtle hues, making them nearly undetectable unless scrutinized closely. Furthermore, the most notable characteristic of the super inferno fireballs was their enduring nature. They would continue to burn unless the target was entirely incinerated. Previously, he had obscured Gorr's line of sight with the surrounding structures to secretly cast this spell. No matter how formidable Gorr's magical shield, it could not withstand the onslaught of the super inferno fireballs. Over the years, Caecilius had triumphed time and again, not merely through exceptional prowess, but also through a series of cunning battle strategies and hidden trump cards that left his adversaries no chance of recovery. He could almost envision Gorr, under the relentless assault of the super inferno fireballs, unable to endure even for a second, perishing in flames. What he sought was not a servant, but a corpse. The onlooking mages were acutely aware that the super inferno fireball was Caecilius's signature move. As they beheld the multitude of fireballs materializing around Gorr, they realized that Caecilius was once again preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. Previously, Caecilius had nearly incinerated a companion with this very spell, only to be halted in time by the ancient mage, who saved the individual from a fiery demise. Subsequently, the ancient mage had issued a strict order forbidding Caecilius from employing this magic within Camartage, yet here he was, using it once more. In that moment, many mages cast fearful, apprehensive, and furious glances at Caecilius, with some unable to restrain themselves from warning Jar. The ancient mage subtly waved his sleeve, silencing all voices of caution. "Supreme Mage, we must stop Caecilius." Modus stepped closer to the ancient mage, asserting that Caecilius's cruelty had consumed him whole. Gorr was indeed a formidable foe. Had Caecilius erred in exerting his full strength? One of Caecilius's followers stepped forward, and Modu glared fiercely at him, tightening his grip on his magical artifact. The ancient mage quelled the impassioned crowd with a mere whisper, "Continue watching." By Gorr's side, one fireball after another collided with the magical shield, dissipating upon impact, while Gorr retaliated with bursts of magical energy, shattering many fireballs. Suddenly, one of the super inferno fireballs, concealed within the mass of fireballs, stealthily struck Gorr's magical barrier and erupted violently. The magical shield around Gorr trembled violently, And the explosion of the Super Inferno fireball did not vanish. Instead, it fragmented into a layer of flames that clung to the magical shield, continuing to burn fiercely. Gurgle intensified the energy supply to the magical barrier, yet moments later, another Super Inferno fireball collided with the barrier beside him, causing a more vigorous tremor than before. A layer of blazing blue flames enveloped the magical defense shield. Gurgle's body quivered violently, his complexion turning slightly flushed. He shook his jaw, reinforcing the magical barrier while simultaneously creating a spatial rift beneath his feet. As the amplified magical barrier collided with the remaining Super Inferno fireballs, it began to sway violently, causing the onlooking mages in the distance to instinctively hold their breath. It seemed that in the next instant, the magical shield would falter. At this critical juncture, Caecilius discarded his pretense and approached Gurgle, raising his right hand to unleash a flurry of fireballs. He was determined to exploit this last straw to breach the magical barrier and eliminate Gurgle before he could escape through the spatial rift. Unbeknownst to anyone, Gurgle, caught in the midst of the flames, suddenly paused, raising an eyebrow as he surveyed the magical barrier surrounding him. Moments later, as if he had discerned something, he feigned exhaustion, subtly dissipating the spatial rift beneath him while simultaneously constricting the magical barrier inward. The searing flames rendered the seemingly feeble Gurgle pitifully vulnerable. The onlooking mages were filled with both fear and urgency, yet only the Ancient One seemed to sense the situation of the magical barrier, offering a faint smile. The relentless barrage of fireballs continued to strike the magical barrier, whose fluctuations were astonishing, akin to a small boat adrift on a tempestuous sea, seemingly on the brink of capsizing. Yet, despite its precarious state, the magical shield held firm, unbroken. Gradually, the expressions of many observing mages grew peculiar. Cursed be it! The enraged Caecilius, blinded by fury, remained oblivious to any anomalies. His eyes, now bloodshot with rage, fixated on the barrier. Why was it that, despite appearing on the verge of shattering, that damned magical barrier refused to break? Caecilius sensed the considerable depletion of his magical energy and inhaled deeply. The borrowed energy from the suspended source was not limitless and required his own magical energy as a catalyst. If his internal magical energy was exhausted, he could no longer draw from the suspended source. With a sharp gaze, Caecilius scrutinized the magical barrier, catching sight of Gurgle through it. In the fleeting moment their eyes met, Caecilius squinted, finally resolute, as he began to reformulate his hand seals. However, he failed to notice that the pale blue flames of the Super Inferno fireballs, which once burned upon the magical barrier, had completely vanished, leaving only a deep crimson glow upon the shield. Super Inferno fireball, Caecilius bellowed, and several Super Inferno fireballs surged forward like meteors streaking across the sky, propelled by a roaring wind, rapidly approaching Gurgle's magical barrier. At this moment, Caecilius finally exhausted his magical energy, stumbling and nearly collapsing to the ground. Gasping heavily, he felt an overwhelming sense of triumph, but soon, his expression froze as the once feeble Gorr slowly straightened his posture, as if the earlier weakness had vanished entirely. Standing tall, Gorr mockingly gazed at him through the magical barrier, seemingly uttering something. Caecilius interpreted the lip movement, realizing Gorr was saying, "So foolish, truly." Before Caecilius could comprehend the unfolding events, he witnessed a shocking scene. The magical shield enveloping Gorr suddenly dispersed, transforming into a swirling mass of energy that ensnared the approaching super fireball. Gradually, the super fireball diminished in size before his eyes, while the gray energy surrounding it steadily intensified. Was it being absorbed? Caecilius gaped in disbelief at Gr. This was a super fireball. He had only heard of them being dispersed, never absorbed. The distant mages, finally grasping what had just transpired, regarded Gorr with increasingly peculiar expressions. From the very beginning, Gorr had been aware that his magic could absorb the super fireball, which was why he feigned weakness, hoping to provoke Caecilius into expending more effort, thus allowing him to absorb more energy. Unbeknownst to Caecilius, he had been manipulated, and in that moment, all the mages cast sympathetic glances toward him, never imagining they would one day feel pity for Caecilius. Dazed, Caecilius stood there as Gorr turned to Master Gu, stating, "Can the results be announced now?" Caecilius's expression shifted from one of stupor to a frenzied madness. Channeling his remaining magical power, he conjured a transparent blade and lunged fiercely at Gorr. "Be careful!" A chorus of alarmed cries erupted from the surrounding mages. In the next instant, they witnessed Caecilius's body being hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, shattering the stones beneath him. Coughing up blood, Caecilius collapsed on the ground. Master Gu regarded him with a glimmer of compassion, sighed softly, and declared, Gorr wins. It was then that the observing mages realized Gorr had indeed triumphed, surpassing even the exceptionally gifted Cassius, whom Master Gu had praised. A moment of astonishment washed over them as they gazed at Gorr in sheer awe. The supreme mage, Cassius's soul, is undoubtedly shrouded in darkness. I hereby petition for the immediate revocation of his magical abilities. Mordu stepped forward, addressing the fallen Cassius with stern resolve. Mordu, when you first arrived, your actions were even more reckless than his. Master Gu replied coolly, then turned his gaze toward Cassius, filled with helplessness and regret. As Cassius was met with such a gaze, he found himself at a loss for words, only to see Master Gu had already turned away. Addressing the other mages beside him, Cassius has once again transgressed. Confine him to the punishment chamber until I have dealt with my affairs, at which point I shall determine his fate. Cassius felt a further diminishment of his strength as he allowed himself to be led away. Gorr, on the other hand, regarded Mordu with keen interest. After dealing with Cassius, Master Gu cast a lingering glance in the direction from which Cassius had been taken, remaining silent for an extended period before letting out a heavy sigh and departing the training grounds. The surrounding mages dispersed to commence their routine morning exercises, though their gazes occasionally strayed towards Jar. At that moment, Gorr did not immediately seek out Daniel to learn the art of mirror magic. Instead, he stood still with his eyes closed. After a brief interval, he opened his eyes, a contemplative expression adorning his face. The chaotic magic had absorbed more than a dozen superflame fireballs, yielding a surge of magical energy surpassing that of the energy typically absorbed from spatial gems in a day. Recalling the contents of Fundamentals of Magic, Gorr speculated that perhaps the broader the variety of energy his chaotic magic absorbed, the more thoroughly it could be developed. Yet, aside from the 6 Infinity Stones, where could he find sufficient exotic energy? Gorr fell into deep thought. Chapter 29. Learning Mirror Magic before embarking on the study of mirror space magic. Might I have another chance to closely examine the mirror space? Stymied in his thoughts, Gorr resolved to seek out Daniel and commence his learning of mirror magic. The matter of exotic energy could be contemplated later, once he had utilized the Time Stone to complete his energy upgrade. After all, at that juncture, he would have ample time to peruse the tomes in the library, where he was sure to find relevant accounts. Perhaps the recent battle had profoundly impacted Daniel, for his gaze towards Gorr was imbued with curiosity, astonishment, and a touch of trepidation. Gorr paid little heed to Daniel's look, calmly observing him as he awaited a response. A comprehensive observation of mirror space will indeed aid your understanding of it, Daniel noted, realizing his earlier lapse in composure and hastily averting his gaze. Placing the suspended ring on his finger, Daniel turned his attention back to Gr. You may wish to carefully sense how my gestures and magic intertwine. Upon noting Gorr's rapt focus, Daniel took a deep breath and swiftly formed a series of intricate hand seals. Concurrently, streams of magical energy surged from the suspended ring, flowing toward Daniel's fingertips. As Daniel executed his movements, the magical energy began to attract the ambient spatial energy, gathering around him. Mirror space, manifest. Moments later, Daniel forcefully pressed his hands downward, and the accumulated spatial magic erupted violently. With a sound akin to the chime of wind bells, the space before the two became fragmented, resembling a series of animated polygonal mirrors that tore asunder the entirety of the surrounding area. Step inside. Daniel was the first to cross the threshold. As he approached the threshold between the reflective realm and the tangible world, the boundary seemed to ripple under the influence of his presence, emanating waves akin to water's surface until his form vanished completely into the mirror space, at which point the boundary resumed its original state. Gel observed with a hint of curiosity before finally stepping inside. The art of mirror magic, like many other spells, necessitates the accompaniment of specific incantations and hand gestures, an unavoidable aspect for beginners. However, with diligent practice, many of the associated gestures can be supplanted by an abundance of magical energy. A true master can forego the incantations and most of the intricate hand movements. As he spoke, Daniel gestured towards the midpoint between the reflective and tangible realms, revealing the boundary of the mirror space intentionally to assist novices like you in distinguishing between the two. Once you become proficient, the connection between the mirror space and the real world will appear seamless, allowing you to fully appreciate the greatest advantage of the mirror space, its concealment. With another gesture, Daniel pointed to the boundary of the mirror space, and the once fractured mirrors abruptly coalesced, subsequently vanishing entirely, leaving no trace of the boundary. Gel approached a mage engrossed in spellcasting and waved his hand before him, yet received no response. This space exists independently of reality. He cannot perceive your movements, nor can you touch him. Daniel chuckled as he observed Gel's actions, extending his right hand towards the mage, only for his arm to pass directly through the mage's form. You can also manipulate the boundary of the mirror space with magical energy at will, determining which individuals to draw into this realm. Gel nodded, grasping further nuances of the mirror space. I noticed Caecilius just turned the world upside down in the mirror space. What kind of magic is that? Is this what you mean? Daniel extended his right hand, tracing a semicircle in front of him. As he did so, the surrounding architecture abruptly receded, some inverting, others ascending, while a few tumbled to the ground. Moments later, Daniel waved his hand again, and the structures transformed once more, all reverting to their original forms, while the ground beneath them floated into the air, forming disjointed rectangular plots akin to disconnected staircases. Some edifices even folded from afar, rising vertically towards the heavens. Wow! Gel exclaimed, unable to contain his awe, growing increasingly fascinated by this mirror magic. If one could draw an enemy unfamiliar with such spatial alterations into this realm, wouldn't it grant them an exhilarating taste of flight? Observing Gel's reaction, Daniel smiled. This is akin to the magic previously employed by Caecilius. It is an application of transformation magic. Within the mirror space, it can be directed by your magical will to alter the environment. In truth, it can be utilized in the real world as well, though achieving the same effect demands a considerably greater expenditure of magical energy. Moreover, you must ensure that you wear the suspended ring properly, otherwise, you may find yourself ensnared within the mirror space with no means of escape. Daniel admonished earnestly, but soon recalled Gorr's uniqueness, pausing momentarily before smiling and adding, you need not borrow the suspended ring to gain power. Gorr reflected upon the contents of the book and inquired, does this space possess any weaknesses? The tome primarily elaborated on the art of conjuring mirror space, offering scant details on its advantages and drawbacks. At this juncture, Daniel's demeanor grew considerably grave. Mirror space is merely a realm. It does not discern friend from foe. If you intend to use mirror space against a more formidable sorcerer, it is utterly impractical unless you can initially seize their suspended ring. Furthermore, mirror space has a distinct characteristic. It amplifies energy emanating from the dark world. What about normal magical energy? Gorr pressed. Daniel shook his head. Only dark energy is magnified. Gorr furrowed his brow, but refrained from further inquiry. In the ensuing 2 days, Gorr devoted himself to studying the magic of mirror space under Daniel's guidance. Gradually, he began to perceive the essence of mirror space. It resembled a spatial interstice replicated from the surrounding reality. The greater your magical prowess, the larger and more stable the mirror space you could create. Conversely, if your hand seals were improperly executed, or if the magical energy supplied to the mirror space was insufficient, the space would be diminutive and susceptible to destruction. As he practiced, Gorr could not help but exclaim, this is truly challenging. Mastering the various gestures for hand seals was already difficult, but even more arduous was the amalgamation of magical energy with these gestures to elicit the corresponding magical vibrations, culminating in the completion of the mirror magic. Any minor misstep would result in failure. Unbeknownst to Gorr, Daniel, who was instructing him, was internally marveling at Gorr's remarkable pace of progress. Space magic was notoriously esoteric and among the most difficult to master. Many mages had spent months to attain proficiency. Yet, here was Gorr, having grasped the majority of techniques in merely 2 days. Surely, with a few more days of practice, he would be capable of wielding mirror magic. Suddenly, a clear, bell-like chime resonated nearby. Daniel looked on in disbelief, only to find Gorr beaming with excitement, exclaiming, Daniel, do you see? Have I succeeded? Daniel surveyed the fragmented space before him, stifling a cough before responding, indeed, you have succeeded. Wow! Gorr exclaimed, exhilarated. For this was the fruit of his labor after only 2 hours of sleep. In his excitement, he failed to notice Daniel's unusual gaze, likely thinking that Caecilius would be incensed enough to challenge Gorr once more. How long had it taken Caecilius to master this? It seemed to be 20 days. The second most talented, Modu, had taken 26 days. As for himself, how many days had he spent? For some reason, he found his memory suddenly failing him. Unable to recall, Gale, the supreme sorcerer, urged me to accompany you. The king, having approached, alleviated Daniel's predicament. Gale nodded, then turned to Daniel with a grateful smile. Daniel, I appreciate your patient instruction over these past few days. Daniel endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor and waved his hand towards Gale. You may go. I too must practice my magic. With that, Daniel departed without a backward glance, yet his retreat bore the semblance of a hasty escape. Following closely behind the king, Gale felt a twinge of discontent. Had he inadvertently offended Daniel? His previous demeanor had seemed entirely normal. Soon, The king led Gale into a spacious chamber before withdrawing alone, closing the door behind him. The Ancient One sat cross-legged at a table, speaking in a calm tone. The fragrant sandalwood smoke wafted gently in the air, jolting Gale's senses. He inhaled deeply, stifling the tumult of thoughts in his mind, and slowly closed the wooden door, placing his belongings on the floor before surveying the room. Within the chamber, apart from the central table and the scattered sandalwood, there was naught else. The waning sunlight streamed through the window, casting the only light upon the room. The Ancient One remained seated, and on the table before him lay an object resembling an eye. Gale recognized it as the Eye of Agamotto, which housed the Time Stone. In that moment, his heartbeat quickened. Chapter 30. The Discussion of the Hulk by S. H. I. E. L. D. Are you prepared? The Ancient One inquired, gazing at Gale, who sat cross-legged across from him. Gale steadied his emotions and nodded, responding earnestly, I am ready. In the dimly lit chamber, the Ancient One formed a magical sigil with his hands. As a wave of magical energy surged forth, the Eye of Agamotto began to open, revealing a gem radiating a vibrant green light. Let me remind you once more, the Time Stone is a vital weapon for the Supreme Sorcerer against the encroachment of dark forces. Should any mishap occur during your absorption of the Time Stone, I will immediately sever its energy supply. Do you understand? The Ancient One fixed his gaze upon Gale, enunciating each word with gravity. For the Supreme Sorcerer, nothing was more paramount than repelling the onslaught of dark forces. Gale met the Ancient One's gaze and nodded solemnly. He then turned away, inhaled deeply, and raised his right hand. A tendril of gray mist flowed towards the Eye of Agamotto, and upon contact with the Time Stone, a brilliant green light erupted within the room. The previously dimming sunset was entirely eclipsed by this radiance, and Gale's form began to levitate, enveloped in the emerald glow. Despite the intensity of the light, the Ancient One kept his eyes wide open, seemingly unaffected by the brilliance. After a moment, he sighed softly, I hope my decision does not bring greater calamity upon this world. Subsequently, Master Ancient One withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. After a fleeting moment of distraction, Gorr regained his consciousness and began to observe the changes within his body. Perhaps his magical prowess had intensified, for Gorr could now more acutely sense the transformations occurring within him due to this alteration. Following the absorption of the Time Stone's energy by the chaotic magic, there was little increase in the chaotic magic within. Rather, it seemed to have been activated, becoming more vibrant and full of life. Simultaneously, the chaotic magic began to nourish his body, guiding it toward a more favorable evolution. At the moment of the energy explosion, the mages practicing outside abruptly halted, gazing with astonishment toward the room where Master Ancient One and Gorr resided, bewildered by the phenomenon. In the past, Master Ancient One had unleashed his full power only in the presence of dark forces. Yet, there were no signs of such forces nearby, leaving them perplexed. The mages whispered among themselves for a moment, but reached no conclusions and resumed their training. Only the imprisoned Caecilius in the penalty chamber roared toward the direction of the energy explosion. Why will you not bestow such power upon me? Master Ancient One, I know you have concealed much knowledge from us. The energy eruption within the room persisted for a full 10 days, showing no signs of diminishing intensity. Instead, it gradually intensified with the passage of time. Although the mages were secretly astonished by even the distant sensation, Master Ancient One had issued a command from the outset forbidding them from approaching the room. Thus no mage dared to stealthily investigate the events unfolding within. Meanwhile, Gorr, suspended in midair, found himself in a state of ennui. As before, all food and water in proximity were devoured by the temporal energy, leaving Gorr unable to eat or drink, and he could only repetitively practice the hand seals of the mirror dimension spell. The thick atmosphere infused with temporal magic rendered the execution of the mirror dimension spell impossible, compelling him to merely envision whether he could succeed. Amidst these tedious days, a phone call suddenly captured Gorr's attention. Using magic, he sensed a mobile phone over 20 meters away, discovering that the number belonged to Tony. Intrigued, Gorr answered the call. Hello, Gorr. I have explosive good news and explosive bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Tony remarked, his brow furrowing at the peculiar static sound emanating from the other end. It sounds as if you're at a construction site. Are you secretly running a contracting business? This was quintessential Tony humor. I'm dealing with a few matters. It's a bit noisy here. Gorr couldn't exactly explain that the phone signal was being affected by the Time Stone, which was why the connection was poor. He had to channel his voice through magic over a distance of several meters to maintain the conversation. But could you please stop the suspense? Just tell me the good and the bad news all at once. Tony sat in his vintage car, gazing at the news flashing across his computer screen, Ivan and Dr. Kurt have been rescued once again. Why again? It was because Ivan had initially been extricated from prison by Hammer's operatives. I recall they were both imprisoned in the heavily fortified raft prison, correct? Has S.H.I.E.L.D. been compromised? A sense of unease washed over Gellar. He vividly remembered that the raft was situated amidst tumultuous seas, known only to S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Even if someone discovered its location, rescuing the inmates would prove exceedingly difficult. According to the information I have gathered, they were rescued by a mysterious figure during their transfer from the raft by S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony raised a glass of red wine, savoring its bouquet, and continued without waiting for Gellar's inquiry. The reason they managed to escape the raft was that Director Nick Fury intended to leverage the two of them to develop advanced weaponry. However, things went awry. Gellar sighed helplessly. Nick, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., had never trusted anyone, relying solely on the power he wielded. His paranoia regarding unknown threats was exceedingly pronounced, making his actions unsurprising. However, how did you come by this information? Gellar questioned. Director Fury would never divulge such sensitive details to you. Tony glanced at his phone, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. In fact, I took the liberty of having J.A.R.V.I.S. breach S.H.I.E.L.D.'s servers to obtain this intel. Gellar raised an eyebrow, recognizing this as a classic Tony Stark maneuver. Nevertheless, he had no leads on the abducted Ivan and Dr. Kurt, and could only hope that S.H.I.E.L.D. agents would apprehend them promptly. As for Tony, he was merely a spectator reveling in the chaos, hence his decision to share the news with Gellar. By the way, I'm tied up with something here. If there's any commotion with the Hulk, remember to assist Pietro and Wanda in subduing him. Gellar's recent power upgrade had persisted for 10 days without any sign of conclusion. Furthermore, during the upgrade linked to the Infinity Stones, the stones had taken precedence, automatically sensing the threshold of chaotic magic to determine whether to continue supplying energy. This meant that the Time Stone would only cease its energy provision once the chaotic magic within Gellar reached saturation. During this period, Gellar was entirely confined, unable to halt the absorption of energy. Tony, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, replied, "What does the Hulk have to do with me? Besides, if memory serves, this matter is under Natasha's purview." Tony harbored deep-seated resentment towards the woman who had deceived him numerous times, filling his evaluations with her audacious remarks. Gellar smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about the tension between him and Natasha. Reluctantly, he unveiled his trump card. "I am currently studying a unique spell known as a magic circle. Mastering the requisite knowledge would enable me to inscribe magic onto weapons through a magical array, allowing others to channel energy into the array to unleash spells. This represents a novel avenue of research. As Uncle Norman has assured me, he can provide all the human and material resources I desire." A few months prior, thanks to the steel armor supplied by Gorr, and in conjunction with the advanced weaponry already under investigation, Osborne Industries successfully developed a new type of weapon, renewing their collaboration with the government to navigate through challenging times. "Anything he provides, I can enhance further. Gorr, you must join me in exploring this phenomenon known as the magical array." Tony immediately rose from the vintage car, nearly losing his balance in his excitement. If Gorr's claims hold true, it implies that he could even wield magic through the steel armor, which is an exhilarating and cutting-edge research direction. After all, in recent months, Gorr's involvement has led to a comprehensive enhancement of his steel armor. Even as Tony recognized that Gorr's mention of collaboration with Norman was a veiled threat, he impulsively leapt into the trap. "Focus on your studies. If Pietro and Wanda encounter difficulties, I shall rush to their aid." Gorr, not waiting for Tony to pose further inquiries, abruptly ended the call, aware that his understanding of the magical array was still superficial. Excessive questioning would surely expose him. Observing the still meditating Ancient One below, Gorr sighed softly. The Hulk's overall prowess was undeniably formidable, and General Ross's efforts to apprehend Dr. Banner would inevitably compel him to transform back into the Hulk. Gorr did not believe that Ross and his soldiers could truly contend with the Hulk. At that point, Natasha would need to lead Peter and the others into action. With Tony involved in restraining the Hulk, Gorr felt a modicum of reassurance. While Gorr was preoccupied with concerns regarding the Hulk, a discussion that would determine Dr. Banner's fate was quietly unfolding at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Director Nick Fury stood in the center of the office, with Natasha at his side, surrounded by the holographic projections of 8 members of the International Security Council. "Director Fury, The Council has approved the agreement to assist General Ross in capturing the Hulk. One of the members on the left, with arms crossed on the table and leaning forward, conveyed the message to Nick. The research team has recently developed high-tech weaponry through cosmic magic studies, which must be partially entrusted to General Ross. And full support must be provided for capturing the Hulk. I trust you have all viewed the combat footage involving the Hulk. I wonder in what state of mind you made this decision. Nick Fury scanned the room, speaking in a tone laced with sarcasm. Ladies and gentlemen, SHIELD was established for your amusement. The faces of the 8 council members displayed no signs of change, likely having anticipated Nick's refusal. Standing, Natasha surveyed the expressions of the legislators, her heart sinking slightly as their determined visages signaled that the outcome of this communication had been predetermined from the outset. What remained for them to deliberate was merely the extent of their concession to Director Nick, or, one might say, what they were willing to sacrifice. The presence of the Hulk has become a severe threat to public safety. We must contain this menace, one of the legislators continued. Director Nick responded to such grandiloquent rhetoric with a mere sardonic smile. Then, a female legislator spoke up. Director Nick, no matter how formidable the Hulk's abilities may be, he undoubtedly possesses weaknesses. I trust your team will uncover them. Are you suggesting that the white-cloaked sorcerer assist you in capturing him? Director Nick discerned the underlying implications of these old fox's words. Natasha, standing nearby, felt a subtle change in her expression but remained silent, listening intently. A male legislator to her right added, in light of the recent successes in SHIELD's research initiatives, we have decided to allocate more researchers and provide additional material support for your development of the airborne aircraft carrier. We are also contemplating whether to advance your request for the integration of a risk assessment analysis system on the aircraft carrier. The airborne aircraft carrier was a top-tier project that Director Nick had long championed to eliminate potential threats. The legislators' words were undoubtedly a veiled threat. Agree to cooperate, and they would offer more support. Refuse, and the likelihood of any assistance, be it manpower or resources, would be uncertain. With the request for the risk assessment analysis system on the aircraft carrier certainly doomed to fail, Natasha, quietly clutching a series of documents, cast a glance at Director Nick upon hearing about the risk assessment analysis system, realizing he had not abandoned the idea of augmenting the aircraft carrier with such a system. This system, based on big data and the development of precision long-range weaponry, would serve as a modern-day sword of Damocles hanging over all dangerous entities once the aircraft carrier took to the skies. Even if adversaries attempted to conceal themselves, the system would detect and eliminate them. At this juncture, Natasha understood that this condition would be difficult for Director Nick to refuse. Moments later, he nodded. The newly developed weapon will be delivered to General Ross this afternoon. Concurrently, the appropriate personnel will assist in locating and capturing the Hulk. As the holographic projection faded, the negotiation concluded. Did you hear all that? Director Nick, shedding his earlier sharpness and composure, sank into his chair, rubbing his temples as he addressed Natasha. Without beating around the bush, Natasha directly inquired, "Are you truly intent on having Gel cooperate in the capture? Do you think I would be so foolish?" Director Nick replied with a weary smile. After their prolonged association, he understood all too well that Gel was far from an obedient soldier. Such a request, which blatantly contravenes the moral principles of Gel, was immediately dismissed by him without a second thought. He would even assist Dr. Banner in his escape. Natasha remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, Director Nick stated, "Did you not mention that Gel is preoccupied with certain matters? Therefore, it is unnecessary to inform him. We shall provide the requisite support to General Ross. As for the remaining individuals, Peter and his companions, you may proceed as you see fit." Natasha placed the documents in her hand on Director Nick's desk and gazed directly at him. "You are aware that I was recruited by Barton into SHIELD, not to engage in such tasks repeatedly, correct?" Upon Nick's nod, Natasha turned and made her way towards the door. "Close the windows, turn off the lights." As Natasha reached the entrance, she heard the sound. Even without turning back, she recognized it as Nick's directive to the artificial intelligence. The lights in the room dimmed, plunging it into darkness, and the descending curtains obscured the last vestiges of light. The moment Natasha closed the door and turned back, she beheld the shadow of Nick's face swallowed by the darkness, his expression momentarily shifting from the usual steadfast and assertive demeanor to something entirely different. Natasha was uncertain of Nick's thoughts at that moment, only aware that during many tumultuous instances, he would remain in the darkness like this, much like she did in the past within the Red Room, and as she did now. Chapter 31. The Abomination of Terror. Dr. Banner's whereabouts had been discovered in the vicinity of Gibbon Academy, and General Ross had already dispatched personnel to apprehend him. The sound of a text message echoed in the quiet room. Natasha, who had returned to the Manhattan hotel through a spatial rift, immediately opened her phone to check the incoming message. Upon reading its contents, Natasha let out a quiet sigh, quickly straightened her posture, and, as usual, strode purposefully out of her room, ringing the doorbells of Wanda and her 3 companions in succession. They have arrived. Wanda and her group hastily gathered in Natasha's room. As Natasha communicated with the agents on her phone to inquire about the current situation, she also relayed the information to Wanda and her companions, deliberately omitting any details regarding SHIELD's involvement in capturing the Hulk. Understood? Natasha succinctly summarized the essential information for Wanda and her companions. Concurrently, her exchanges with the other agents ceased. She had obtained the current geographical coordinates. After seeing Peter and the others nod in agreement, Natasha lifted her gaze to Wanda and reported the coordinates she had just acquired. Let us proceed. Wanda sensed the spatial location Natasha provided and then employed her teleportation magic towards the front. With a surge of spatial energy, a circular portal manifested within the room. However, in stark contrast to the brightness of the room, the other side of the portal was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any illumination. In the pitch-dark room, a man clad in a covert operative's attire observed as Natasha and her companions emerged from the spatial portal. His expression remained inscrutable as he approached Natasha with purpose. Gesturing towards the window, Natasha moved to the window, and from her vantage point, it was evident that numerous concealed soldiers were lurking on a balcony of their building, aiming their weapons at a window across the way. Behind that window stood Dr. Banner, Betty, and an individual clad in a white lab coat. You must destroy these blood samples. You have no idea of their potency. If they fall into the hands of the government, it will spell disaster. Due to the serum developed by Dr. Stern, Dr. Banner had successfully suppressed the Hulk, reverting to his normal human form. Whether this was a temporary measure or a permanent eradication of the Hulk remained uncertain, yet it marked a significant advancement. However, he had just discovered that Dr. Stern had retained all the blood samples he had previously sent, rather than destroying them. The implications of those samples being seized were unfathomable. One more Hulk could lead to untold calamities for many. Are you being overly cautious? Do not be so sensitive. Dr. Stern immediately countered, incredulity etched on his face. Besides, we already have an antidote. Did you not just test it? The energy and vitality within those blood samples had initially led him to doubt they belonged to a human, until he had witnessed Dr. Banner transform into the Hulk at the lab bench. At that moment, the numbered bags of blood appeared more precious and beautiful than anything else in his eyes. Whether it is truly an antidote remains uncertain, Banner said, pointing a finger at Dr. Stern, his gaze grave. But those individuals will undoubtedly use it to develop weapons. Dr. Stern shrugged. You are too sensitive, Banner. Just think. If you give me a little more time, we could even win a Nobel Prize. After years of research, he had amassed considerable insights and could almost envision the Nobel Prize beckoning him. Yet, before Dr. Stern could finish his sentence, the window beside him shattered violently, and something struck Banner on the shoulder. The abrupt turn of events left Betty paralyzed momentarily before she rushed to catch the staggering Banner, pulling out the syringe embedded in his shoulder. You cannot treat him this way, Betty shouted at the soldiers pouring in. However, with his transformation abilities lost, Banner was utterly defenseless against the multitude of soldiers, who swiftly lifted him onto a stretcher and carried him down. Throughout the ordeal, Betty was restrained by the soldiers, her shouts and struggles proving futile. Realizing the situation was irretrievable, she followed the soldiers down, her face ashen. As she passed General Ross, she did not spare him a glance, trailing directly behind Banner's stretcher towards the helicopter. Betty, General Ross called out, attempting to halt her by invoking her name. He was acutely aware of his actions, yet he also recognized that this was the man his daughter loved. Betty inhaled deeply, casting her gaze upon General Ross, her once dull eyes reigniting with a flicker of fury, akin to a small flame rekindling amidst a pile of burnt wood. I shall never forgive you for what you have done to him. General Ross, laden with a sense of helplessness, replied, Betty, he is a fugitive, but it is you who forced him into that role, driven by your own selfish desires. To atone for your failures, to grant those powerful figures their so-called strength, I refuse to continue being your daughter. Betty articulated each word deliberately, as if striving to articulate the resentment that lay buried deep within her heart. General Ross, fixated on her eyes, could no longer contain his rising anger. If you were not my daughter, you would also be apprehended. At his words, disappointment became ever more evident in Betty's gaze. She turned away from General Ross and strode directly toward the helicopter. Sister Natasha, shall we rescue them? Peter asked as he observed the pitiful state of Banner and Betty from the building across. Natasha sighed internally, feeling a pang of compassion. Yet she turned to Peter and gently patted his head. Do you wish to be imprisoned for a moment of reflection? Even the soldiers dare to capture those who resist. Upon hearing this, Peter and the others lowered their heads. Amidst the tumult, no one noticed Blonsky returning to the laboratory, where he found Dr. Stern. Drawing his pistol and aiming it at Dr. Stern, Blonsky stated his intentions plainly. I want what you have extracted from the Hulk. Observing Blonsky's evidently altered mental state and physical condition, Dr. Stern seemed to grasp something, his eyes lighting up as he slowly straightened. You've injected something, Haven to you? Blonsky nodded. I need to inject more. You've seen the Hulk, right? Transform me into that. Dr. Stern became exhilarated. Entirely disregarding the gun aimed at his forehead, I have no idea what the combination will produce. Blonsky pushed the gun closer, pressing it firmly against Dr. Stern's temple. Hurry. Dr. Stern nodded and strode purposefully toward the apparatus. After securing Blonsky, he placed the vial containing the Hulk's blood onto the equipment. Under Dr. Stern's eager gaze, the Hulk's blood gradually infused into Blonsky's body. Soon, the apparatus began to emit frantic alarms, even erupting with sparks. Hearing the strange roars echoing around him, Dr. Stern hastily shut down the equipment. This is what I mentioned earlier. I don't know what you originally injected. But soon, Dr. Stern's eyes widened in horror as he involuntarily took a step back, colliding with the restraints that secured Blonsky's limbs, which then broke free. While Blonsky's form began to undergo a bizarre transformation before him, Blonsky's garments were rapidly torn asunder, his back resembling a grotesque array of spines, jagged and menacing. His ribcage protruded prominently from his chest, mere layers of skin clinging to it. His visage was devoid of any hair, crimson veins coursing across his face. If the Hulk retained a semblance of human form, Blonsky's transformed appearance was more akin to a creature of hellish origin. Oh God! Dr. Stern gazed upwards at the abomination that nearly breached the ceiling, uttering an involuntary murmur. You must lie still so that I may heal you, Doctor. Stern's voice dwindled as he perceived the malevolent gaze of the creature fixated upon him. Like a bothersome insect, the abomination waved its hand dismissively, sending Dr. Stern hurtling through the air, crashing against nearby scientific apparatus. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious and unaware of his fate. The soldiers who had just ascended the stairs, intent on removing Dr. Stern's experimental equipment, were startled by the commotion and promptly dispatched a few of their number to investigate. My heavens! The moment they beheld the abomination, they froze in place. Despite their rigorous training, the sheer horror of the creature invoked a primal fear within them. Instinctively, their bodies reacted, and they raised their weapons, pulling the triggers. However, the new shield weaponry proved utterly ineffective against the monster. The creature blinked, sensing the sting of pain, and charged toward the soldiers, seizing one by his uniform and hurling him out of the window. One soldier after another was flung out, with one even shattering the window of Natasha's room, crashing down onto the ground beside them. This sudden turn of events snapped the group into alertness. Natasha swiftly moved toward the window, while Wanda closed her eyes, employing her magic to sense the distant happenings. Abruptly, Wanda gazed upward, seemingly piercing through layers of structures to glimpse the soldiers being cast out. With a decisive sweep of her arms, gray energy radiated from her hands, halting the soldiers midair before gently placing them on the ground. At that moment, Natasha, Peter, and the others beheld a grim silhouette striding toward the street, flanked by soldiers firing their weapons. What manner of monster is that? Harry instinctively inquired. Natasha, too, felt a pang of trepidation in her recollection. Shield-S archives bore no record of such a creature. Unless, of course, this monster was a recent emergence. Observing the shattered remnants of the laboratory window across the way, Natasha began to formulate a hypothesis. But the immediate priority was to save lives. Pietro, you must disperse the innocent bystanders on the street. Natasha had already heard the screams of pedestrians and the cacophony of colliding vehicles outside. The monstrous entity advanced towards the central district, and Natasha could scarcely fathom the potential devastation it would wreak upon the populace there. In the blink of an eye, Pietro vanished from sight. Without hesitation, Natasha leaped from the building, her voice echoing as she called out, Wanda. Instantly, Wanda harnessed her magic to control Natasha's descent, gently guiding her to the ground. Meanwhile, Harry ascended aboard a flying apparatus, while Peter swung into action with his web, and Wanda soared towards the street below. At that moment, the intersection was choked with vehicles from every direction, amidst the cacophony of gunfire and the fiery explosions that lit up the scene. Panicked pedestrians fled in every direction, and even Pietro found it challenging to rescue everyone. The vile figure stood at the epicenter of the chaos, bellowing in rage as he hurled nearby cars into the distance. When Wanda reached the skies, she was met with a horrifying sight. The Abomination smashed a vehicle against a nearby building, causing it to collapse in an instant. With great effort, Wanda conjured a magical barrier to shield the falling debris, rescuing a few survivors from the wreckage. "Where's General Ross? We need helicopters and tanks, now?" Natasha exclaimed as she seized a high-tech weapon from a soldier, her voice laced with urgency. Learning from past experiences, Harry soared high above, deftly maneuvering as he launched pumpkin bombs at the menace. Peter narrowly dodged the shrapnel from the explosions, delivering a powerful kick aimed at the creature's chest. But the Abomination simply swatted him away like a mere insect. Coughing and rising from the ruins, Peter gazed at the monstrous figure amidst the flames, struggling to suppress his coughs. God, this creature appears even more terrifying than the Hulk. Damn that monster. Pietro, who had been preoccupied with rescuing others, could no longer contain his frustration upon witnessing Peter's plight. Peering into the distance, he spotted a military vehicle approaching. Narrowing his eyes, he activated his super speed, darting towards the truck to rummage through its contents. In one corner, he discovered crates filled with grenades. Curiously, he gathered several boxes of grenades, pondering aloud. These grenades seemed different from the usual ones. Unbeknownst to him, these were the latest innovations developed by SHIELD. As he closed in on the creature, just 20 meters away, he opened 2 boxes of grenades, removing all the safety pins before placing the majority beneath the Abomination, even shoving a few into its mouth. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions erupted in rapid succession around the fiend, and before it could react, a detonation occurred within its very mouth. The shockwaves caused the creature to sway unsteadily, and moments later, brilliant white lights flashed across its form, emanating an overwhelming penetrating force, twisting its expression into one of sheer agony. Moments later, the explosion dissipated entirely, and Pietro was astonished to discover that the malevolent creature was bleeding from the corners of its mouth. The Abomination had sustained injuries. Letting out a roar in response to the pain coursing through its body, it glared with blood-red eyes at Pietro, Wanda, and Harry, before swiftly dashing across the street toward another district. Many others had only just managed to escape to that very spot. Damn it! Harry cursed under his breath as he hurriedly pursued from the air, hurling one pumpkin bomb after another at the fleeing Abomination. It seemed as if the creature could perceive the incoming bombs, deftly maneuvering through the streets to evade every single one. Pietro strategically placed bomb after bomb along the creature's path, yet he could only watch helplessly as the Abomination disregarded the explosions beneath it, continuing its relentless sprint toward the next block. Wanda's chaotic magic and Peter's incessant web-slinging proved futile in hindering the creature's advance. Upon reaching the next district, instead of descending upon the fleeing crowd, the Abomination's gaze fixated upon a towering office building, standing at least 10 stories high, still illuminated with the presence of many individuals who had yet to be evacuated. A sinister smile crept across the Abomination's face as it cast a glance back at Peter and his companions, then turned again, raising its fist to strike the building's wall. Thud, thud, thud. With each resounding blow, the people within the office building felt the intensifying tremors beneath their feet and erupted into screams. In light of the escalating chaos, Pietro hesitated to unleash grenades upon the Abomination. In mere moments, the majority of the first-floor walls of the office building collapsed, and the structure began to uncontrollably descend towards the ground. With a thunderous crash, the fallen building struck the adjacent office tower. Help! Within the collapsing structure, all occupants were thrown to the floor, sliding towards the windows in a desperate instinct for survival, clutching onto anything they could grasp. Some seized the anchored desks, while others found themselves blocked by walls, yet many plummeted through shattered windows, screaming as they fell to the earth below. "Quick, save them!" Wanda shouted, soaring to the rooftop of the neighboring building. With her arms outstretched toward the falling crowd, she abruptly halted their descent. However, the sheer number of individuals overwhelmed her, and she felt the strain of their collective weight exceed her limits. Her face flushed from the exertion, her arms trembled violently, but she gritted her teeth, determined to maintain her grip. Harry and Peter darted through the air, gently placing each rescued individual onto the ground, while Pietro remained vigilant, monitoring the Abomination not far away. In the chaos-ridden streets, the creature observed Peter and Harry's frantic rescue efforts, its eerie grin widening with each passing moment. Moments later, it took a step forward, charging toward Harry and Peter with sinister intent. Pietro's heart sank at the sight of the monstrous Abomination's bloodthirsty glare. After all, It was exceedingly difficult for him to impede such a formidable foe single-handedly. Nevertheless, Pietro surveyed his surroundings, seeking anything that could halt the Abomination's advance. He was resolute in his determination to prevent it from harming Peter and Harry. With a thunderous roar, the Abomination prepared to leap, only to be met by the sudden impact of a rocket that landed beside it, followed by a deafening explosion. The shockwave from the violent blast sent the creature crashing into a nearby building. From the billowing smoke, the Abomination emerged, its predatory gaze scanning the area. But after a prolonged moment, it failed to ascertain the source of the rocket's launch. In the distance, Natasha stood atop a military vehicle, whistling to capture the creature's attention. Once the Abomination turned its gaze toward her, she confidently readied the rocket launcher slung over her shoulder. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger again, launching another rocket at the beast. The missile soared through the air, landing once more beside the Abomination. Die, monster! Chapter 32. Natasha confronts the Abomination. Boom. The explosive rocket instantly engulfed the Abomination in a fiery inferno, a tempest of crimson flames, blinding light, and scattered debris swirling together in a chaotic dance. In mere moments, the Abomination roared in fury, bursting forth from the explosion, leaping with astonishing speed toward Natasha. Pietro, do not come to my aid. Quickly evacuate everyone in the building and surrounding area. Remember, all of them. Lead them far from this block. As the Abomination charged forward, Natasha appeared unfazed, calmly grasping her walkie-talkie. Harry, come assist me in restraining the Abomination from the sky. I need time. On the distant skyscraper, soldiers were positioned, each manning a rocket launcher. A relentless barrage of missiles launched from their tubes, encircling the Abomination and obstructing its path. The fiery explosions illuminated Natasha's composed visage, casting a vivid glow across her face. She patted the military vehicle beneath her, which then revved its engine, bulldozing through obstructing cars as it sped away from the Abomination's threat. Once more, Natasha squeezed the trigger, directing another rocket toward the approaching creature. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, a helicopter buzzed through the air. General Ross, the creature's destruction is immense. We request reinforcements. The voice of a soldier crackled through the walkie-talkie, and General Ross's expression grew grave. Numerous helicopters had already been dispatched for support. Wait a moment longer, he urged, glancing at the screen depicting the Abomination and then at Banner seated behind him. I, too, am returning by helicopter. From the outset, Banner and Betty had sensed that something was amiss, yet the soldiers surrounding them had kept them unaware of the unfolding chaos. As General Ross turned his head, Banner, filled with confusion, inquired, "What on earth is happening? Why are we turning back?" General Ross gestured to the soldiers who had intercepted them, and two of them promptly stepped aside. He slightly adjusted his position to reveal the obscured display screen once more. There, a terrifying creature, towering over 4 meters high and resembling an abomination from the depths of hell, was leaping amidst the explosive battlefield. The footage on the screen clearly depicted the relentless explosions surrounding the creature, which seemed to inflict no harm upon it, only provoking increasingly furious roars from the beast. The vehicles nearby appeared to be mere toys in the presence of this monstrous entity, easily thrown aside as if they weighed nothing, crashing into the military trucks in motion. Although the drivers showcased remarkable skill in evading disaster time and again, the situation was becoming increasingly dire. No, 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 Banner exclaimed, his eyes fixed on the Abomination on the screen, and he approached the display in sheer terror, convinced he was hallucinating. Yet, the reality struck him. This was a creature rivaling the Hulk. Did you create this? Banner seemed to connect the dots, his eyes widening as he turned to General Ross. Betty blinked in disbelief, looking at General Ross and exclaiming, "My God, what have you done?" For the first time, a flicker of evasion appeared in General Ross's gaze. He too was at a loss. From the spikes protruding from the creature's back and its remaining identifiable features, it was evident that it was Blonsky, transformed through multiple alterations. Could the Abomination's ferocity and madness stem from its own reasons? As Banner observed the screen, he hesitated but ultimately suggested, "Let me confront this monster." He struggled with the thought, yet only the Hulk could put a halt to such a creature. Betty could hardly believe her ears, and General Ross was equally astonished. "If you go." The Abomination's roar from the display screen turned Banner's internal struggle into unwavering resolve. "But this is a monster of our making. It is our responsibility to resolve it." General Ross recalled how Spider-Man and others had been utterly powerless against the Abomination. Realizing this was the only course of action, he nodded in agreement. On the streets, rockets exploded around the Abomination, sending it hurtling in all directions. The creature's fury intensified as it withstood wave after wave of explosions, relentlessly pursuing the military vehicle occupied by Natasha. This particular vehicle, having reached the end of the street, came to an abrupt halt, allowing the abomination to draw closer. This street was, in fact, the very one where the creature had initially wreaked havoc. At this moment, apart from Natasha standing atop the military vehicle, the street was deserted, with even the driver having fled. With another leap, the abomination was now mere meters away from Natasha, a terrifying grin adorning its grotesque face as it eagerly anticipated the fear that would cross her features. Yet Natasha, confronted by the loathsome figure merely 10 meters away, remained utterly unmoved, her gaze fixed upon him with an air of nonchalance. The crimson strands of her hair danced wildly in the tempest unleashed by the explosion, while her expression radiated an effortless serenity. Anyone observing her closely would surely be captivated by the calm composure that belied her breathtaking beauty. With a sharp exclamation, Natasha issued a challenge, beckoning the fiend with a casual flick of her finger. This provocative gesture incited a fresh roar of fury from the creature, which then leapt into the air, launching itself towards Natasha with ferocious intent. He could not fathom why this woman appeared unafraid. She ought to tremble before him. He was determined to rend her apart. As he ascended, the loathsome figure caught sight of a sly smile playing upon Natasha's lips, a glimmer of triumph. Before he could comprehend the situation, he watched in disbelief as she took a single step from the military vehicle, her form slipping away into nothingness. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a gaping hole had appeared in the vehicle, directly above an open manhole leading to the sewer below. Beep, beep, beep. A sharp countdown began to resonate from the military vehicle, and the remnants of his memory alerted him to the ominous sound of a bomb's detonation timer. He sensed the impending danger and realized he must flee swiftly. However, suspended in midair, he had no means to alter his trajectory. The moment he landed upon the vehicle, the explosion commenced. Boom, boom, boom. 30 crates of advanced S.H.I.E.L.D. explosives detonated simultaneously, unleashing an immense shockwave that shattered every window in the vicinity, illuminating the sky as though it were day. The creature's furious roar was completely drowned out by the cacophony of the explosion, its towering silhouette obscured entirely. Nearby buildings crumbled like wheat before a gale, yet almost immediately, the shockwave recoiled, and the ground trembled violently as it surged outward, causing the very earth to convulse. The sewer connected to an extensive, abandoned pipeline, where Natasha sprinted with utmost urgency, holding her breath. This was a race against time, and she was uncertain if she could evade the impending explosion. The collapsing pipeline behind her was relentless, and the rapidity of its descent urged her to hasten her pace. The ominous sounds of falling debris drew closer, compelling her to run faster to escape the blast. Suddenly, the collapse behind her ceased. Yet Natasha did not falter. Instead, she gritted her teeth and quickened her speed, aware that this was the true harbinger of the shockwave's arrival. Meanwhile, a block away, Wanda had just learned of Natasha's plan from Harry and hurriedly closed her eyes to sense which pipeline Natasha occupied. However, the labyrinth of underground conduits was vast, and Wanda found it challenging to locate Natasha's presence amidst the chaos. At long last, Wanda opened her eyes, and with a vigorous sweep of her right hand, she deftly unsealed a distant manhole cover. She then called out to Pietro, "Over there." Pietro immediately activated his super speed, racing towards the sewer entrance and swiftly traversing the abandoned pipes to reach Natasha. However, before he could lift Natasha and take more than a few steps, a shockwave overtook him, crashing into his back. Thud! After a muffled sound, Pietro felt an immense force strike him, causing his body to lose control and slam into the adjacent underground passage. Yet, even in the midst of this turmoil, Pietro firmly held on to Natasha, shielding her from harm. The pain coursing through him made him instinctively want to cough, but he stifled it, rising again, and despite the agony, he sprinted a full kilometer while carrying Natasha. Sensing that they were finally safe, he gently set Natasha down before collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Natasha, having sustained minor injuries from the earlier impact, felt the pain but smiled softly, knowing she had been granted another chance at life. "Thank you," she said to Pietro with a warm smile. Pietro, slightly embarrassed by Natasha's gratitude, replied, "No need for such formality, Sister Natasha. I just wonder how Wanda and the others are faring. They should be safe at such a distance from the explosion, right?" When the shockwave reached Wanda's neighborhood, its force had already diminished significantly. Wanda, Peter, and Harry easily deflected the ensuing debris and shards of glass, their eager gazes fixed on the center of the explosion. They hoped, fervently, that this time, they could vanquish the abomination. The explosion soon subsided, and the surrounding dust began to clear. However, The epicenter revealed no sign of the abomination. "Wanda, what's the situation?" Natasha's voice crackled through the communicator. "The abomination should," Wanda began, cautiously making her way towards the devastated street. "Roar." Before she could finish, a terrifying roar, far more fearsome than before, echoed from beneath the collapsed ruins. Moments later, a blood-soaked monstrosity emerged from the debris, landing on the rubble-strewn ground. From her vantage point in the sky, Wanda beheld a horrific sight. At the edge of a smoldering pit, a beast howled at the heavens, its body marred by numerous wounds, with visible signs of torn muscles, broken spikes protruding from its back, a sunken chest, and skin riddled with gaping lacerations, revealing gruesome flesh. Yet, as the abomination roared, strands of slime began to weave through its muscles, and in an astonishing display, the flesh rapidly knit itself back together. Within moments, the creature's wounds had healed significantly. Witnessing this alarming spectacle, Wanda could not help but exclaim, "Oh my goodness!" The furious roars emanating from the communicator compelled Natasha to reluctantly shut her eyes for a moment. However, she soon inhaled deeply, recalibrating her mindset, and addressed Wanda with a grave tone. "Wanda, do you recall your brother's words? If the situation endangers your lives, you must immediately utilize the portal to escape with Peter, Harry, and the others." The voices within the communicator were audible to Peter and Harry as well, yet none responded, not even Pietro, who sat beside her. Natasha recognized their determination to remain, so she descended to the ground alongside Pietro and retrieved her phone, dialing Grell's number. Glancing at her shattered phone screen, a bitter smile crossed Natasha's lips, grateful that it did not hinder the phone's functionality. The call to Grell connected swiftly. A kilometer away, in the sky, Banner, Betty, and General Ross observed the restored visuals on the display screen, enveloped in silence. Although the soldier providing the footage was positioned at a considerable distance from the abomination, rendering its form somewhat indistinct, the undeniable truth that it still existed was clear to all present. After a brief moment, Banner looked at General Ross with resignation. "Get closer. Let me down." General Ross took a deep breath and turned to the pilot beside him. "Land near the creature." Banner shook his head. "Hover in the air. Just open the rear cabin door." General Ross signaled to the soldiers, and the rear door was promptly opened. Without a glance back, Banner strode towards the open door. But Betty quickly caught up, grasping his arm, her light blue eyes filled with urgency. "Banner, you can't take such risks. Have you forgotten how the Hulk is suppressed? If it truly vanishes, jumping down like this could cost you your life." Her gaze remained fixed on him, as if fearing his imminent disappearance. Unable to resist, Banner gently caressed her cheek. "The Hulk is not so easily extinguished. Betty, for the sake of this city, I must try." Unbeknownst to them, at the edge of the chasm, the abomination looked up at the approaching helicopter, seemingly sensing something, as a terrifying grin spread across its rugged visage. With a roar, the abomination leaped onto the crumbled building, then launched itself from the highest point towards the incoming helicopter. Wanda, soaring through the sky, was horrified by the scene and urgently shouted towards the helicopter, "Get away!" Yet her voice was drowned out by the roar of the helicopter's engines, failing to reach the pilot's ears. Distracted by Banner, General Ross happened to glance back at the display screen and was struck by the sight. Beneath a crescent moon, a long-limbed monstrosity was rapidly approaching their helicopter. As the realization struck him that the abomination was closing in, a chill coursed through his spine. He widened his eyes and shouted at the pilot, "Ascend quickly." In the distance, Wanda swiftly invoked her chaos magic to aid the helicopter in its ascent. Yet, it was too late. The creature had already seized the iron frame beneath the helicopter and, with a sudden ferocity, wrenched off its rotor blades, sending the aircraft plummeting towards the ground. The abrupt jolt caused Banner and Betty, who were positioned by the rear door, to topple inside the cabin, colliding against the metallic wall. With a muffled groan, the injured duo succumbed to unconsciousness. Wanda swiftly approached the descending helicopter, intent on halting its descent. Yet its inertia proved insurmountable. In a desperate bid, Wanda resorted to magic, pulling General Ross and the others from the window. The spinning helicopter made it exceedingly difficult for her to ascertain direction. After exerting considerable effort, she managed to extract the pilot and General Ross from the window, just as the helicopter neared the ground. Wanda waved her hands, enveloping Banner, Betty, and the remaining soldiers in chaotic magic. With a thunderous crash, the helicopter struck the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt under the control of Peter and his companions. Observing the leaking fuel and sporadic bursts of flame from the helicopter's tank, Wanda hurriedly pulled Banner, Betty, and the two soldiers from within. A deafening explosion erupted as they distanced themselves from the wreckage. "Are they all right?" Peter inquired, his gaze fixed on the bloodied Banner and Betty, filled with concern. Natasha arrived shortly thereafter, simultaneously briefing someone on her phone. Yes, if you can make it back. Do so promptly. I just noted that the creature's landing site is quite close to our location. Out of a sense of vengeance, it is likely to head our way soon. We cannot hold out much longer. Do you have any viable plans? As she spoke, Natasha crouched to assess Banner and Betty, then turned to Wanda, asking, how are they? Wanda extended her right hand, two tendrils of gray chaotic energy reaching from her fingertips to envelop Banner and Betty. Upon contact, Wanda's expression shifted dramatically. The energy emanating from them intensified to a terrifying degree. There was only one explanation. They were on the brink of transformation. Run. Wanda swiftly cloaked Peter, Harry, and Natasha in magical energy, retreating with them. Simultaneously, Banner and Betty's eyes snapped open, a startling green light flickering within their gaze as their bodies began to swell. Soon, their clothes tore apart, leaving only their form-fitting garments intact. They turned, bracing themselves against the ground, seemingly enduring the agony of their metamorphosis. Roars echoed through the sky, followed by the emergence of two colossal figures from the shadows. Peter instinctively stepped back, murmuring, why is Betty transforming into the Hulk as well? No one could provide an answer to him. Before their eyes, two hulking giants of verdant hue emerged. One, a muscular figure exhibiting unmistakably masculine traits, was the same green giant they had encountered previously. Beside him stood another giant, equally clad in green skin, yet possessing distinctly feminine characteristics. The remnants of her visage suggested that this female giant was none other than Betty. In the distance, General Ross sprinted towards the scene, eager to ascertain the condition of his daughter, only to witness the entire transformation of Betty. He stood transfixed, his mind a blank slate. Suddenly, a monstrous figure, grotesque and enraged, charged towards them with a furious roar. Natasha cast a glance at the two green giants before turning her attention to the rapidly approaching abomination. Neglecting even to respond to the urgent queries from Greg on her phone, her eyes filled with despair. My goodness, how are we supposed to combat this? Chapter 33. The clash of the green giants and the abomination. What was once a bustling downtown area had now devolved into a desolate wasteland. Frayed power lines flickered ominously, while trees and vehicles burned fiercely, and collapsed buildings occasionally crumbled anew, crashing to the ground with deafening cacophony. Yet, the scene, reminiscent of an apocalyptic nightmare, paled in comparison to the terror posed by the three towering monsters. In the mystical realm of Komartaj, the airborne Greg listened intently to the three distinct roars emanating from the phone, descending into a contemplative silence. After a moment, he spoke earnestly. Natasha, please report your current geographical coordinates. Natasha swiftly relayed the coordinates of their location. Greg extended his palm, channeling chaotic magic through the temporal energy enveloping the area, and then, from a distance of 10 meters, employed spatial teleportation magic. Under the influence of the time stone, casting spells proved significantly more arduous, and it took a full 3 seconds before Greg managed to open a portal no larger than a hand. Peering through the portal, Greg sensed the situation on the other side, his eyes widening in astonishment. Why were there two green giants, along with a creature that appeared even more fearsome? He recalled that in the earlier Marvel films, the green giant had solely been the transformation of Banner. Natasha let out a bitter smile and spoke into the phone. There's no time to explain. As their exchange unfolded, the circumstances on the battlefield inevitably shifted. The approaching abomination, its eyes glowing with a sinister green light, seemed to recognize its long-standing adversary, the green giant, and with a furious roar, leapt into the air with thunderous force aimed at the green giant. However, swifter still was the newly transformed female green giant. She shook her head momentarily before lifting it high, her terrifying visage contorted with a frenzied madness. In her inaugural transformation, she had wholly lost her rationality. All that consumed her mind was destruction, destruction. The nearest target was the green giant standing beside her. Letting out a furious roar, the female giant swung her fist with tremendous force. Bang! The Hulk was unexpectedly struck down by a powerful punch, the impact causing the ground around him to tremble. Before he could rise, the abomination descended from the sky and slammed onto him, knocking him back down. The Hulk roared in pain and fury, attempting to stand. Yet he was relentlessly assaulted by the abomination, unable to mount a defense. In the next moment, the She-Hulk delivered a powerful blow to the abomination's forehead, sending him flying. With a resounding crash, the abomination collided with a nearby collapsing building, which was engulfed in flames. The She-Hulk charged into the inferno, continuing to rain blows upon the abomination. Finally, the Hulk stood up, observing the fierce struggle between the She-Hulk and the Abomination amidst the flames, casting a glance at Peter and the others. Despite his rugged visage instilling fear, there was little madness reflected in the Hulk's expression. He seemed to retain his senses, while the She-Hulk, in her inaugural transformation, appeared to have completely lost her rationality. Natasha cautiously stepped back a pace, noting the Hulk's lack of response, and urged Peter and the others to retreat carefully, leaving the battlefield to the Titans. If these three monsters could truly restrain each other, it would be for the best. The Hulk watched the five retreat, but did not pursue them. Instead, he turned his attention to the fierce clash between the Abomination and the She-Hulk. At that moment, the She-Hulk was struck by the Abomination. With a furious roar, the Hulk lifted a nearby car, tearing it in half, brandishing each half as he charged into the fray. The arena was soon filled with the sounds of brutal combat amidst the flames. Just as Natasha and her companions felt a moment of relief, a dozen helicopters appeared overhead, while more than 20 tanks swiftly approached from down the street. General Ross, the helicopters and tanks are nearing the target area. Should we proceed with concentrated fire? A deep voice emanated from the radio. General Ross, gazing from a distance at the three Titans battling, wore an expression of deep concern. Shaking his head slightly, he replied, "No concentrated fire. Keep the tanks and helicopters at a distance. Establish a perimeter with the helicopters 2 kilometers away and the tanks 1 kilometer away. Be cautious not to disturb this area." At that moment, the She-Hulk was knocked out of the battlefield by the Abomination. Just as she prepared to re-enter the fray, the roar of helicopters overhead caught her attention. She looked up, opened her mouth, and let out a thunderous roar, demanding the helicopters to leave immediately. Natasha noticed the She-Hulk's unusual behavior and quickly relayed the message to General Ross. Without hesitation, General Ross seized the radio and commanded the helicopter pilots to vacate the area. Responding promptly, the pilots in the sky maneuvered their helicopters away from the vicinity. The female Hulk appeared to be captivated by the helicopters soaring above. Her blood-red eyes fixated as she chased after it. The Hulk, observing her departure, felt the urge to follow but was swiftly brought down to the ground by a powerful blow from the Abomination. Struggling to rise, the Hulk attempted to flee, only to be thwarted repeatedly by the relentless assaults of the Abomination. In a fit of rage, the Hulk roared and turned to confront his adversary head-on. In the mystical realm of Kamar-Taj, Gorr sensed the chaos unfolding in Manhattan and sighed in resignation. He addressed the Ancient One, inquiring whether the Supreme Sorcerer could intervene to subdue the three monstrous beings. The delicate balance among them was precariously at risk, evidenced by the female Hulk's solitary actions. If all three creatures ceased their internal conflict and redirected their focus towards destruction, true devastation would ensue for many. Gorr had an unsettling premonition that this moment was imminent. The Ancient One slowly opened her eyes and gazed at Gorr suspended in the sky, shaking her head. The practitioners of Kamar-Taj must remain ever vigilant against the encroachment of dark forces and must not easily engage in other conflicts, especially when the power of the Time Stone is at stake. "Then I beseech you, Supreme Sorcerer, to sever the energy from the Time Stone," Gorr insisted, casting a determined glance at the gem. He understood that the Ancient One was not shirking responsibility, even during the dire circumstances of the battle in New York. She had refrained from direct involvement. Yet, he was genuinely concerned for Wanda and her companions. Despite having warned them to retreat in the face of danger, he knew their unwavering sense of responsibility, particularly Peter's, would compel them to remain. The Ancient One's tone remained steady as she posed a question. Interrupting the energy absorption of the Time Stone may yield unpredictable consequences. Future attempts to harness its energy may never replicate the initial results. "Are you certain about this?" Gorr nodded resolutely, affirming, "Yes, Supreme Sorcerer. I have made my decision." The Ancient One ceased her counsel, lowering her gaze to the path ahead, her hands gently rising as she formed a series of intricate gestures. As she performed the incantation, the energy of the Time Stone began to fluctuate. However, it soon regained its stability, continuing to channel energy towards Gorr. Moments later, the Ancient One opened her eyes, a look of astonishment crossing her features. "Gorr, the Infinity Stones were forged at the dawn of the universe, each possessing unimaginable power. The Supreme Sorcerers have safeguarded the Time Stone through the ages, yet we can only wield its power, never fully control it. I have just discovered that the Time Stone has temporarily eluded my grasp. If we were to forcibly sever its energy supply, I could achieve that, but you, caught within its influence, may be obliterated by the unleashed energy in an instant." Gorr fell silent for a moment before dialing Tony's number. After briefly conveying the situation to him, he ended the call. "The Supreme Sorcerer, if severing the connection is not an option, then could we perhaps amplify its energy supply?" Jell inquired, directing his gaze towards Master Gui. Master Gui furrowed his brow slightly and conveyed the associated risks. However, your chaotic magic has not yet been fully developed and may not withstand such immense energy. Gel took a deep breath, resolutely stating, Supreme Sorcerer, feel free to enhance the energy. I have faith in the potential of chaotic energy. With a sigh, Master Gui once again formed a series of hand seals. As he did so, the radiance of the time stone surged dramatically, and simultaneously, a tempest seemed to erupt around them, upturning everything in proximity. Bang, bang, bang. Gel's phone and various items, situated 20 meters away, were hurled against the wall, while the wooden table anchored before Master Gui decayed at an observable rate, as if experiencing the passage of millennia, ultimately disintegrating into dust and vanishing from view. Even the wooden floor beneath them disintegrated into fine ash at an alarming pace. Gel, who had been stifling his pain, soon could no longer contain his cries of agony. The veins in his face bulged, and his body began to swell. Master Gui cast a glance at Gel, then, with a sense of resignation, withdrew his gaze and used magic to project his voice into the ears of every individual in Camartage. All sorcerers of Camartage, cease your current tasks immediately and prepare for the impending battle. Having spoken, Master Gui assessed Gel's condition and gently remarked, I hope this little one can endure. With that, he closed his eyes once more, remaining unaffected by the tempestuous energy swirling around him. Meanwhile, in the bustling commercial district of Manhattan, Natasha and General Ross wore increasingly grave expressions. General Ross, we must contain the She-Hulk within this area, Natasha urged as she observed the She-Hulk sprinting towards other districts. Should she reach other areas in her current frenzied state, it would undoubtedly reduce those places to ruins as well. A fleeting expression of hesitation crossed General Ross's face, but he swiftly picked up the radio. Helicopters and tanks, maintain your distance. Commence artillery fire to cover the area surrounding the She-Hulk and prevent her from escaping to other locations. In no time, an onslaught of bullets and explosives rained down upon the She-Hulk, who was pursuing a helicopter, enveloping her from every side, particularly in front, where a dense barrage of explosions erupted. The She-Hulk was forced to retreat repeatedly, roaring in fury towards the sky. However, her cries were entirely drowned out by the relentless explosions. Only the Hulk, locked in a fierce struggle with Abomination, sensed the turmoil. With a sense of urgency, the Hulk gritted his teeth and delivered a powerful punch that sent Abomination flying. Subsequently, the Hulk turned his head, his deep green eyes blazing with rage as he glared at General Ross and his companions in the distance. At this moment, General Ross and Natasha found themselves devoid of alternatives. They could not, for the sake of the Hulk's emotions, release the She-Hulk to wreak havoc upon the neighboring districts. The Scarlet Witch conjured a spatial portal, allowing them passage. Natasha turned her gaze toward Wanda and spoke. She understood that opening the portal would continuously deplete magical energy, with larger portals requiring more time to sustain. None among them possessed the ability to hurl Abomination into the portal or forcefully propel him through it, but the Hulk did. Then convey this message to the Hulk using magic. I trust he will comprehend, Natasha urged swiftly. Beyond the portal lies the Arctic. As long as he can cast both Abomination and She-Hulk through, we shall cease our pursuit. Wanda nodded, wrapping her voice in magic and sending it to the Hulk, subsequently utilizing chaos magic to open a portal near him. However, the group soon realized that the Hulk had no intention of casting Abomination into the portal. He was engaged in battle while simultaneously glancing at the besieged She-Hulk. Close the portal, Natasha said, patting Wanda's hand in resignation. She was uncertain whether the Hulk mistrusted them or if, with his intellect, he simply could not fathom Wanda's message. The fury fueling the Hulk's strength was formidable. Before long, he had subdued Abomination, sending him flying with a powerful punch, and charged toward She-Hulk. Meanwhile, the enraged She-Hulk, under heavy fire, turned her gaze toward the source of the onslaught, quickly identifying 3 tanks directly ahead of her. The Hulk, laboring to reach her, positioned himself in front of She-Hulk to shield her from bullets. Yet, astonishment crossed his features as She-Hulk seized him by the neck from behind, propelling him forward to absorb most of the incoming fire. Subsequently, she delivered a fierce kick, sending the Hulk soaring several meters ahead. Rising to his feet, the Hulk attempted to approach She-Hulk once more, but without exerting his full strength, he was no match for her relentless fury. Repeatedly knocked down and used as a shield in her advance. Wanda, I sense the Hulk's anger escalating. I fear that this may lead to him losing control, Wanda communicated. Sensing the Hulk's emotions through magic, concern etched across her face. Natasha surveyed the battlefield, engulfed in gunfire, remaining silent for a long while. Abomination had also pursued, albeit at a slower pace than She-Hulk. "Even if the Hulk loses control, we have no choice but to proceed," spoke General Ross, his face illuminated by the battlefield's flames, revealing his resignation to those around him. "Quicksilver, we need you to return and assist in evacuating the crowd." The slowest Abomination, despite the barrage of artillery, has advanced several dozen meters. It is believed that it will not be long before they reach the neighboring districts. However, the sheer number of individuals in those areas makes evacuation impossible. Pietro nodded and glanced at Wanda. Wanda opened a portal beside Pietro, transporting him to the target district where the She-Hulk was heading. Subsequently, General Ross and his companions also passed through the portal, arriving at the desired location. Amidst the relentless gunfire, the Hulk, used as a shield by the She-Hulk, felt his eyes gradually turn blood red, his expression becoming increasingly frenzied. Finally, as the She-Hulk delivered a powerful kick, the Hulk seized her foot, rose to his feet, and forcefully hurled her to the ground beside him. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk, feeling insufficiently appeased, approached the fallen She-Hulk, intent on continuing his assault. Yet, he was quickly repelled by a barrage of shells, separating him from her. Driven mad, the Hulk, aware of the pain coursing through him, redirected his fury towards a distant tank, charging forward with a roar. Thus, the rampaging Hulk, the She-Hulk, and the Abomination pressed on through the artillery fire towards another district, which was also a bustling commercial street in Manhattan, teeming with individuals who had yet to evacuate. It was estimated that the Hulk would arrive in this district in 30 seconds, the She-Hulk in 32, and the Abomination in 37 seconds. The sound of this prediction echoed through General Ross's radio. Compared to the initial positioning, their tanks had retreated over 100 meters. Natasha, observing the distant flashes of brilliant fire, fell into a deeper silence, pondering how such intense bombardment could not deter these three monsters. Was it truly time to employ some forbidden weaponry? This was a bustling urban area. Yet, Natasha was acutely aware that Director Nick and other governmental leaders had gathered to discuss the potential use of more significant weaponry in this locale. She believed that if the situation did not improve, they would unhesitatingly approve the resolution to deploy such forbidden arms. Time was running short, counting down the moments. Natasha retrieved her radio and said, "Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, Green Goblin, Spider-Man, you may come now." At that moment, the four were doing everything in their power to evacuate everyone from this district while continuously expanding their perimeter. After all, for those three monsters, traversing a district could be merely a matter of a few leaps. For them, however, that single district represented thousands of lives, far beyond their capacity to evacuate. Wanda even resorted to using her portals. "Thank you. I will remember you. I still have many things to collect. I will not leave." Amidst the chaos, the scene was one of utter disarray. Peter swung on a web, delivering a young girl back to her family. Upon hearing the voice from the intercom, he quickly swung towards Natasha's direction. The tank retreated while firing shells, but it had nowhere left to fall back to. Behind it lay an area yet to be evacuated. The aerial bombardment persisted relentlessly, and the crew within the tank evacuated entirely. The fire directed at the three monstrous entities significantly diminished. The Hulk was the first to break through the blockade, closing in to a mere 40 meters from General Ross and his companions. Suddenly feeling lighter, the Hulk shook his head, as if attempting to dispel the discomfort lingering in his mind. However, he quickly regained his focus, his blood-red eyes fixated intently on General Ross and Natasha, the architects of his turmoil. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk charged towards them with alarming speed. Wanda and the others positioned themselves, bracing for the imminent confrontation. They could not allow the Hulk to breach their defensive line. 30 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters, the Hulk drew ever closer, and Wanda could even glimpse the gleaming white teeth within his cavernous maw, reflecting a menacing light. Suddenly, a brilliant white ray descended from the sky, hurtling towards the Hulk. Boom! The Hulk was sent flying backwards at a greater velocity, crashing into the newly emerged female Hulk, and the two tumbled back into the barrage zone. This unforeseen turn of events left Wanda and her companions momentarily stunned. At that moment, the figure that had repelled the Hulk swayed in the air before landing gracefully before them. "Need a hand, little ones?" Oh, and of course, Agent Romanoff. The head of the armored suit swiftly transformed, revealing the beaming face of Tony Stark.